Good morning. My name is Tim Bialecki, and I'm from the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. We're pleased to welcome you to the Commissioner-led technical conference to discuss the challenge of resource adequacy in regional transmission organizations and independent system operator, known as RTO-ISO regions. The purpose of this technical conference is to discuss generic issues related to the challenge of resource adequacy in RTO-ISO regions. Before we begin with opening remarks from the Chairman and Commissioners, I will outline some logistics for the conference. This two-day technical conference will run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. today and 9 a.m. to 4:15 p.m. tomorrow. We will have 8 panels that are between 75 and 90 minutes long. 4 panels are today and 4 panels are tomorrow. Today we will start with a discussion of resource adequacy challenges across RTO-ISO regions. The remainder of today will include 3 panels specific to PJM. Tomorrow, we will start with 2 panels specific to MISO. Tomorrow afternoon includes 1 panel specific to ISO New England and New York ISO. And the final panel will be specific to the California ISO and SPP. We have a small break between each panel that will be either 15 minutes or a full hour for lunch. Only the commissioners, panelists, and a small group of commission staff will have a speaking role during this conference. This conference is being webcast. Welcome to our online audience, and transcribed, and a recording will be available for future viewing. We do not intend to discuss at this technical conference any specific proceeding before the Commission, including proceedings that involve similar issues, whether listed on the supplemental notices issued May 20th and June 2nd or not, and we ask that panelists similarly refrain from such discussion. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, my colleagues from the Office of the General Counsel will interrupt the discussion and ask the speaker to avoid that topic. With those initial matters out of the way, I will now turn it over to Chairman Christie for his opening remarks. Chairman Christie.
And it is 9. Thank you, Tim. First, I want to say some thank yous. If you read all the statements, we have 3 binders. People did a ton of work, and so I want to thank all of you who pre-filed statements. I want to thank all the panelists for not only doing the hard work to pre-file the statements. I've looked at them, read them. There's some incredibly good information in there. And I want to thank you for your time. I mean, you're here in Washington, D.C. Elliot came from California. Others came from not quite as far, but you took time to do this. So I want to thank you for all that effort. This is an incredibly important topic. You know, with the agreement of my colleagues, I announced at my very first meeting as chairman that we were going to have a technical conference on resource adequacy. That topic was top of mind for me. And for years I've been saying that we're heading for a reliability crisis. I've been saying this for years, caused by unsustainable losses of dispatchable generation, the failure to replace that generation with equivalent capacity, both happening while we're seeing absolutely astronomical increases in load forecasts, predominantly driven by data centers, especially the data centers that run AI. So now the crisis is really right on our doorstep. But let's not forget, while this conference is about the impending crisis of reliability from resource shortfalls, it really has another crisis connected to it, and that is the crisis of rising consumer power bills, because consumers have to pay for capacity, as we all know. And I know that in at least 2 states, in PJM, Maryland and New Jersey, this very week, consumers are seeing big jumps in their power bills because of rising capacity costs. So while we're going to be spending a lot of time in the next 2 days talking about the threats to reliability from shortfall in power resources, let's keep in mind that an equally important issue related to all this is the rising costs in people's monthly power bills. That itself would be worth its own technical conference. Now, I've been asked 2 questions about this. First question is, why are you having a technical conference? Is it just a chat show? No, it's not just a chat show. It's not a talk show. This is a record. This creates a record. And that record can be used in future proceedings. So this is not just a talky talk. This is about creating a record on these incredibly important issues that can be used in FERC proceedings in the future. Second question I've been asked, why are you just doing the RTOs? Don't we have a problem across the country? To a certain extent we do. But the short answer is, FERC regulates the RTOs and their markets. And in RTOs, the markets play a critical role in resource adequacy. So in many RTOs, in states that have quote-unquote deregulated, they've delegated their resource adequacy to particularly this administrative construct known as the capacity market. And we regulate those capacity markets. So that's why we're focusing on the RTOs. In the non-RTO states, early retirements, new construction are really a matter between the utility and their state regulator. That's in the non-RTOs. Here, FERC-regulated markets have a huge impact on that. So there's a bunch of issues to get into, and we will over the next 2 days. And if you think 2 days is too much, I'm going to tell you right now, 2 days is, we're all going to be feeling probably a little bit frustrated because we didn't have more than 2 days because of certainly reading the statements. So there's a bunch of issues to get into, and we will, but I think there are at least two compelling issues that hang over this. First, after a quarter century of using these administrative constructs called markets, particularly capacity markets, is it time to say, and particularly with regard to the capacity markets, have they failed and should they be replaced? And if they should be replaced, what should they be replaced with? That's a compelling question. And I think after 25 years, it is time to ask it. Second, and this is, to me, even bigger issue. In the multi-state RTOs, are we asking the markets and the good people who run these RTOs, and they are good people and they're dedicated people, are we asking them, frankly, to do the impossible? Because in the multi-state RTOs, as we now know, different states have incredibly divergent policy goals. Some states want to build and retain coal, gas, nuclear. Other states want to shut them down and build nothing but wind and solar. How do you reconcile in a multi-state capacity market, like PJM has to do and MISO has to do? How do you reconcile that? That's not an economic challenge, that's a political challenge. And if it's a political problem that we're dealing with in the multi-state RTOs, then we need to have an entirely different conversation than worrying about how you set the VRR curve or how you set net cone or gross cone or all the stuff we've been hearing about for years, all the fiddling around with the different details. It's really a political issue that really goes to the governance of RTOs in these multi-state. It's not an issue in California, it's not an issue in New York, but in the multi-states, it's a big issue. So with that, I think it's time to ask these questions. And many others. I mean, the statements are great. We're going to get into it. With that, I'm going to move on to my colleagues, and I'm going to go right down, starting next with Commissioner Rosner.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Chairman Christie and Commission staff for organizing this important conference, and thank you especially to the panelists for your work preparing the 3 binders worth of testimony, which is important, and as Chairman said, we'll use to inform a record here. So we're meeting at a historic and consequential time. We're seeing growth forecasts that we haven't seen in 20 years. NERC, who we'll see later on a panel. Oh no, he's right there. Jim's right there. Pardon me. We'll see right now. Jim Robb and his team have said that we're going to see a nationwide peak demand increase of 130 gigawatts in the next decade. That's like adding a whole nother MISO to the grid, or 3 Californias, which is just, the scale is immense. But also, you know, we've talked about this around the table many times. This level of growth is a huge opportunity for the country. It means things like winning the AI race, reshoring manufacturing jobs, creating other high-quality jobs to support these industries, protecting and enhancing national security, and ensuring reliable and affordable energy to keep people safe and comfortable in their homes. So on one hand, many utilities and states are seeing these trends, and they're asking existing electric markets to expand their offerings to new areas of the country and in new ways. And some completely new market-based frameworks have also developed. And on the other hand, some states and utilities that are already part of an RTO are questioning whether these markets can continue delivering the resource adequacy amidst backlogged interconnection queues, supply chain disruptions, a changing resource mix, and uncertainty about exactly what, how much, and where demand will be 5 or 10 years into the future. So a goal for me over the next 2 days is to ensure that we explore both the benefits that organized electric markets have delivered for affordability, reliability, and resource adequacy, as well as working on these pressing challenges that need to be addressed. So here are a few of my key questions. We can't meet surging demand without building new supply. So how can the RTOs and ISOs, how can states, how can this commission, together with industry, work to continue accelerating getting more generation onto the grid and take other actions that are needed to actually get things built? How can we build on recent market improvements, such as enhancements to capacity accreditation methods and other movement towards seasonal capacity auctions, to ensure that the markets are sending signals to invest in what we really need to ensure that consumers are receiving real benefits for any infrastructure that they're paying for? And further, what contracting strategies can we deploy, such as combining short and long-term bilateral contracting with market procurement for capacity and energy to help provide investment certainty and manage costs while demand grows? And market auctions are only accurate as the information that we feed into them. So how can we all work together to improve load forecasting so that markets know the appropriate amount of capacity and energy to procure? And finally, we need to ensure we're not thinking about resource adequacy only in terms of megawatts. We also need an energy system that can efficiently move power from where it's produced to where it's needed. So how can we ensure a complementary relationship between transmission planning and electricity markets? I really look forward to exploring these questions and more over the next 2 days. So thank you all very much, and thank you, Chairman.
All right, Commissioner C.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm really looking forward to these conversations as well. Thank you, Chair Christie, for spearheading this and putting together this important conversation. Thank you to so many people on the staff here at FERC who've put so much time in, and I also want to echo the very sincere thank you to all of our panelists on this panel and the 7 more that we have over the next couple of days. There's a huge amount of work that went into the incredibly valuable testimony and comments, so thank you for that, and looking forward to your expertise on these panels. I think a lot has been said about the important issues today in front of us that are leading us to some very sobering realities in the very near future. Large load growth often gets top billing for those in a lot of these discussions, and there's good reason for that. But, as others have said too, we recognize that large load growth is a challenge, but it's incredibly an opportunity for us as well. I'm also a firm believer that this is a very good problem for our country to have when it comes to economic development and our position as a country, and the ways that building out the grid in order to meet these needs can have real benefits for Americans. So I think this is a really important question for us. There's a lot of challenges ahead of us, and I'm glad that we're going to be teasing out a lot of the issues that come with large load growth. But I also think, of course, as others have mentioned, that we're facing that challenge on top of other realities that have been building over time. We're asking these questions at a time when we've seen disordered and premature retirements of critical assets, at a time when it is becoming increasingly difficult in different regions to site new generation, especially sources that have needed characteristics for reliability and resilience across the grid. And of course, it's difficult and to connect those resources quickly when they're ready. So there's a lot for us to talk about today. In many places, I think that the way that we have our market constructs and a lot of these realities working, they're leading to higher prices with less to show for it, and less confidence we'll get where we need to. And so I think it's important to be able to tease out some of the hows and the whys and what we can do moving forward. A diverse grid is critical for the grid of today and tomorrow, and we want to make sure that the systems we have in place to support it and to get us there are actually moving us in that direction and at the right time frame we need. So this is definitely the right time for these conversations, and I'm also really glad that we're focusing on the RTOs and ISOs. As Chair Christie said, that's squarely within FERC's jurisdiction, so I think it's really important for us to be having frank conversations about what's working well, what isn't, how are we making sure that the markets have what they need and are functioning in a way to provide reliable and affordable electricity for the millions and millions of customers who depend on the critical work that you and so many others are doing. We as the Commission, of course, are resource and technology neutral, but not reliability neutral. And I think it's important for us to have those nuances and how do we approach our work and how do we approach our shared work when it comes to our oversight of the RTOs and ISOs. But of course, the other thing that I think is important and critical about resource adequacy is that's traditionally an area of state responsibility. So we're in an area where, yes, the commission and the markets have a critical role, but what does it look like in different market constructs? What does the state's role look like there? And how are we able to make sure that everyone has what they need, the coordination, the discussion, the information, the transparency in order for the states to be doing their job well? So I'm glad for us to be having a forum to have that conversation as well. I'm glad that we're going to have a lot of our state partners at the table and interested in the perspectives that so many people will bring when it comes to an important issue that has multiple parties who are responsible for the solutions here, and how can we be effective together. So there's a number of themes and questions, of course, that I'm excited for us to get into. In addition to what's been said, I'm interested in some of the technical ideas and best practices when it comes to forecasting the need in front of us and modeling solutions. So I'm really interested in thoughts about what we're learning about load forecasting, accreditation, regional shortfall thresholds. There's a lot of important issues, I think, for us to get at here. Recognizing precision is not always possible in these areas, but that there's also a twin danger from both underbuilding, as of course then we don't have enough to meet the critical needs that can often be life or death for people across the country and for economic concerns. But there's also a danger of overbuilding as well when it comes to increased prices and having redundancies that aren't necessary. So how are we doing when it comes to the information we need in order to approach these difficult questions well? I'm really fascinated in that. I'm also really interested in teasing out, and I'm glad we have this first panel and then being able to get more in the details with the regions of where are regional differences serving us well. I'm a big believer in our different state choices and our different market designs, and what does that look like? How can we learn from each other? But also, where would more transparency or information sharing, or where would uniformity make it easier for the different regions to do their job well? So I'm interested in that questions of difference versus uniformity. And then I think my fundamental question echoes what my colleagues have said as well. I'm just interested in this question of what markets can do in resource adequacy terms and what they can't do. There's a lot of strengths, but they can't do everything. And so how do we make sure that we're having this conversation well when it comes to what does regional planning look like? What is the state's role here? How do we reap the benefits of regional coordination while still having that important role for states to be taking the ownership for resource adequacy in light of the concerns of today? So there's a lot here for us to do. I want us to be able to jump into it. But again, thank you everyone for all that you're contributing to these conversations. I think we have a lot to learn, but I'm also eager for this not just to be a place where we talk about a lot of questions and put some solutions on the table. I hope that we can come to a place at the end of these couple of days where we have some kind of clear steps forward for all of the different players. We're committed to doing our part of that well here at FERC. We're committed to working very well with all the markets and our state partners, and I really appreciate the important insight and information you all are bringing as we're going about that task.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Also, all the pre-filed testimonies and staff for compiling them. And actually, in addition to your pre-filed reports and testimonies, staff also gave us a whole bunch of background materials. So we are well suited to have this conversation. And I just want to say, for those who haven't read all the filings, it's incredible amount of work and thoughtful data and analyses in there. So I highly encourage everyone to take a chance to take a look at that. I want to start by putting today and tomorrow's discussion into the context as I see it. As you can see here, it is important to hear the different perspectives and sort of angles each commissioner comes to this with. The energy sector, as you heard over and over again, is facing a number of common challenges across the country: backlog interconnection queues, projections of significant load growth, even with uncertainties around the pace and magnitude of growth. The growth is ahead in front of us. Increased frequency and severity of extreme weather and physical and cybersecurity threats that we heard Jim and his colleagues talk about. Supply chain constraints, high prices for equipment, even where it can be procured, high interest rates that affect investment decisions, and general economic and policy uncertainties. Anything else? I mean, there's just a ton of uncertainties and a lot of variables coming before us. The compounded complexities around the regulatory and commercial structures deployed in various regions across the country make all of our jobs difficult. And that's why we're having this conversation today, to add to the record, but also to add an opportunity to discuss these questions. The questions around how to plan, develop, and deliver power to the customers who need them have never been more complicated, and the answers to these questions require extremely delicate understanding of the trade-offs across decisions. And as I read the comments and the statements, these decisions we make today have long-term lasting implications for the future of our energy systems. And you all know that, and I hear the trade-offs you are all making in your filed statements. I could tell from reviewing these comments that you are evaluating and weighing the choices on the table today very carefully. This is true for the investors in the room and the market monitors and the market operators, as well as the regulators here at the table on this topic. The RTOs have served more than 2/3 of the American people are at the forefront of this challenge. However, even as we spend the next 2 days focusing on RTO regions that FERC regulates, the challenges the industry is facing are not limited to only the RTOs. For certain, they're not unique to RTOs that rely on centralized capacity construct to meet resource adequacy. Organized wholesale markets deliver real value to customers we serve, and all of your comments state that, and we recognize that. FERC, industry, and the states have invested decades of time, money, and effort to build these markets based on a recognition of the value of competition, innovation, and regional collaboration. We continually witness interest from those outside the RTOs in greater use of organized markets. As my fellow commissioner recognized, the whole West is looking at organized markets to reliably and cost-effectively serve customers. On the other hand, just because some regions do not have centralized, organized capacity markets, it does not mean that the cost of resources to meet the growing demand is any cheaper than those that procure through the centralized markets, organized markets. Price transparency should be embraced, not penalized. So in fact, the questions that we should ask is not whether we like the prices or not, but rather, do the transparent prices revealed through centrally organized capacity markets reflect the marginal cost of resources? And if so, what type of investments could or should be made to ensure customers benefit from the most efficient investments? In addition, we need to carefully disentangle the causes and the results that we're seeing through the various different markets. We should try to separately identify potential flaws from other factors, such as the inability of our large generators to interconnect efficiently, to quickly adjust to the influx of the thousands of interconnection requests. The latter cannot be fixed by changing prices in the market, as we're witnessing. The interconnection process needs to be addressed separately, diagnosed, and fixed. And I see in those that have filed statements that you are seeing the interaction between the interconnection queue with the markets. Regarding the market and regulatory designs, I remind myself often by asking, what have the markets and regulations been designed to achieve? Are those goals still the same today as they were when they were designed in the first place? Answers to these questions are important because we often expect markets designed to do one thing to solve new and different problems. And then we wonder why the markets fail to solve those problems. Sometimes the answer is we need new tools, new designs, whether it's regulatory or market features, to meet the needs of today. Sometimes the answer is not to tweak the old design, but to fix our new problem, but really start from scratch and try to think about it in a different way. Fixing new problems require that we have the best data possible, approach this discussion with an open mind, and recognize upfront that there's no single or uniform answer to maintaining reliable and affordable power in the face of these challenges. I am invested in the success of markets in general because well-designed markets have demonstrated again and again their ability to deliver reliable and affordable power the customers need. I also understand that the investors need steady hands at the wheel of the regulation because regulatory interventions that can create uncertainties and risk of which the premiums can be costly and will necessarily be shared between the investors and consumers. My goal for this technical conference is to get clearer and more granular understanding of how these national challenges are manifesting in each region. I also hope that this conference helps our state regulatory partners to better appreciate the objectives of the wholesale market construct, and I hope to better understand what is and is not working, and what challenges and changes may be needed to collectively navigate these uncertain times. Thank you very much for your participation.
Okay, this is going to be fun. Let's begin with our first panel, and this is the only panel that gets to do opening statements. So we'll get started, and we'll start with Jim Robb, and we'll just move right down the table.
Great. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. An honor to be with you always. And I think you hit a nerve with this topic based on the line that Manu and I had to navigate to get in here. So, NERCs, we've been conducting seasonal and longer-term resource adequacy assessments for decades. And I would say that for most of our history, these were some of the dullest reports we ever created. They were a compendium of engineering analyses. They weren't particularly interesting because everything looked pretty good. We had growing concerns about California and the renewable penetration and integration challenges they were facing, reserve margins in Texas, fuel adequacy in New England. But in general, the picture looked fairly manageable, particularly with the ingenuity of the RTOs that were responsible for those regions. But for the first time in 2018, our long-term resource adequacy assessment showed a material expectation of unserved energy. And 18 months later, that expectation, unfortunately, was realized with a significant load shed event in California in August of 2020. And since then, our analyses have shown growing risk of unserved energy across the continent, and those are portrayed by the color-coded maps that you're all very familiar with. There are a number of interrelated factors that account for that degradation in risk. The first is the disorderly retirement of traditional generation. When that's largely been driven by policy decisions at the state and federal levels, declining capacity factors due to preferential dispatch, and general aging of the traditional fleet, coupled with reduced end-of-life maintenance spending resulting in higher forced outage rates. Second, the replacement resources, as the chair noted, aren't keeping up with retiring resources. The new additions are largely energy-constrained inverter-based resources which don't possess all the reliability benefits of traditional spinning mass generation. They introduce new systemic risks to the system, such as lack of ride-through capability, and they rely on balancing resources to mitigate variability. Third, the risk from common condition failures, such as wind and solar droughts, is increasing and causing challenges across the continent. In addition, as the diversity and depth of the generating fleet has declined, expanded reliance on natural gas has exposed winter gas deliverability risks that we weren't really paying attention to before. And then finally, severe weather systems increasingly stress the grid. Recent winter storms and prolonged heat domes tell us that extreme events are extreme, but not rare. So if we think about solutions here, summarize a couple actions we think we can discuss and cover more fully in discussion. First, we really believe that we need to modernize the design basis of the grid beyond the outdated 1 in 10 reliability standard. We need a design basis that reflects the contemporary realities of fuel supply limitations, common condition and common mode failures, and account for the additional complications presented by load growth. The design basis needs to be multidimensional, and it needs to target acceptable levels of risk for outage frequency, outage magnitude, and outage duration. This multi-metric approach could create a planning paradigm based on energy assurance and not just capacity, with a better understanding of fuel and extreme weather risks. And then secondly, we need a more consistent approach for accrediting capacity for its broad reliability contributions. This approach could then be used by FERC and market operators to design appropriate compensation mechanisms and better value interregional transfer capability. And I'll close here by noting that while these needs are most acute in the market areas, as noted, it's common across all planning regimes. We stand ready to work with the industry and the Commission to outline standardized approaches to adequacy criteria and help move this ball forward. And with that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Elliot Meinzer.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Christie and Commissioners. Thank you so much for hosting this technical conference to help ensure resource adequacy within the ISO and RTO regions. It definitely is an important and timely conversation. At the California ISO, we work to ensure resource adequacy through close coordination with state and local regulatory authorities, notably the California Public Utilities Commission and municipal entities who establish resource adequacy requirements for load-serving entities, as well as capacity accreditation rules. In addition, California's Resource Adequacy Program relies on the California Energy Commission to develop annual load forecasts that serve as an input to resource adequacy requirements. The CAISO operationalizes the Resource Adequacy Program through our markets. We also manage the transmission planning and generator interconnection process, which rely on the CEC's demand forecast and the state's resource planning inputs. Based on this coordination, new resources are coming online at a rapid pace. Since 2020, we've added approximately 25 gigawatts of new generation capacity to the CAISO grid, including approximately 7 gigawatts in 2024. Over the same period, our Board of Governors has approved approximately $20 billion of new transmission, and last year, FERC approved transformational changes to our interconnection process that are already taking friction out of the system. We now have a diverse portfolio of solar, wind, natural gas, hydroelectric, geothermal, nuclear, and energy storage resources, as well as strong transmission connections with our neighbors and a strategic reserve of resources to address extreme grid conditions. Going forward, the CPUC's emerging Reliable and Clean Power Procurement Program will bring sustained planning and procurement coordination, helping to maintain the pace of resource development. We've also worked with the CPUC to increase the planning reserve margin, and we are now working to operationalize the CPUC's new 24-hour slice of day program designed to ensure that load-serving entities procure sufficient resources to meet demand across all hours of the day. At the same time, we're working with our partners in government and industry to increase the role of flexible loads and virtual power plants in supporting reliability within our market footprint. I am deeply impressed with the diversity and depth of participation in this technical conference. I'd also like to thank Jim Robb and his team at NERC for bringing additional focus and sense of urgency to this important set of issues. As we will discuss in this panel and across the next 2 days, at the CAISO, we are actively engaged with our partners to address escalating load growth, the changing resource mix, and the increasing occurrence of extreme weather events in order to develop and deliver a portfolio of resources with the necessary capacity, energy, and flexibility attributes to keep the lights on for the electricity consumers who rely on us each and every day. Thank you again for orchestrating this discussion. I really look forward to the dialogue and addressing your questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meinzer. That was Elliot Meinzer of CAISO. Now, Lenny Nickel of SPP.
All right, well, good morning, and thank you, Chairman Christie and fellow commissioners, for the opportunity for me to be here today to share with you my observations as the CEO of SPP. Ensuring reliable electric service within the SPP region has become increasingly challenging. Just 8 years ago, our region enjoyed a high level of reliability, with the 12% reserve margin requirement at that time yielding a loss of load expectation of only once every 140 years. That's much more reliable than the 1 in 10 year standard that we are all now struggling to adhere to. Since then, we've seen our peak demand increase. We've experienced a reduction in accredited capacity. We've become increasingly dependent on intermittent generation, and we've experienced extreme weather events. Our unmitigated loss of load risk is now 125 times higher than it was 8 years ago. As if this wasn't challenging enough, electricity demand is expected to surge in the future. We are now projecting our peak demand to be as much as 75% higher 10 years from now, and that's largely driven by electrification and data center growth. To address these escalating risks, we have had to significantly increase our planning reserve margin requirements for the summer season, and we've had to establish winter season requirements that are even higher than the summer. We've also had to improve our accreditation policies to much more accurately reflect the ability of generators to perform when they are most needed. Additionally, we are aggressively reforming our generator interconnection processes and deploying advanced automation and artificial intelligence tools to ensure that our interconnection queue is not the bottleneck to the progress that is sorely needed. However, with generator construction now taking 5 years or more, immediate and sustained strategic action is needed. It's imperative that we pursue policies, that we expedite critical infrastructure investments, and enhance interconnection processes in a much more revolutionary way. SPP remains committed to working collaboratively with state and federal regulators, our stakeholders, and industry leaders to maintain the resilient, reliable, and affordable electric grid consumers are depending on us to provide. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to your questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nickel. Rich Dewey, MISO, New York ISO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners Rosner, C, and Chang, for the opportunity to talk to you today and describe the situation we have in New York. I've filed my comments, so I'm not going to get into gory detail about each of those, but just to hit a few high points. New York State operates our electric grid. The New York ISO operates the New York State electric grid to the highest and strictest reliability standards in the country. A big part of that is the more stringent criteria that NPCC, the Northeast Power Coordinating Council, and also the New York State Reliability Council, who has the responsibility of setting the reserve margin for New York in collaboration with studies that we do. We have enjoyed a surplus in New York for the last couple of decades of generation, but driven primarily by public policy, which prioritizes the introduction of clean resources above high-emitting fossil resources. We've seen that reserve margin shrink considerably over the last 5 years. The retirements have consistently outpaced the dispatchable resource, with all of the additions primarily being nameplate, renewable, low capacity factor resources. And in short, we have essentially eliminated that margin in New York for the planning horizon that we see, the surplus margin that we see in New York. Most recently, our comprehensive reliability plan, which has a reliability needs assessment, which has a 10-year planning horizon, has identified that that surplus will be essentially eliminated by the end of that 10-year planning horizon. While we feel we have adequate resources today, we have some significant concerns in a number of areas. One is the introduction of large loads and the uncertainty around both the pace of development, the location, and the certainty of that load development affects our load forecast considerably. We're also seeing winter reliability risks that I'm sure Gordon's going to talk about, where availability of fuel, specifically natural gas in the winter, presents some significant risks. We're also dealing with the age of the generation fleet, which is significant in New York and gives us some really outsized concerns, I would say. 11% of our generating fleet in New York is more than 50 years old, and half of that is more than 60 years old. And most of that is well beyond the design life of those facilities when they were constructed. We're also seeing supply chain concerns. While we reform our interconnection queues and have significantly improved the processes related to that, developers are seeing constraints with equipment supply chain, also shortages of labor, siting risks, and other challenges presented to actually introduce that new supply. Be that as it may, we do also think that our capacity markets, well, our energy ancillary service, but also our capacity markets, are doing a very, very effective job at sending the appropriate signal to incentivize that development. We do have work that we need to do in that regard. We've implemented some capacity accreditation rules that we think fine-tunes the appropriate reliability value for the resources that are being introduced. We also think that markets continue to provide the most cost-effective, efficient means to attract that reliable resources. It drives performance from the fleet. It incentivizes the most valuable locations. It shifts the risk from consumers to developers, which we think is crucial, and we think it drives the most efficient and reliable outcomes. I look forward to answering your questions, and I'll pass the baton over to my colleague, Gordon.
Okay, Gordon Van Welie, ISO New England.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to make these remarks. Chairman Christie, given your recent announcement, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your service at the Commission and to the nation, and to thank you for focusing on these critical issues and creating this opportunity. So, in theory, achieving resource adequacy through wholesale electricity markets is relatively simple. The original premise was that the ISO would only operate spot energy markets, and suppliers of electricity would compete to provide buyers with sufficient electricity needs to meet their needs through bilateral trading. Deficiencies in resource adequacy would be self-correcting, since shortages would create a strong incentive for buyers to seek additional supply, and the resulting demand would stimulate the development of new resources. Spot energy markets would create a strong incentive for sellers to invest in new, more efficient resources that would displace less efficient resources. The construct assumed that society would be tolerant of occasional shortages and high prices to allow market incentives to work. In practice, we have learned that the theoretical construct made assumptions that were inaccurate. Specifically, it assumed a proper price formation in the energy market, which has been stymied by price caps and externalities that have not been priced. This has led to the need to replace the missing money. It also overlooked the need for a reserve margin to cover real-time contingencies and did not account for real-world market frictions that impede new entry, including those caused by disharmony between state and federal policies. And finally, we have yet to see full price-responsive demand by retail customers and have observed that society is generally intolerant of high prices and shortages. In New England,
I was going to say, do you think?
In New England, most vertically integrated utilities were fully unbundled, and most of the generation is owned by private entities. The region has maintained resource adequacy to date, but it will likely become more challenging due to these real-world constraints and the fact that state policies are driving a rapid evolution of the resource mix and pushing the region towards a winter peaking system. Given these realities, we are preparing to pivot. We do believe that a centrally cleared auction is required for pricing the resource adequacy objective, and that a better structure is to move from a 3-year forward annual auction to a prompt seasonal auction with marginal capacity accreditation. The seasonal pricing will reflect the dynamic changes and constraints in the regional power system, provide the economic stimulus to drive bilateral trading, and discipline wholesale buyers who have not covered their share of the resource adequacy objective. Even with improvements, this solution will be imperfect without the participation and support of the states and the market participants. Specifically, to ensure that the market produces the desired results, 2 conditions must be satisfied, namely reduced barriers to entry and sufficient bilateral financial hedging to manage volatility and stimulate timely investment in new supply and conservation. These conditions are mostly under the jurisdiction of the states, although certain barriers to entry are also under federal jurisdiction and require state and federal cooperation. Therefore, a strong foundation for resource adequacy is based on a joint and complementary role for the ISO in the states, with strong regulatory support from the FERC. The ISO's role is to design and operate the capacity auction, while the states are best positioned to address the barriers to entry and mitigate the impact of wholesale market volatility on retail consumers. On our end, the ISO is working with regional stakeholders on the redesign of the capacity market and plans to make 2 filings, one at the end of 2025 to seek permission to move to a prompt auction, and the second at the end of 2026 to implement seasonality and marginal accreditation. I look forward to your questions and further discussion on the topic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Van Welie. Todd Ramey of MISO.
Good morning, Chairman Christie and Commissioners. I'm Todd Ramey. I'm MISO Senior Vice President of Markets and Digital Strategy. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to share MISO's perspective on the ongoing challenges surrounding resource adequacy in the MISO region. Let me begin with a brief look at our recent history of resource adequacy in MISO. Like other regions, MISO has seen a sharp decline in adequacy margins beginning around the 2016 to 28 timeframe. This was primarily due to an accelerated retirement of our legacy generation fleet, primarily coal and gas-fired generation, coupled with the addition of newer, predominantly weather-dependent resources. The result has been a net loss in accredited capacity over recent years. In response, MISO has worked closely with our stakeholders and primarily and most importantly with our load-serving entities in the organization of MISO states to evaluate and implement needed improvements in MISO's key processes that support adequacy planning. These efforts have led to transformational changes to our market-based capacity construct, the MISO Planning Resource Auction. To date, we've successfully transitioned from an annual to a seasonal auction, and we've adopted a phased approach to resource accreditation to better recognize the reliability attributes that resources provide in adequacy planning. Also, the accreditation changes were designed to provide incentives for resources to perform better in the operating time frame during critical operating periods. Lastly, we've enhanced price formation in the PRA by incorporating the reliability-based demand curve. Today, I'm pleased to report that the MISO region is resource adequate. The most recent PRA cleared last month cleared above the minimum requirement in all 4 seasons of the current 2025 to 2026 planning year. That said, margins remain tight as reflected in the average clearing price of approximately $215 per megawatt day across the 4 seasons. We've also seen improvement in the operating side as well, with stronger fleet performance during recent winter storms and a significant reduction in MISO declared emergency events compared to recent prior years. Looking ahead, however, challenges remain. The upcoming 2025 OMS MISO survey, the results of which are to be released later this week, continues to show near-term risks to maintaining adequate reserves, driven by continued retirements and accelerating demand growth. Addressing these challenges simply means that we really need to focus on bringing new accredited capacity online. While the MISO queue backlog is a well-known issue, we are implementing reforms and leveraging new technologies to improve processing times. It's worth noting that more than 50 gigawatts of projects with signed generator interconnection agreements remain unbuilt in the MISO region, with many of those projects facing construction delays. We also continue to actively explore ways to help shovel-ready projects move forward and connect to the grid more quickly. Lastly, I want to take a moment to thank the Commission and its staff for your prompt and thoughtful work in reviewing and approving the many complex reforms we've sent your way in recent years. These reforms are vital to enhancing MISO, to enabling MISO to support our states and stakeholders with transparent data, effective planning processes, and solid foundation for solid investment and sound retirement decisions, all in support of ongoing resource adequacy and reliability. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to your questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ramey. Okay, Manu Asthana, PJM.
Chairman Christie, Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for convening this discussion. Before I get into it, I also, like Gordon, wanted to recognize you, Commissioner Christie. I've had the pleasure of working with you almost my whole time here at PJM, and 3 words come to mind: integrity, intellect, and experience. And rarely have I encountered all 3 of those in such magnitude in one package. So thank you for your service.
Okay, write those down somewhere so I can remember.
You have quoted me in the past, so maybe this will come back. All right. Look, PJM's resource adequacy approach isn't one approach. It varies by region. We've got some states that still do integrated resource planning in PJM, and we support them. We have some states that have chosen to rely on a combination of bilateral contracting and the PJM markets to attract supply. There are also hybrid combinations of these approaches. And when we're thinking about do the markets work, I think it's important to look at have they worked. And as I think about that question, I think the markets have worked. They've worked really effectively. And I'll take a minute to just highlight, since the founding of the capacity market in 2007, we have seen over 50 gigawatts of new resources, including significant amounts of renewable generation and over 8 gigawatts of demand response. The markets have helped facilitate the orderly exit of retiring generators and have sparked significant innovation. Through it all, consumers have enjoyed exceptional reliability and competitive wholesale pricing. We think our markets deliver billions of dollars of value a year. So it's not something very lightly that we would want to move away from. I think they have worked. But, and there's a but, as you know, we've been expressing resource adequacy concerns for some years now. And they're driven by generator retirements, slow new entry, and accelerating demand growth. I will say something about the demand growth, because I get a lot of comments around, is this real? Is it actually going to happen? And I don't know exactly to the magnitude it will happen, but I firmly believe there is significant demand growth in our country's future. ChatGPT was released November 30th, 2022. I asked ChatGPT that, and that was the answer. The thing
Well, it
is
might be true.
The thing
Might
is
not.
The thing is a toddler, right? It is going to change, not just ChatGPT, but AI is going to change our world. These trends, they're not unique to PJM. They're playing out across much of our country. And as we think, as we look at our resource adequacy situation, we are resource adequate. But even within PJM, we are seeing these trends play out within the IRP areas and the market areas. And across the country, it's the same thing. This is not a phenomenon that I isolate to markets or non-markets. It is happening in multiple areas. We have been taking action, and thank you for the Commission's support for the action that we've been taking. I wanted to highlight a few things. One, significant interconnection reform, and I heard interconnection mentioned across the panel. I just wanted to share some numbers. June of 2023, the Commission approved our interconnection process reform. December of 2023, we started. We had 171 gigawatts in the queue. Today, we have 74 gigawatts. Almost 100 gigawatts has been processed through the queue in 18 months since we started. Of that, 6 gigawatts is online and constructed. 46 gigawatts is ready to go, some of which is being worked on, some of which is stalled for reasons that we can talk about. But there has been significant effect of the queue reform that you supported. So thank you for your support. We continue to work on that. The Reliability Resource Initiative, surplus interconnection, automation, increased staffing. We recently announced a collaboration with Google Tapestry to use AI to enhance our queue, and significant market changes, including ELCC accreditation for all resources. So we have been taking action, and that action is having an effect, both in terms of new supply and reversal of retirement decisions. So that's all good. But there's another but. Demand is growing so rapidly, at least in our forecast. Between 2024 and 2030, currently we have a 32 gigawatt increase in demand, of which 30 is from data centers. Almost all of it, at least in PJM, is being driven by data centers. And the time to construct new power plants is now so long, as Rich said, over 5 years. Our work is not done. We need to stabilize market rules and find that intersection between reliability and affordability that works both for consumers and suppliers. And that intersection is getting harder and harder to find. PJM recognizes there's no perfect answer, there's no perfect system. And we recognize that if something is not physically possible, it's not going to happen. Right? If you cannot build a power plant in less than 5 years, it is not going to happen regardless of markets or IRP planning or some other construct. And we're going to have to find some other creative ways through this transitional period. And we're working on that too, including through demand flexibility. But we do believe we need to take further targeted action to ensure the success that we have enjoyed, that our region has enjoyed, persists. We don't have all the answers. We will be listening with an open mind to the input of all the excellent speakers at this conference. and to the input of our broader stakeholder body as we think about how to tackle this. Thank you for the invitation. Look forward to the conversation.
All right, thank you, Manu. And I got to mention, you mentioned ChatGPT. 2 weeks ago, I read an article in a legal reporter that an attorney got sanctioned because he turned in a brief, and 2 of the cases cited didn't exist. It was written by ChatGPT. So it's not perfect yet. And be careful if you turn in briefs using it. Say that to law students, too. All right, let me get started. I want to ask a big overarching question. Andy, you talked about your planning reserve margin, how hard it is to get it. All of you have different constructs for trying to make sure that a load-serving utility, load-serving entity, Gordon tells me it's called something else in New England, electric company or something, but have enough resources. So let me ask you this, and we all know they don't. I mean, that's the whole point of this whole conference. We see the NERC reports from Jim Robb's people. We see some of you are in red. Todd, you're in red, and that's in red zone in NFL is good, but it's not in RTOs. So how about this? And this is purely theoretical question, but I'd love to get your reactions. Should FERC require the RTOs to establish mandatory reserve margins, mandatory resource acquisitions for every one of the LSCs that operate in your RTO using a standardized accreditation methodology, marginal, like PJMZ-LCC? Should FERC require that you should do that you should each have and maybe it should be standardized, maybe not. You're all different. That's one of the, that's for sure. But is the time come for FERC to tell you all you have to require every load-serving entity in your RTO to acquire a minimum amount of generating capacity that's been accredited using a marginal ELCC type of accreditation and with a reserve margin, and they have to do it in advance. Don't use performance penalties after the fact. PJM used performance penalties, but that's too late. We've already had a shortfall when you get to the performance penalties like we had in Elliott. The lights already went out. Should FERC do that? Have we reached that point where if we really are serious about making sure that capacity is adequate, you have to tell the utilities in them, here's what you got to get. You got to build it. You got to buy it. You pick. But you got to get this much in advance to meet your load forecast plus a reserve margin. And there's going to be penalties if you don't. So I'll tell you what, I'll start with Gordon Van Welie. Because he and I have discussed it, that's why.
That's right, and so thank you for giving me some time to think about it. I understand the appeal of the concept, and I think it would work if the region hasn't been restructured and unbundled. So if you have vertically integrated utilities where the wires companies still own generation, that would be a feasible construct, and therefore more feasible in SPP or MISO. In a place like New England, the industry was fully unbundled. So all you have left are wires companies, T and D, and you have marketers, suppliers, and generators. So we do have LSEs in New England, but the LSEs are essentially either pure marketers or marketers that own generation, like NextEra and Constellation and so forth, but they don't own the wires. So the question would be, who would you sign this reserve margin to? So the
load-serving entity.
Well, the wires company that serves end load is the distribution company, which is beyond FERC and NERC jurisdiction. So the EDCs are not subject to, the electric distribution company is not subject to NERC standards, not subject to FERC regulation. You could try and make the argument that the transmission owners, but the transmission owners would say we have no obligation to serve. I mean, in each of the states there was legislation passed to prohibit wires companies owning generation. So really one would have to rebundle the industry in some way, and I think that would take state legislation. And so I think the reality in New England is that we have a shared power system. The system's been completely unbundled, and for the reasons I mentioned in the opening remarks, you need some construct that's going to pay the missing money and create the incentive for wholesale buyers ultimately to contract with the wholesale suppliers, which are these marketers, and ultimately the marketers also own generation. So that's the problem one has to solve, and I don't think you can get at it through assigning a reserve margin to the electric distribution companies.
Let me go to Lanny and Todd, because you're both in RTOs with largely vertically integrated states. I think in SPP they're all vertically integrated, and I think in MISO it's all but Illinois, I think. So let's start with Lanny.
Yeah, Chairman Christie, the construct that you described is very much what we have today in SPP. I mean, we do have a requirement for resource adequacy that is assigned to each of our load responsible entities. And if they don't meet it, they are subject to a penalty, and it's in advance of the season in which they're planning for. We do believe that it makes sense to at least have fairly common and consistent accreditation policies across the country. Now, that doesn't mean they have to be exactly the same. We think it makes sense for performance-based accreditation to be the target and the goal of how we accredit resources, because I do think there's differences, and it's really not just among the RTOs, but it's across the country. There are utilities that aren't in RTOs. Who knows how they're doing what they're doing, but they have just as big an impact on us as we can have on them. And so I think consistency across the country, even among non-RTO regions, to make sure that we really know what this resource adequacy risk looks like in all areas of the country.
Well, in the non-RTOs, they're doing it through IRPs, which are state regulated, and their state regulators are perfectly aware of what they're doing and why they're doing it, and have approved it. And that's the whole appeal of a state regulated IRP system. Let me get back to you said you already basically have a planning reserve margin.
We do.
Well, then, is it not being enforced? Because you're looking at, your opening statement was, we don't have enough resources, we're losing resources, we're not building enough.
Yep.
Then what's the disconnect then? If you have this planning reserve margin of 15% and you say it's enforceable, it doesn't sound like it's being terribly enforced.
It's not that we don't have it. We have the right construct in place. It's just that we are now dealing with less reliability than we used to have. I talked about the fact that we had much more than a 1 in 10 level of reliability. We are now up against that minimum of 1 in 10. And so what we're seeing is that expectations of customers are now being measured compared to today versus what they used to enjoy years ago. And so we've had 3 local load shedding events. Now, these were local in nature, not region-wide, but they were local and only affected small amounts of customers. But I can tell you, they were pretty mad when their lights got turned off. I mean, somebody on this panel talked about that earlier, and the fact is, there's never a good time to take an outage, even on an 80-degree day when air conditioners aren't being used that much. That's still a bad time to take an outage, and we did it because we were trying to protect a much larger cascading event from occurring, but it happened because there's not enough generation in the load pocket that area resided in.
Well, that's my point. That's
so
my
it's
question.
just we are now moving from a much higher degree of reliability that everybody was accustomed to that minimum level of reliability. And we can sit around this table, we can all say we're resource adequate. Well, of course you are if you're talking about a 1 in 10. But there are other operating circumstances that occur that are different from what we see in the planning models. And those are the realities. We're just facing a much higher degree of risk than we've ever seen.
But my fundamental question gets back to, you're not getting enough generation built, apparently. I mean, and you mentioned load sheds, they may be local, but it's like surgeries. Only minor surgeries if it's somebody else. Okay? If it's you, it ain't minor surgery. Okay? So my question is, if you have these standards and you have these planning reserve margins, which you do, and you say you enforce them, but yet your testimony is, we don't have enough generation resources and we're getting worse every day. Are the states simply not approving generation, or they're proving it's not getting built, or the utilities aren't asking for it? I mean, what is the disconnect between saying we have all these nice reserve margins and yes, they're enforceable, but then you told us in your opening testimony we ain't got enough generation and it's getting worse.
So let me clarify. We have enough. I can say we're resource adequate just like everybody around this table can say that. We're resource adequate based on a 1 in 10 standard. I'm worried about the future. I'm not worried about right now.
Right.
I'm worried about the fact that it takes 5 years to get new generation built.
Right.
And this load is growing much, much faster than that. That's what I'm worried about.
Right. Well, you got to build to a load forecast. I mean, that's the whole IRP process is you build to a load forecast. Let me go to Todd Ramey. You're in a multi-state ISO or RTO ISO with mostly vertically integrated states. So, do you have well, I know you do, but tell us about your accreditation methodology and whether it's tough enough and whether, frankly, states are enforcing it against the utilities that they regulate.
Thanks for the question, Chairman Christie. And as I listen to your description of a good outcome there, I think that most of the elements that support that outcome are already embedded in the MISO tariff. We do have specific planning reserve margin requirement obligations that are assigned through our tariff to our load-serving entities. Our annual capacity auction, one of its core functions is to serve as the final exam every year for LSEs to come and demonstrate their compliance with their obligations in a financially binding market-based process. The thing that it might fall short of in your description is an absolute guarantee that every LSE is 100% or higher demonstrated compliance with their obligation through that process. Having the market-based process with a sloping demand curve that's centered around the net cost of new entry suggests that there will be outcomes where your cleared capacity could be less than your regional or zonal requirement. Part of the assumption in the current design of MISO's integrated set of processes we use to support resource adequacy planning for the region is that you could have circumstances where you might fall below the standard resource adequacy criteria today of 1 in 10 expected loss of load event. But hopefully it doesn't go to once every year. Those price signals will give important information to term markets, either power purchase agreement markets or even decisions around retirement investment in resources. Those spot prices are important. So we asked the question, are capacity markets working within RTOs? I think the question should be taken up a level. Do the set of integrated practices and processes that support resource adequacy at the RTO, of which the spot capacity market is a subset of those processes, collectively, is that producing the outcomes that we're looking for? So I actually am comfortable saying at MISO we're resource adequate, but we're close. We're close to 1 in 10.
Yeah.
That is the standard, right? That's the target. All of the incentives are built for our members to approach and maintain levels around the 1 in 10 standard.
Well, when I look at Jim Rob's charts, you're in the deep red.
Yeah. I have some questions.
I hear all the stuff, I mean, I hear all the, testimony, and I'm not disputing it, all the technical talk. The reality is, it really comes down to, are you getting enough generation built? Are you keeping generation from retiring to meet what you think is going to be the load forecast? And the states play a huge role in that, because certainly in MISO, you're mostly vertically integrated. And so my question simply comes down to, when you tell a utility to participate in MISO, you got to have this much generation, because if you don't, you know what? You're going to be a free rider. You're going to be a free rider because you're going to be using some other state's generation. So you need to step it up. What do you do to enforce that?
They know when the final exam is. What's different with today's fleet with high penetration of renewables, as complex as resource adequacy planning was in the past, it was relatively simple compared to today, right? You could make simplifying assumptions like I only need to look at one metric, 1 in 10-year loss of load expectation, because with a highly dispatchable fleet, if you have a loss of load event, it tends to be small in magnitude and short in duration. Not really worried about the energy. Simplifying assumptions like the accredited value of individual resources tended to be stable across the seasons, around the clock, for the life of that asset. And they were additive. So an individual LSE, an individual state regulator overseeing that process, you just look at the accredited capacity of those dispatchable resources, add them up, and they knew with certainty, a high degree of certainty going forward for the next 10 years, I'm resource adequate. With the penetration of renewables, those assumptions no longer hold true. A state on its own in MISO, you mentioned a 15-state region that we cover, there are all kinds of energy policy perspectives across those states. One state that is interested in relying on a lot of renewables, they are going to be dependent on receiving reliability attributes they need to keep their state part of the network reliable from out-of-state resources. So part of the work that we've been doing is working with members for the last 5+ years is really focusing on this question of you all have plans, let's put those plans on the table at MISO. MISO will build the collective implication of resource adequacy implications for the region and get a better idea of what individual LSCs and states can expect given those more uncertain planning characteristics of this fleet.
Okay, all that's true. I'll stipulate to it, but as you recognize, the accreditation is key. Nameplate doesn't matter. Nameplate doesn't tell you much. It's got to be an accredited number.
Correct.
It can't be. I mean, nameplate is.
I only think an accredited.
Nameplate's like a wish. Okay, so are you? You know, so that gets back to the question: when you look at the region as a whole, how do you tell the states that are, frankly, depending on somebody else's generation, you have got to build accredited generation, not nameplate, but accredited generation with a rigorous ELCC. And if you don't build enough, maybe you don't need to be part of the construct, or maybe you need to pay a penalty because this is one of the, seems to me, we're simply not getting enough built in these multi-state RTOs, and clearly there's states leaning on other states and depending on other states to build while they, want to have imports.
A couple of points. We hit minimum planning reserve margins in 2022. We've been treading water to maintain that level ever since. I think that's the new normal for our region. All of the incentives do not point to excessive planning reserve margins. Treading water is the new normal for us, I believe. I mentioned additional processes. I mentioned the OMS MISO survey. That survey looks out for years 2 through 5. When those results come out on, spoiler alert, on Friday, it's going to show that we've got work to do to ensure that we're not short next year, let alone year 3, year 4, and year 5. That's been the case for each of the last 4 years. We've got work to do to get to adequacy when the final exam comes each year. We do other studies looking out 20 years. We did a 20-year forecast a couple of years ago called our Regional Resource Assessment that showed every one of our states and members were planning significant expansions of wind and solar renewables and almost no investment in dispatchable resources. We could produce charts that show that will result in an unreliable power system because we're going to fall short of the reliability attributes we need. We're refreshing that 20-year look today, and we're already starting to see our membership make adjustments. The amount of planned renewable investment is coming down, the amount of dispatchable investment is coming up. So as the process works through, we're closing that gap so every LSC in every state can assure that they are resource adequate whenever we hit that final exam in the spring of each year.
All right, Gordon's got his.
So I just wanted to pull on a thread. So if you listen to Todd, and any of us really, the answer to your question about how do you discipline the free rider, I think the only practical way is through a financial penalty of some form. There's 2 forms of financial penalty. Some predefined financial penalty or some regulatory obligation where you send in the Office of Enforcement for an unknown penalty in the future, right? So I think the issue will be everybody's going to want the certainty of a predefined financial penalty in some form. You either do that through a deficiency charge, which is really what Todd and Lanny are doing in some form, or you do it through a centrally cleared auction that produces a price. So that's ultimately the thing that disciplines the free rider, and I could frame it as the wholesale buyer who's chosen to be short in the market. And so I think that needs to be clearly understood, that if you don't hedge yourself, then you're going to be exposed to the spot price. And I think that clarity needs to be there.
Okay, Manu.
So I think you asked maybe 2 or 3 questions. Question 1 that I heard was, should there be a common way to calculate resource adequacy? I heard that question. And I think there should be if it's possible, actually.
Is it possible?
I think that remains to be seen. There are definitely regional differences, and I'm not willing yet to say that there's a way to just normalize for those. But I think it's a worthwhile endeavor because we're running connected systems, many of us, right? If you're in the Eastern Interconnection, there should be one way to look at resource adequacy. if possible. So I think that's worthwhile. That's my answer to that question at this point. The second question I thought I heard you ask was, should there be a requirement for load-serving entities to be hedged? And that's a question we actually are grappling with, at least inside our walls. And my answer to you right now is, I don't think there should be yet. For our IRP entities, there already is, because that's what the IRPs are trying to do. For the competitive market entities, I think that when our base residual auctions were created, they were meant to be residual auctions. There was meant to be a lot of bilateral contracting, or at least perceived to be a lot of bilateral contracting, bilateral risk management that would occur, and then whatever was left over would clear through the auction. What's actually turned out in our competitive states is it appears most of the risk of the capacity markets is clearing through the auction. Right? Consumers are, whether they know it or not, leaning on the spot market for capacity. And the spot market, any spot market, is going to be much more volatile, especially when you get into shortage conditions, than the bilateral markets. And so certainly from PJM's perspective, we would like to see more bilateral contracting. Now, there are ways to do that without mandates, and I would like to explore those before I come to you and say, hey, it's time for FERC to mandate this, particularly because a lot of the load clears through state-run auctions. And I think that our states have the ability to try to hedge their consumers through those auctions for capacity. And I think those hedges and those bilaterals will also incentivize new generation build. And those are conversations we're having with our states, but I don't think it's time for a mandate. I think it's time for those conversations with our states that we're having.
Well, I would just note for everybody, go look at PJM's table number 2, which you turned in, because what it shows in the last 10 years without the penalty process, or at least not the penalty doesn't kick in until after the fact. PJM is down 5.6 gigs in net new capacity. So maybe it's time to get to something a little bit stronger more quickly, because your table 2, which is very good. We'll show that maybe the next panel, but I don't want to hold up everybody else. But
Chairman, one other point, if I could, just on large load connections, right? I said earlier, if something can't physically happen, it's not going to happen, right? We can only physically, given our supply chain, build so much generation. So how are we going to serve the load that's significantly more than that amount of generation? This is not a markets question. This is a just mechanical question. Mm-hmm. I think there needs to be a continued discussion around ways to connect large load. Are there new products to connect large load in less firm ways through a transition? I think that's part of the conversation as well.
Let me ask you one more question before I go to Lanny, and then I'm going to go to my colleagues. You're in a region where you got 13 states, plus the District of Columbia, and you've got wildly divergent policies from New Jersey to West Virginia, from Indiana to Maryland, and you're trying to run a capacity market with extremely different state policies now. Some don't want to build gas, some want to shut down gas and coal, others want to build them. How do you, is it realistic, and sort of a loaded question, but I mean, I've always thought now for 20 years that the political construct known as PJM, and it is a political construct, let's admit it, is just not structured. It puts you in an impossible position, you and the good people you've got trying to run this market, and satisfy all these competing non-economic goals. We're not talking about filling with the UCAP or filling with the VRR, gross cone. This is just based on your experience that you've had now at PJM, how can PJM and you guys balance these incredibly divergent political goals and try to run a market that fits the economic textbooks? Seems to me it's not even an economic textbook question, it's a political question. But I like your perspective because you've been there for a while and you're heading on somewhere else, and I thank you for your service too.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the answer remains to be seen. Right? I think that
well, that's no fair. I mean, come on.
I think our markets are, if they function as residual markets, I think the states have the ability to do a lot of direct contracting and a direct support for their policies, and we have seen that. Right? We have seen the state of New Jersey, for example, directly support offshore wind. We have supported them in that pursuit. and that can work. Now, what happened in New Jersey was a different issue, was a failure of a contractor to actually meet their obligations. But the construct is sound. The state agreement approach, which you actually helped champion, I think is a sound construct for us to help support states that are willing to directly support their policy choices and then clear the balance through the base residual auction.
Well, according to your table number 2, New Jersey is down 2.6 gigs in the last 10 years, which means they've got to get it from outside New Jersey.
They do at the moment. Now, their plan, of course, was a little different. They were going to get 11 gigawatts of offshore wind, which they may still get. I mean, they're still pursuing it. And that's a fairly high ELCC resource, and that could make up that gap. But if you don't get, the resources that you're pursuing in time, then that obviously has consequences.
Yeah, I might win Powerball too. Let's go to Laney.
Chairman, I want to speak a little bit about the power of a really, really strong accreditation policy. We've seen that in play already. Now, granted, in our construct, we also have a pretty strong requirement to maintain resource adequacy. That's assigned to each of the LREs, but the last queue that closed, every year we have a new window for people to submit new requests for generation, but the last one that closed showed about 24,000 megawatts of new gas generation out of 100,000 megawatts of new generation requests. That is by far the most gas generation that we've seen being requested at any one particular given time. What that tells me is that a performance-based accreditation policy, and we know that with an ELCC approach, every new megawatt or every additional megawatt of wind or solar is worth less than the one before it. We know that to be the case. And so what we're starting to see is that states that have IRPs, particularly based on economic conclusions, are starting to realize the value of generation that has the reliability attributes and a higher degree of accreditation given. So we're seeing that. Now, by the same token, we're also seeing a lot of maintenance outage requests in the spring and fall because they absolutely do not want to be offline during the summer and winter. So, I mean, it is just simply piling up in terms of maintenance outages during the times in which there's no harm for taking the outage. But when they want to make absolutely sure those generators are running during the summer and winter seasons.
Okay. Mr. Rosner.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to shift, I think, just add to what you've asked already, and I just want to note, I think this reflection on what needs to change going forward to make sure these markets where we have them are providing benefits to consumers and doing the things we need them to do is healthy and important and why we're here. But also, I just, we're a little bit negative in some places, and I just, I believe in markets, and I just want to go through with the RTO folks on the panel just to quickly say, let's take a quick look back. Some of you alluded to this, but can you give me an estimate for what your regions, what your markets are saving consumers in each of your regions on an annual basis or whatever you have? And if you don't have that, I've looked on your websites and can give you cliff notes.
Sure. I mean, our markets and our planning between $3 and $4 billion a year.
MISO's value proposition we've been calculating for over 10 years. Last year, we estimated total benefits to our members of about $5 billion and $50 billion over the last 15 years.
Yeah, we don't have a number because ultimately we don't have the counterfactual that they have in MISO because we were operating the power pool as we moved into restructuring. So the efficiencies you get from the economic dispatch over a region are already baked into our baseline. But that said, if you look back at what happened in New England, we've had billions of dollars of private investment in terms of building out the system. We've also had, if you look back over the last 25 years, consumers have avoided billions of dollars of poor investments. So this is where people made investments and ultimately they turned out to be poor investments, and those costs did not flow through to consumers.
Like Gordon, we don't have the counterfactual comparisons. When we have done some analysis on this. We look back at improved heat rate of the generation fleets driven by market competition. We look at some of the improved reliability margin benefits that we can capture from the standardized processes by which the markets can meet those requirements, and then we look at the benefits associated with the shifting of the risk. The last time we did a detailed study on this, it was in the tens of millions of dollars a year on the small footprint that's New York. We don't keep that up on a regular basis because, again, as we get further and further and further from the integrated public utility model, it becomes the norm within New York, but we think it's some significant savings.
The last study that we performed was for last year, and the 2024 net benefits of the SPP market and reliability and transmission planning constructs that we have in place provided about $4 billion of value.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps ironically, I'm more equipped with a regional number than I am with an in-state number. Certainly our Western Energy Imbalance Market, we know we talk regularly, that's produced over $7 billion of regional production cost savings for Western consumers. Inside the state, I'm sure it's in the multiple handfuls of billions, but probably most importantly, what our market has done, particularly in the last several years, coming out of 2020, it has really efficiently dispatched and brought online a very emerging innovative portfolio of solar and particularly the storage resource, getting 12,000 megawatts of storage on the grid and efficiently dispatched and brought right into the heart of the net peak to make a big difference for reliability has been, I think, a major feature of our market in the last few years.
Thank you all very much. I know we talked with Chairman's questions about accreditation and should there be a standard. Just a quick plug. I think Jim is having a conference on this topic this week, so it's an exciting week for capacity accreditation here in Washington D.C. I want to.
It is exciting.
It is, yeah. I'm
not be ashamed of it.
I'm here for it. So on a different direction, I absolutely hear all of you on the many factors that are making the pace of build too slow. I think, we talked about supply chain, we talked about permitting, but those things aren't in your control directly. But the one thing that are the interconnection queues. And so thank you all for either writing me back on the letter I sent on interconnection automation or talking with me after the letter. This is something that you can control. And when I think about meeting this moment of new demand and making sure that people who run businesses can invest and have the certainty to invest, I think we have a real problem where even with all the reforms that you all have adopted to date and that the Commission has worked on over the past couple of years, taking multiple years to provide a cost estimate of what it takes to get connected to the grid, you can't invest that way. And so I think we need to keep pushing here, and I know some of you have spoken about innovative approaches that you're using to get those answers on. Here's what it costs to connect a generator of any type at a specific location on your grid faster. And so my question for you is this: when we look out in the future, how much faster will your interconnection queue be? And we'll go from Manu down the line. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. I think, clearly we're looking at 1 to 2 years right now. That's the goal at the moment. I think how much quicker can we get the actual math to run? I think we get it to run a lot quicker than that, right? Hopefully much sub 1 year, it would be the goal. But I will say that the constraint when you start to get into those numbers isn't the queue, right? The constraint then becomes the developer timeline, because our issue is much less running the interconnection queue. Our issue primarily is cost allocation. This is why interconnection queues for us take so long, is because you're like trying to juggle jelly in your hands with one project coming in, one project going out, and it changes the cost allocation to everybody. So that's a huge choice that we make. And it's not a choice I'm arguing we change, but it is a choice. If you think about how development works, I've got a project, I need to know what it costs. So PJM does the math, tells me how much it costs. But then I need to develop my project. So I go and get land, and I might change my technology, and then I need it restudied. So if I give an answer, the developer comes back and says, well, actually, my project's changed. I have to restudy that, and that actually could change cost allocation to everybody else in the queue. And that iterative cost allocation process, I think, provides a bound to sort of practically, if I can run this in one day, it won't make a difference to the length of the development timeline. It'd be great to do it, and we would love to do that. But I do think we need to think about this interaction between different projects and the sort of level of precision that we're pursuing for cost allocation, for cost causality, because that is really driving a lot of time in the process. That isn't core engineering time, it's core restudy time.
Thank you.
Our near-term goal is to get our queue processing down to where a customer will have a definitive answer within a 12-month period. Today, that timeline, given our queue backlog, is closer to 3 to 4 years. Just some numbers for context. I'm talking installed capacity here. MISO currently has an installed capacity of about 200,000 megawatts. Our current interconnection queue backlog is over 300,000 megawatts. These processes, you mentioned that the interconnection queue process is within our control. That's true within the constraints and the requirements as specified of how we administer that queue in the tariff. So following the queue, given that scale of backlog, the processes that were designed and implemented and represented in the tariff are incapable of processing that type of a queue in that period of time. Now, we've got queue reforms that we've had recently approved. We believe that's a big part of the answer here. We're bringing automation, new technologies. So we think that we're going to get down to that 12-month period, but it's going to take about 3 to 4 years to work through that queue. It kind of is what it is, and we look at really what's possible. We think that's what we're looking at. Getting the region where we need to be for queue processing is still 3 to 4 years out. That's why we're interested in raising our hand and saying we've got other ideas of additional help the region might need that we think we still need to think about and perhaps pursue as we're working through this 3 to 4 year period to get our queue back in shape.
So we, several years, probably 5 years ago now, we implemented clustering. And clustering was a good way to get at the issue that Manu referred to, because it did help clear out the queue. We had a lot of people sitting in the queue that once you put them through a cluster and they were forced to put up the money or get out, they got out. And so that cleared up a lot of the backlog. And we've probably got the shortest queue, relatively speaking, of the ISOs right now, but 10 gigawatts have already cleared the queue and are in theory sitting there waiting to be built. There are different issues that are preventing them being built. The one thing I would caution, though, with respect to the use of some of the AI tools, and we've looked at them, they can help accelerate sort of the initial first cut analysis around thermal constraints, but really the issue that will face us all, and it will come quicker for the smaller regions than the larger regions, is the issue of transient stability analysis, right? So if you look, we spoke a month ago here in the same forum about the Iberian Peninsula blackout, and so the issue of connecting large sources, inverter-based sources in particular, to the AC system, that requires a set of study that cannot be dealt with by these tools at this point. It requires a very detailed study, and so it's going to be hard to shorten those timeframes. And the last point I'd make here is, there's a lot of discussion out there around, should we not just do the Texas-style connect and manage? I think that's a mistake, because ultimately what you're doing is you're punting the problem, kicking the can down the road. And it results in two things. The first is you're effectively avoiding and deferring the cost allocation problem, because effectively there will be a problem in the future. You will have to fix it, and then you'll have to socialize the cost of the fix. And so I think it's better to understand the cost up front and make the right people pay for it. And then ultimately,
I just want to this.
Thank you.
This is a conference for another day. Not to dismiss anything you said about Texas and
yeah.
So, but just How long does it take to get a GIA in ISO New England right now?
I think if you're a large source and you're connecting at the right place, it goes very quickly.
Yeah.
If you're a large source and you're connecting at the wrong place, it goes more slowly because of the dynamic stability analysis that I just referred to.
Okay.
There are also issues at the distribution level which are really outside of our purview.
Thank
So
you.
I'll get right to the question. We're currently on a timeline with our new FERC Order 2023 compliant cluster study. And we've been using cluster studies for about 10 years at the New York ISO. We're looking at probably about an 18-month time frame. We think we can get that faster, but it will come at the expense of some of the flexibility that developers enjoy through the process. So when you get into the engineering design efforts, there are modifications, material modifications, and other changes that require, generate rework, generate uncertainty, and generate delays. I think if we find that sweet spot between a rigid process that moves predictably and fast, we can get much faster, but that's going to come at the expense of some of the flexibility that developers enjoy and some of the engineering process, quite honestly, that yields benefits.
Last year, we set a goal of being able to provide a generator interconnection agreement to a customer within 12 months by the end of this year. That was the goal we set last year. Earlier this week, I told my team that's not good enough. They're not happy with me right now, but we are committed to figuring out how to use AI and technology, and we are already working on that. We've been told what used to take 40 hours of compute time when you push the button can be done in an hour. That's significant. That still doesn't allow you to get something done within months because there's other things. You got to do iterations, you got to do all kinds of what-if analyses. But my expectation is even less than 12 months, although that is our current goal.
Certainly well aware of the extended times it's taken historically to get projects through the queue in California. I would say going forward, however, I would say our goal is less a function of time than given the state has a strong integrated resource planning goals and procurement targets to make sure that we are not a barrier to the meeting those goals. And so we've already offered about 60,000 megawatts of deliverability to projects in our queue that are ready to be entered into power purchase agreements. And over the last couple of years, we've been able to onboard over 5,000 megawatts. 2023, 5,697 megawatts. 2024, over 7,000 megawatts. And we need to turn around and do that every year. So it's really keeping the state on track with its planning and procurement goals as our most fundamental objective.
Thank you. Thank you all, and thanks for humoring me on this topic. I think anywhere we can save time is meaningful. And this is meet the moment environment we have of doing the economic development that comes hand in hand with meeting all the large load requests that we have. And so any place in your process that we can save hours, days, weeks, months, I want to do that. I also know we'll be talking barriers. All the barriers that you all have raised are legitimate, and also we want to work on those too. I'll just ask my last question, and for each of you, very quickly, what's the number one thing that your organization plans to do, the number one thing that you think FERC should do, and the number one thing that you think your states should do to improve resource adequacy going forward? And state folks will ask you that question too. And so please, starting with Manu.
There are three number one things. I'm just going to tell you three things.
That was three questions.
And I don't want to use a lot of time here, but three number ones, but real quick.
Look, we need to hang on to the resources that we have today. Start with that. I think we need to connect new resources as quickly as we can. And we've just talked about that. And third, we need to tap into demand flexibility in ways that we haven't yet. And we already have in significant ways, but a lot more demand flexibility. Those are my three.
I would agree with those three, and I would just comment that those are not new. Those are the issues we identified through our Stickler process and MISO's reliability imperative around 2020. So the good news is we've been working and making a lot of progress in those areas, including earlier my comments about thanking you all for supporting a lot of big complex changes we were throwing at you folks in pretty rapid fire manner over the recent few years. Getting those processed and approved is a huge help. I'd echo the comment about really rethinking how to better and more fully integrate opportunities for demand response. And I say that as the RTO that made a request to maybe delay our DER order compliance till the 2030s. Well, that was back when we were looking at 0.4% annualized load growth rates, and we had a lot of higher priorities on the plate. It was before the onset of the increase in load growth through data centers. So I agree with Manu's point he made earlier. We need to think about if it's important that we get these loads connected for lots of reasons. And if we can't get accredited capacity online in time to meet those additions, we're really going to have to look at demand response and demand options to help ensure we can stay reliable while we're connecting these new loads over the next 5 to 10 year period.
So I'll go back to my opening remarks. Given that the capacity market is the only viable construct that we see for New England at this point, we know that our current construct is no longer fit for purpose. It's not going to do the job for the future. So we have to pivot and move to this prompt seasonal market, and marginal accreditation is a must-have within that construct. So I would say, the three entities need to line up and make sure that they all support that. That's the states, the FERC, the ISO. We've got to make that happen. We've got 20 months in which to get through the stakeholder and the regulatory process and get the market stood up and working for the middle of 2028. So it's top priority for us. The second issue, which is harder because none of us in this room or back at New England actually can directly solve this problem. But one of the big barriers to entry we now have is the collapse of the offshore wind industry in New England. So if you look at what the states were looking to achieve, the big source of energy for the region was going to be the offshore wind industry. And we're going to fill in around that with land-based wind and solar, and then use the gas fleet to balance the system. And we know from experience that it's very hard to build any fossil resources in New England. That's come about through state policies and resistance to building fossil infrastructure. Now we have a situation where federal policy is prohibiting the building out of the offshore wind. And so I think that puts us in a very difficult place as we enter the 2030s. And something's got to give in that equation. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble as we approach the 2030s.
In New York, we feel like our capacity markets work well for the world we have today, but there are significant enhancements that we need to make to accommodate the changes that we're seeing and the changing needs of the grid. So we are committed to continue to work on that. Secondly, we need better, more defined uniform load interconnection rules to deal with a lot of these large loads. That's a big part of the uncertainty that we're dealing with in the future with our demand. It ties into our forecasting needs that were mentioned earlier, which I think are also crucial and important. And then we need better coordination with the gas industry. When you think about the winter risks that we're experiencing in the Northeast, a lot of those reliability constraints related to fuel security and energy security will become heightened as we become a winter peaking system, as the demand goes up, and that's going to be crucial. And I know that falls outside of the pure FERC jurisdiction in terms of that coordination, but that's something where we need to improve that significantly.
I've forgotten your question already. I'm sorry.
It has been a while, actually.
Yes. But you asked for a quick answer. So
Quick answer would be great.
So to the three entities you asked about, speed. Number one, speed.
Because we have a mix of, I think, well-defined federal and state responsibilities and resource adequacy, I think in California, our strategy has really been to drive for super efficient coordination and synchronization of those practices. And that was the MOU we signed back in 2022 with the CPUC and the California Energy Commission. And at the end of the day, all three of those entities, we just have an absolute laser focus on onboarding new generation and getting transmission built and energized.
For what it's worth, I mean, our role in this is very different, right? We're sort of the umpire and the scorekeeper, right, on the outcomes that the various market mechanisms generate. And I would say from our perspective, three things are important. Two of them are related. We need to have a more sophisticated understanding of risk, and importantly, residual risk after we do all the mitigations and plans and so forth. That gets into accreditation, right? How do we accredit capacity, not just for its load carrying capability, but also for the reliability characteristics that it presents to allow the grid to operate stably. We need a more sophisticated understanding of design basis. Like I said, it's got to be more than just frequency of outage. It also has to get into the magnitude of outage and the duration of outage. And the third thing is we really need to find ways, and this may be the role for FERC in this too, to create better policy coordination across the federal government and the state governments on everything that results in either resources retiring from the system or not being brought onto the system in a timely way.
Thanks all. Chairman.
Commissioner C.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think your prediction from earlier came true already, that we don't have enough time to get at the really important issues here. So I think we've raised a lot of really interesting themes here. I'm happy to ask questions, but I can also defer to you if you want us to end here to
I do feel like Richard Dreyfuss in Jaws when he said we need a bigger boat. Maybe a bigger conference. 4 days, not 2, but we set it for 2, so that's what we're going to do.
There we go.
I would say this is the only panel where we have opening statements. From here on out, it's going to be Q&A right off the bat, so not worried about it. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, then let me ask one question. I think while we're kind of still setting the parameters of what we're talking about with resource adequacy, one of the themes in a few of the comments I was really interested in is, whether that's a sufficient term. And I think there's a lot of discussion, not just about resource adequacy, but energy adequacy as well when it comes to fuel supply risk and how often and how severe load shedding events are. So maybe, Jim, we'll start with you on this one, because I know that there's a lot of work that NERC has been doing in that area. So I'm interested if you can tell us more about that, some of the lessons learned and ideas that you want to make sure to share with our RTO and ISO colleagues. And then I'll also specifically ask Gordon, I know we've had some interesting conversations about some important metrics that I think New England is developing, so I'd like to give you a chance to talk about those a little bit more. And of course, I'm interested in other perspectives on this issue, but especially in this first session where we're laying the groundwork for what it is we're trying to get at with resource adequacy, I want to make sure we have a really thorough and full understanding of what that means under today's conditions.
So I'll open with a few thoughts, right? The key thing here is, consumers don't consume capacity, they consume energy, right? So capacity is a very important part of this equation. It's always going to be important, but we really need to understand the fuel that's coming into it and allows those resources to be able to generate energy to serve customers. That's where I think the accreditation, the kind of having a common approach to capacity accreditation will be very valuable. It needs, almost by definition, to kind of work its way up into the fuel supply, right? So that means we're going to have better predicting models around weather conditions. We're going to also need to have a much better understanding of natural gas, particularly in the winter, right? When gas deliverability becomes an issue. So those are kind of the two biggest insights that are going to come out of this. I think the questions around kind of how much capacity you need and so on and so forth, always going to be important, but reserve margin thinking was always based around random failures that occur out on the grid, right? We no longer have random failure risk. We still have random failure risk, but we also have this common mode, common condition risk with fuel supply that we need to be much more sophisticated about how we build that in. I think the path to doing that is through the accreditation approach.
Gordon?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question. So if you look at the 1 day in 10 standard, it has its roots back 30 or 40 years ago. Engineers invented it, and that it was done in a world where one can assume that if you had capacity, you had energy to supply that capacity, and so there was no question about the input energy into the generator that was producing the electricity. So what we've learned is that that's no longer a good assumption. And we learned that early on in New England when we hit the gas constraint back in 2004. So we've lived with this constrained gas pipeline situation for over 20 years. And of course now recently in the last decade or so, we've also learned that renewables are not always able to deliver energy when we need them as well. And so the 1 day in 10 standard is no longer sufficient from a reliability point of view. The first thing one has to do is firm up the 1 day in 10 standard. I'll come back to 1 day in 10 in a moment. But the first thing one has to do is firm up that 1 day in 10 standard through marginal ELCC. Okay, so properly accrediting the resource contribution to the moment of stress on the system is absolutely fundamental, because otherwise we're making a bad assumption about whether that resource can deliver energy when needed. So capacity is useless without the energy input being there when we need it. So that's why I think if you sample us across this table, you'll find all of us subscribe to marginal ELCC. The issue of the gas constraints, which we had a conversation about that a month ago, that's a more complicated problem. In New England, what we are going to be doing is modeling the gas constraint and clearing the gas constraint within the auction, similar to how we clear a transmission constraint. So that'll put a price signal and allocate the available gas capacity, if you want to call it that, to those generators that are most competitive. It'll send a very strong signal to generators who don't have firm fuel to do something about that. But the other thing we've realized is that even having said that, 1 day in 10 really just looks at periodicity. It doesn't look at volume of the load shed, and it doesn't look at duration. And as we know, a short, sharp load shed that is restored within a few hours is something that society is willing to tolerate. If you have 3 days where you're shedding thousands of megawatts of load in the middle of the winter, that's a completely different situation. And so, the workshop that was referred to, being led by NERC, is looking at, do we need to supplement the 1 day in 10 standard? Do we need to have some supplementary standard that we at minimum are using from a benchmarking and a diagnostic point of view? And we've in New England, we have realized we do need that. And so we did some work some years ago with EPRI to come up with a probabilistic analysis tool looking at energy adequacy risk and looking at the tail risk, because the real problem is 1 day in 10 is one event in 10 years. Many of these events that have come along in recent years are outside of that framing. They're in the tail, yet they have very high consequence. So the question really is, should there be additional insurance? Or do you just help put people on notice to say there is that risk, and be aware of the fact that you will have to live with those consequences? I mean, that's a policy decision that has to be taken region by region. But in the first instance, having a tool that can diagnose how much risk there is in the tail, and then setting some limit around how you manage that, is very important. So in the first instance, what we're wanting to do by the end of this year is establish a regional energy shortfall threshold that quantifies the tail risk that we as the ISO are prepared to live with. And once the risk rises above that level, we will communicate with both the marketplace and the states to say, we see trouble coming, and it allows us to start proactively managing the limited energy supplies in the wintertime, which is when we have the most risk. My view is, that something similar really, in the end, ought to be considered interconnection-wide. Because what's also related to all of this ultimately is going to be the issue of whether one can lean on one's neighbor during times of emergency. And at the moment, everybody's making different assumptions across the interconnection, and having a common methodology of both accrediting capacity as well as looking prospectively as to whether energy will be deliverable in times of need will lead one to understanding whether one can take into account type benefits or not in the various procurement mechanisms that are out there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That making sure we have enough data in order to drive solutions is critical, and making sure we're measuring things in a full way is important. It looks like, Todd, you were ready to jump in there.
Well, I was just going to add a couple of additional thoughts without repeating too much of what you've heard already. We talk about the challenge now is moving from what historically was a focus on capacity to now being interested in energy. As a practical matter, it's always been about energy. Just the simplifying assumptions that I referred to earlier facilitated a simplified process that tended to produce very small amounts of lost energy during loss of load events. So you solve the problem historically for the gross peak hour of the year. You've solved it for all other hours of the year. That's no longer true. With the penetration levels of renewables we have today, that 1 hour of critical operating conditions that your models would reveal, now it's showing maybe 20, 25 hours a year where you need to be worried about energy sufficiency or capacity sufficiency within that hour. The other thing that's interesting is those hours have now moved out of summer. Historically, it was always in the summer in the MISO region. It's moving around the calendar. So we've tried to address that by moving from an annual construct to seasonal so we can capture those variations. In terms of the metric, I mentioned MISO today has about 200,000 megawatts installed capacity. Of that, about 45,000 megawatts is renewable, so we still got over 150,000 megawatts of largely dispatchable load. So in terms of the binding of different resources, for example, expected unserved energy, in addition to traditional loss of load expectation characteristics we've always focused on, that expected unserved energy, we're not expecting that to be binding relative to the amount of energy we would lose just from the 1 in 10 standard. But we are working with our membership and OMS. We're producing the data showing how that metric is evolving over time as the fleet continues to evolve. And we'll be out in front of that far enough that we can supplement the metrics that we rely on through our tariff mechanisms before it becomes a binding concern, I think.
Great. Thanks, Todd. Manu?
A couple of things I would add. So we have a marginal ELCC in effect that uses estimated unserved energy. So it actually calibrates to the 1 in 10 LOLE, converts that to EUE, and then uses that in the model. And we think it's a much better mousetrap than what we used to use, the E4D. But I will just sort of caution, it is very, very sensitive to inputs. And you're trying to predict the future without a lot of historical data, because what these models do is they gravitate towards, they're like a heat seeker. They find the weakness in the system. Well, the weakness in the system happens during truly extreme events. By definition, extreme events don't happen all that often. So we don't have a lot of performance data. And so what you're trying to predict is what this thing that Jim said, when will you get common mode failures? Like, how extreme do you have to be? And statistically, if you are at that extreme, will it happen every time? Will it happen once in a while? And those assumptions are pretty key to this model. And so that's partly why I said earlier, I think it would be helpful to try to have some commonality in how we think about this question across the interconnection.
Appreciate that. All right, Elliot?
I'll just add briefly, I think already you can see in this conversation I think the depth and the diversity that we have as our analytical teams really probing into these questions. I'll carry just a little bit of water for our team. You know, we do I think sort of a centerpiece of our role in California is running a very comprehensive, very dynamic loss of load expectation study, you know, hourly simulation, looking at a full range of scenarios, and it really, I think, that provides our modelers with a pretty good look at how the system is performing across a lot of different characteristics. And I think right now we're looking to learn more, working with Jim, working with through the ISO RTO Council, other forums like this, to really find some convergence on what are the most useful tools, and then also to figure out how do we choose to manage the tails of the distribution in different contexts. In California, we've made a very conscious choice that those extreme events are something that we'd like to continue hedging. We're carrying, you know, a strategic reserve of over 5,000 megawatts of resources that can be spun up on the types of days when you're outside the 1 in 10 framework. So I think each region also needs to make some choices about how and to what extent they want to hedge those. And so I'm really looking forward. I think just this conversation today highlights the opportunity we have to continue working together to really understand what are the best practice methodologies and how can we get those multidimensional insights into system performance across the full range of conditions. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Elliot. It's your New York's perspective.
Yeah, and just briefly, just to tie this all together, you know, one of the things, we can have the most perfect model to identify what the needs are and what the requirements are, but if we don't have the right kind of investment signals and market performance to actually drive the investment to come up with, you know, iron in the ground, then that's going to be a gap that we're never going to be able to close. So it's just so crucial to have alignment between the planning models that we're talking about and the market rules that we have in place, because that's where the disconnects come from. When you have a planning model that identifies a certain set of criteria or set of requirements, and you don't actually translate that into an investment signal, then you're going to have a gap that you just can't cover. And that's a lost opportunity for the value and the power that markets have demonstrated and need to continue to demonstrate, in my opinion, going through.
Great point.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I appreciate you bringing this conversation back to where we started with this panel. It's important. Lanny, I don't know if you want to have the final word on this topic, or?
I think you've heard enough words.
Fair enough. Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back to you.
Mr. Chang.
Great. I'll try to keep it short. Manu and Gordon, you both talked about hedging and how the capacity market is designed to be a marginal market or a residual market. And I'm curious what thoughts you have about making that more of a reality. You said that a mandated approach is not necessary at the moment, so I'm wondering, what are you thinking about encouraging more hedging? And there are parties who have said that, for example, the PJM market is not conducive to hedging. And I'm curious your reaction to that. And related to that, in the markets that already have sort of the LSCs, the load serving entities, having a requirement to show adequate supply showing up at the market, are there other tools that you might need? For example, today we have reliability must-run generation as a possibility for local reliability-based generation that needs to stay on even if they want to retire. The various different RTOs, ISOs have ways to ask them to stay and pay them to stay. Do you need anything else for resource adequacy type of generation to keep them? Because I keep hearing the theme that we're not building fast enough to meet the demand growth. So I'm wondering, in the sort of temporary basis, on an interim basis, are there tools that you might need to sort of keep certain generations from retiring while the new generation is getting online? So that's one of the, tying together the hedging for some of the markets and for other markets that already have sort of the hedging or the IRP-based hedging. How are there other tools that you might need?
Commissioner Chang, that's a great question. I think I want to answer, or at least address that question in two ways. One, in terms of the real-time operations experiences that we are having, where I talked earlier about having some local events already this year. While we may be resource adequate across the region, what we're seeing is that in certain areas, more generation is offline than needs to be from a reliability perspective. So we are going to have to develop more of those local must-run type scenarios to make sure that there's generation in those pockets available all the time. So that's the operational reality that we're experiencing. The other thing that I would tell you is, and in fact, you've heard this already from several of us, we have cleared a lot of the generator interconnection requests that are in our queues. In SPP, there's 28,000 megawatts of generator interconnection agreements already signed, and we're just waiting on the generation to get built. We expect by the end of the year, that'll go up to about 100,000 megawatts because we're continuing to process the queue. The challenge that we're having is that the generation that is currently under the GIAs, they have the right to build, is not the generation that is valuable to the load-serving entities from a reliability perspective. So there's a disconnect. We have to figure out how to solve that disconnect. How do we give the load-serving entities the generation they need in order to be able to meet their needs from a reliability perspective? Otherwise, if you don't, you're going to have generation with GIAs that don't get built because they don't provide the value that the load-serving entities, who are the ones responsible and can be penalized if they don't meet the requirements, have to have. That's a disconnect we're struggling with. And by the way, we do have a filing, I won't talk about it, that will at least provide some relief in the interim. We have to have a longer-term solution.
Can I just jump in, but do you need anything else regarding a temporary basis to keep certain generation from retiring? From a must-run, from a reliability must-run basis, but not from a reliability must-run basis, but from a resource adequacy basis.
Right now, I think we're in pretty good shape. We have already seen, at least in our footprint, I don't know that we need a 202C, for example. We've already seen a lot of generation retirements be deferred, but we know that at some point those deferrals will happen. I mean, they'll need to retire that generation at some point. And so that's the future we're trying to protect against. Could we use something to kind of continue to keep those in line? That's certainly something we're going to have to think about.
Okay. Manu?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, in terms of hedging, these are conversations we're having with our states, and each state is different. From their perspective, if I were to put myself in their shoes, they used to have, essentially these default service auctions. Our auctions ran 3 years ahead. They accepted the output of that and purchased the energy and ancillary services. Our auctions were relatively, low priced, but without a lot of volatility generally, and that all worked great. And then we've got delayed auctions, and we've had quite a bit of price volatility. And so states need a bit of time to react and respond. Some of their procurement is legislated, so they, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're having those conversations with them. But just to show you the power of long-term bilateral contracting, imagine that the cost of new entry is $400 a megawatt day, just made up number, that's the net cone. Well, in our capacity auction, we need a price cap significantly higher than that because sometimes it'll be lower, sometimes it'll be higher. It's got to average out to that. So say our cap is 700, just hypothetically. We're going to go through multiple years potentially close to the cap. If that were the case in this hypothetical, consumers would just be sort of stuck paying that, or they could do a long-term deal at 400 and get stability, and that deal would incent new generation. And so I think there's a lot of value to them, particularly in this environment of higher volatility, and that's part of the value of a price signal. It does incentivize risk management, which does incentivize new supply, which is how markets work. But it's not a one-size-fits-all, and they are sort of dealing with this environment that we find ourselves in with delayed auctions and high volatility. And so we're having those conversations, I'd say. In terms of is there anything more needed, certainly there's an executive order from the president on the table, and the DOE is looking at coming up with some way to think about reserve margins across the country and not let generators retire. And so beyond that, I wouldn't say at this point there's anything needed, but if there is, we'll speak up.
Okay.
So, to your first question about is anything else needed from a resource adequacy point of view, I think the primary tool for ensuring we remain resource adequate is the capacity market. I mean, so that's why it's so important to get the right price out of that capacity market, and why it's so important to get marginal ELCC, because that will create the price signal that will both retain and ultimately drive the bilateral contracting that will get us the new entry. So the one caveat there is that if we fall short on our resource adequacy, our energy adequacy metric, that might stimulate a conversation. If we had a big retirement come along and say there's an issue here with regard to meeting the energy adequacy metric that we put in place, that will drive a conversation about what to do about whether we let that resource go or not. If you recall, we had a provision that allowed for us to retain a resource for energy adequacy. We gave that up, and we have committed that were we to be put back in the situation of having to revisit that, we would have to come up with an answer to the question of what do you do with regard to the price impact that would have in the capacity market. So that's a bridge that has to be crossed in the future. Hopefully we never have to cross it, because we're going to retain all the resources needed through the right pricing in the capacity market. So that's the story around resource adequacy and energy adequacy. With regard to bilateral contracting, this is a conversation we're starting to have with the states and with NEPL. I think you'll hear from some of our state colleagues. Let me say this, the states have always hedged consumers to some degree. I asked for some data from our settlements folk a week or so back, and I was surprised to see that in New England, which you wouldn't think of as a highly industrialized region at all, retail wholesale demand is only 43% of wholesale load. And I think that's because of what the states have done to hedge retail consumers behind the meter through energy efficiency and the deployment of solar PVs. So that percentage of the wholesale load has actually shrunk because of what the states have been doing. So there's some hedging been going on there. The states, I think, have also implicitly in the past tried to hedge their capacity market risk through some of the PPAs they're doing with the offshore wind, because offshore wind is going to have a very high capacity factor. That hedging strategy now is at risk, given what's happened to the offshore wind industry. And so really, as you know, I speak to the states about this, our observation is that if you look at the default service, the standard offer arrangements in each of the states, they're typically fairly short-term in nature, similar to what Manu observed. Typically 3 years and a ladder, 1, 2, and 3 years, and they keep rolling the ladder. So I think that strategy is appropriate in a world where the market is long and predictably long. You don't need to go out further than that, because you can basically buy at the spot, and it doesn't have much impact. But in a region that's going to be trending towards a market that is at equilibrium or shorter than equilibrium, that might be a risky strategy from a pricing point of view. So that's why we've signaled that, you know, as we enter the 2030s, that is the type of market we're going to be moving into, a market that is more at equilibrium or short. And so I think the states would be wise to think about how they might hedge themselves under those conditions. The business of hedging retail consumers, that 43% of the load, is really in the hands of the states. I think the states generally are comfortable that the industrial and consumer load, which is about 47% of the market, they're big enough to take care of themselves and interact directly with the wholesale market load serving entities. And then there's public power, who are sophisticated and can take care of their needs as well. The states have said, and I think you'll hear from them tomorrow, is they are looking for more information from the ISO. So they recognize the issue that's coming, and the question they have on their mind is, well, what should they be doing differently? We don't have any concrete thoughts and concrete suggestions for them right now. We're willing to help them think through this. Chairman Phil Bartlett said to me this last week, he's looking for some form of scenario analysis, which is squarely within our wheelhouse. So we do lots of scenario analysis already. And so we'd be happy to work with the states and say, you know, give us your assumptions and we can model different capacity expansion models. That'll give them a basis for then ultimately deciding where they want to head with this. So I do think we're going to have a new round of conversation in the region around what does it mean to bilaterally hedge. The last point I'd make here is that given the realities of the supply chain, that to build anything these days is 5 years if you're building gas, and longer than that if you're building, let's say, offshore wind, 7 years plus. Developers ultimately look to offset some of their risk through either selling their energy forward or entering into some kind of bilateral arrangement. So, you know, most projects are financed one part debt and one part equity. People are willing to take the risk on the equity, but the banks want more security than that. So I think where bilateral hedging is really important is that it creates that counterparty, and it starts bringing natural buyers and sellers together to allow the market to work and be healthy, and really have the capacity spot market gradually become less and less of an element. So I think if I look back over the last 25 years, what we thought was going to be the premise, that healthy bilateral trading would lead to resource adequacy, I think we've created more and more of a dependency on these very administrative constructs. And I think it would be good to gradually wean ourselves off those bilateral, the capacity market constructs over time. And how else do you wean yourself off that construct other than to move towards more robust bilateral trading?
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, very good question. I don't think that we see any need for additional tools to help us defer retirements for capacity that we know we need, primarily because we've been getting that outcome over the last few years, just working within the stakeholder process and working with OMS. I mentioned been trading water since 2022 earlier. That's the primary method that our load-serving entities and states have used over recent years to maintain minimum adequacy levels. I want to reinforce the point that Lanny made earlier. We view that as an exhaustible resource. That is not a long-term solution to the capacity problems we're facing over the next 20 years. We think it's a good way to get us through the next handful of years. And I'll reiterate my point from earlier that we're at the point now we really have to work on ways that we can get accredited capacity online to relieve some of the pressure that we're leaning on deferred retirements for today. And that's just with steady load growth. to pick up the load growth we're expecting now, we're going to need to get accredited capacity online in a manner that's reasonably efficient, reasonably targeted to meet the identified need for additional capacity. But that's kind of our primary focus at this point.
Okay. For lack of time, I will pose my question, and it's up to you if you want to answer, because you could just take it home and sort of think about it. I realized when Commissioner Rosner asked about the timing of the studies of the interconnection, getting the interconnection queue, I think I realized the different timelines are actually not talking about the same things. I think some are talking about the study time, and some are talking about the full time to get a generator all the way to the interconnection agreement. Or maybe they're aligned, maybe they're not aligned. But here's a question for you. I heard, I think Manu, it was you that said, it's not the issue of the studying, because the studying, we know how to study, and I don't know, Todd, you said it takes 3 years to do the study. I'm not sure if it's the same study or similar study, but let's assume for the moment that the studying can be shortened by using machine learning and AI, et cetera. And you said, Manu, that it's the cost allocation issue that's more complicated and takes longer, and I assume it takes a long time for generators to decide or to understand the cost implication of their interconnection and make a decision whether to go forward or not. And then when they pull out, then you have to redo the study, right? So that's the complication. So my question is this, very, very hypothetical. What if I took away the cost allocation issue? Whatever you imagine that means, what if I took away the cost allocation issue? And I know this is where Chairman or I probably don't see the same things, but if I took away the cost allocation complication and decision making, and then decide to not go forward because I can't afford this upgrade, I need somebody else to share the upgrade. If I took away that complication, would this significantly shorten the interconnection process? Not just the study, but the actual whole process. And by how much? By how much? Like percentage-wise.
I used a shorthand earlier, so let me try to clarify. When I said cost allocation, I really was talking about two things. One is the actual cost allocation process, and we do have a cluster study which helps that. But part of what happens is that we give our developers flexibility to make changes at defined points, and then again you have to study, and cost allocation is part of that. If we were to sort of not make cost allocation an issue and take away all the flexibility, so you submit your project, you get an answer, say yes or no, that's it, you could significantly shorten the time. I don't have a number for you right now, but the one thing I will also say, if you came in March as a Reliability Resource Initiative project, we hope to have you processed by the end of next year. If not, maybe a month or two after that. So we're talking about 20 to 22 months right now. So hopefully that's helpful.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so I would say you have to be very careful about that construct because it depends on how you control it.
Wait. I'm not going to ask for how the construct will be structured. I'm just saying if I assume away the problem, what would it do?
That's what I'm saying. I think you have to put a control in there. If you just said there's no cost implication, you'll get an infinite queue because you've made it free, right? And so when you make something free, you'll get an infinite queue of people wanting to interconnect. So that, I think, would not be a good outcome. But there is a way.
It's not an infinite queue in ERCOT, so.
Well, no. So I think the way to do this is actually to take a page from ERCOT's book and California and what we're now doing in New England, which is the states can control this. The states can proactively make an investment in a specific region, part of the region, to say, we're going to make that investment and socialize that cost, and that will lower the cost of entry within a specific region. But to just say, as a blanket proposition, developers don't have to pay for the upgrade, I think you'll end up creating a bigger problem.
So you don't have an answer to my question of how it could shorten
I think it will.
process?
I think it will shorten the process. So, for example, the upgrades that we're doing up in northern New England, it will dramatically shorten the process for people who are interconnecting in that part of the world once the upgrade is in place.
Sure,
right?
of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you can take away the cost allocation, but you can't take away the cost.
Of course.
That was changes who pays for it. It would shorten the ISO's process, But those upgrades, and they're identified, it's a reliability issue. They're needed for reliability. Those upgrades still need to be done. So
Sure.
from the time frame of when that asset or that resource could enter commercial operation, you're just shifting it from the ISO's process to what really becomes the local distribution company's process. So I don't think it shortens it. I think it shifts the risk to consumers, and I think it doesn't materially shorten the process, my opinion.
Okay.
I would like to replace your term cost allocation with cost certainty. And if we can give the
Yes,
interconnection customers cost certainty, absolutely we can speed up the process.
Could it be halved? Could we reduce the whole process by half?
I don't know exactly how much it would speed it up, but I know that the iterations that the current process has to go through is what adds a ton of time
Okay.
to the process. And so it probably maybe even more than half if we could just get rid of the iterations.
Okay.
Commissioner Chang, I would just also offer, I think, as we look out the next 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 years, I think just fundamentally, I think proactive transmission planning has to shape the pattern of interconnection queuing rather than transmission planning reacting to the queues, right? I think if you get the planning ahead, you build the network builds, and you incentivize people to locate where there's either
Absolutely,
existing deliverability or future deliverability, you're going to get people on the grid, right?
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you.
You know, I'm reminded of the two economists who were in a hole, and one said, "How are we going to get out of this hole?" And the other one said, "No problem. We will assume we have a ladder." So, but anyway, let me say this.
What would the lawyer assume?
Lawyers don't assume, they stipulate. But that's okay. But anyway, let me to wrap this up. This part of the panel. By the way, I hope nobody made lunch reservations at Bobby Van's. There's planning to have an hour-and-a-half lunch. But if you go there, you can assume you don't have to pay for it. But anyway, I want to just say this to everybody. As a state regulator, in Virginia, I spent 17 years. I got to know all the PJM people, staff. Always was very, very impressed with PJM staff, the professionalism, the dedication of PJM staff. So I want to say that at this point, and with you, Manu, since you took over. Since being here at FERC, I've gotten to know all the rest of you and a lot of your staff, and I've been equally impressed as I have been with PJM. So I just want to, people forget that RTOs, we do a lot of talk about RTOs in terms of transmission planning and cost allocation and markets and all this stuff, and obviously they're all inherently controversial. People forget that what you are first and foremost is you're a grid operator, and you have to balance supply and demand every second of every minute of every day. You're the balancing authority for large regions, and I think I'll say without qualification, I think every one of you does a fantastic job of being a grid operator. And let's not forget that is job one for what you guys do, and you do a fantastic job over a large region because you have to balance that grid and keep the lights on. And you do a fantastic job against all the challenges you have. So I want to say that to all of you. And with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Panel 2, please come on up, and we'll try to keep going. We will keep going, no question about that.
Yeah.
A little bit different format from here on out. We're not going to have opening statements. We're going to go right to Q&A, and we're going to reverse the order. And so Commissioner Chang, who finished up the last one, gets to go first on this one. So we're going to go right to her.
Okay, excellent.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tim Bialecki is going to introduce
Introduce
everybody.
Just briefly introduce
I know
the
everybody, but I forgot that some people might not know everybody.
Yes. So welcome to our second panel of the day, which will explore resource adequacy issues specific to PJM. Just like to briefly introduce our panelists for panel 2. So first we have Adam Keach, Vice President of Market Design and Economics at PJM. Joseph Bowering, the Independent Market Monitor for PJM. Wendy Stark, Executive Vice President of Utilities, Chief Legal Officer at PPL. Brian Tierney, Chairman, President, and CEO of First Energy. Marjorie Rosenbluth Phillips, the Senior Vice President of Wholesale Market Policy at LS Power. Scott Hallam, President and Executive Officer at Boardwalk Pipelines. And finally, Glenn Thomas, the President of PJM Power Providers Group. Commissioner Chang, please go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you for being here. I get to go first, so I'm looking forward to having this discussion. This is for everyone on the panel. I hear this consistent theme that the system needs more dispatchable resources, and particularly gas resources. And this story or this narrative is loudest in PJM. And then I look at the report, the table that the chairman referenced, and PJM existing fleet is about 93% all conventional generation. So other grid operators around the country and around the world have successfully maintained reliability with a far more diverse fleet, diverse meaning more renewable and intermittent renewable plus storage. And of course, other parts of the country, like SPP, MISO, and the West, have much more natural resources to get the wind and solar. And of course, now many of the states and regions have either required or encouraged more storage capabilities. So I'm just wondering if is there something unique in PJM that I'm missing that makes it more reliant on dispatchable and specifically gas generation than other regions? And how much dispatchable are we, percentage-wise, are we talking about, given how little renewable really is on the PJM system? I'm just curious, like what am I missing in this picture? We'll start with you, Adam.
Thanks. Good morning, Commissioner. I don't think there's anything you're missing in PJM. I think if you look at the amount of retirements we've already incurred and those that are forthcoming due to policy, if those come out of the dispatchable resource set and you combine that with the build out of what's in the queue, which is almost entirely renewable, and you look at the lead time to build a new generator, we're in a place where we need to either retain what we have to be able to manage uncertainty in the future from those renewables, or if the fleet we have retires, it needs to be replaced in kind to some level. Now, the exact level, I think, to your point, dependent on the level of renewables we end up at, but certainly the concern is there for the future given the track that we are on.
Yeah, I would just add that I don't think PJM's unique, but PJM may be unique in facing it a little bit later and with full recognition of marginal ELCC. So you need dispatchable resources on Christmas Eve when the sun's down and the wind's not blowing. And you need them in order to maintain reliability during the key hours that the former panel was talking about, the EUE hours, the expected unserved energy hours. You need dispatchable resources, which mean they are there 8760 potentially and always they're available to serve. And you absolutely need those. And you know, if you build more renewables, which is great, it's really in a sense duplicative, because when you add it all up, I mean, the ELCC for solar going forward in PJM is like 5%. It's almost zero. Just providing cheap energy, which is great. It's an important part of the way the market works, but it's not providing reliability during those high EUE hours, and that's why we need dispatchable resources. So I don't think saying we need dispatchable resources mean we don't need or the market couldn't use lots of renewable resources, low marginal costs. Of course, the market could use those, but it won't replace dispatchable resources for reliability.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think what I would add to that from the utility perspective is a couple of things. Number one, we do believe this should be an all of the above solution, and renewables play an important part of that. So I would not want this conversation to lead us to a place where only dispatchable generation is part of the mix. The renewables, I think, can offer a lot of value, and that's important. However, as a utility that has the obligation to serve customers and make sure that we serve them reliably and at just and reasonable rates, we're very concerned that a lot of those renewables don't actually come through to completion. It takes a lot of them to get the same amount of generation. What we see is they get into the queue and they either get approved in the queue, but then they don't get built. They run into permitting and siting problems. And so even those resources that we see coming through are not actually providing that energy at the end of the track because they can't get it actually built. So our concern is to make sure that we've got those electrons that are coming through when our customers need them, especially in light of the significant load growth that we're all expecting to see and that we've been talking about all morning.
Same for us, Commissioner. We have, in the one state where we own generation, we own predominantly coal. We also have hydro that is actually dispatchable hydro, and we've added solar. So we think that all of the above are necessary. Our dispatchable are slated today to retire in 2035 and 2040, and they'll need to be replaced with dispatchable resources for economic development in the state where we can own that. So we truly believe in all of the above is necessary, but when we retire dispatchable, we're going to need to replace it with dispatchable as well.
What they said.
Commissioner, I would agree. We see a disproportionate amount of resources that are retiring in PJM. And coupled with that is the difficulty of siting new interstate natural gas pipelines that feed dispatchable resources. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would really add is, and you've heard it multiple times today, the capacity market is the signal for, retaining generation and building new generation. Manu said we've installed 50 plus gigawatts of generation since the start of the capacity markets, and a lot of that has been natural gas because at least in the early part of RPM, that's where the price signals were suggesting they should go. With the depressed capacity prices of the, besides the last auction, the 3 auctions before that, it was really the queue was dominated by renewables because they were heavily subsidized. They had production tax credits. Those price signals were not enough to incentivize the new natural gas units. So, we'll see what the future holds. But I think, if you look historically, the trend sort of makes sense from that perspective.
So what I'm hearing is that it's more going forward that we're concerned that there's so much renewables in the queue or have been cleared in the queue, and if they come online, they might sort of displace some of the dispatchable generation that will be retiring. So is that the...
No, I don't think it's about replacement. I think it more goes to the point that Joe Bowering made, and that's the LCC proposition. Gas resources are more highly accredited than the renewable resources. When you're looking at, potentially tight supply-demand dynamics, you're logically going to gravitate towards the high accredited resources, which is exactly what you guys endorsed in the RRI proposal. So I think it's a recognition of that just reality of the system.
It just came to my head that one of the things is that we're here mostly in response to the proliferation of data centers. I mean, that's what's causing a lot of the angst, and most of them are not comfortable relying on intermittent resources. They're looking for 24/7. But I would add that if you look at the Duke study, which I think we put in our comments, there is a lot of energy on the system. It's really only the times the system is stressed that you need the thermal generation. The problem is when it's stressed, you need it all, and PJM, as Adam said, is seeing a retirement of those resources. So to get the mix that we need to meet peak load, you're still going to need the gas, the thermal generation.
Okay.
Yeah, just really quickly to second Margie's point on data centers, they're sort of like an accelerant to almost every sort of resource adequacy issue that we have. And if you combine that pace with the sort of growing schedule to build and complexity in building fossil generation or thermal generation, dispatchable, whatever you'd like to call it, we don't have time to waste. And so if we want to keep the resources we have, that's an option. We're still going to need more to meet data center growth. If we lose the resources we have, the hole gets even deeper to dig out of.
Yeah, nothing I said should be interpreted as being anti-renewable. I mean, renewables are in the queue. They get to build when it's economic, and that's great. All I'm saying is that there's a baseline level of dispatchable resources you need for reliability to meet the demand during the high expected unserved energy hours. So both are great, and low marginal cost energy is great for customers, but it doesn't meet that same reliability need. And it's not I don't mean to be saying it's displacing. They can both be in the queue. They can both get built.
Okay. Earlier, Manu mentioned that the load flexibility or demand side flexibility is also one of the, I think it was one of the three things that he thought would be important going forward. And I'm wondering, I think, Adam, you mentioned in your comments that demand response constitutes about 4.5% of the capacity, UCAP capacity. And are there structural improvements either you need or you're planning or anything else that you think either FERC has to do or states have to do to kind of bring more load flexibility or demand side flexibility, including the data centers, but not only the data centers, and really any entity that might be able to add to the resource mix from a demand?
That are much finer control, probably a lot quicker response time. And so there's probably value in looking at the demand response programs we have today and say, are they designed with the flexibility in mind of some of the loads we have today? The second piece that I would sort of highlight to you all is for the new loads coming on the system, set aside data center loads, what does the cost benefit look like to them to participate in the wholesale market? Because in large part, they're either inoculated from it through retail rates, or in a lot of cases, prices just don't get high enough to make it valuable to them. And so I think some of those are probably the questions around demand response that we have talked about internally. No great answers for today, but certainly it's on our minds. So I'll pass it to Joe.
No.
Yes, as you know, I don't think very highly of the structure of PJM's demand side program. I think demand side is potentially a incredibly valuable resource, but not when it's structured the way PJM's is structured. So just think, so when NERC talked about PJM potentially being an emergency over the summer, they defined that as calling on demand side. Well, demand side clears in the capacity market like every other economic resource, yet it's given this special status. You have to be in an emergency to use it. That doesn't really make sense as a structure for demand side. In fact, that is displacing real potentially dispatchable resources. In addition to which, I mean, there are lots of issues with it. I do think that with the way the program's structured, including how it's not fully nodal, it's not fully dispatchable, all those things. But it is I think a potential source of resources to PJM. But that DR program would have to be significantly reimagined, redone. And data centers are not, in my view, and the data center people can contradict me, but from everything I understand about what they've said, they're 8760 load. They're 5 nines. They're not 1 9. They're not 8. They're at 5 nines. That means they're always on, and they're not going to provide DR. And DR is not going to allow data centers to be served unless new generation is built.
I would add that I think, as we've talked about here, as we look at the quantity of load that's coming on the system, certainly a lot of that is coming from data centers. What we hear from our data center customers is that they absolutely want that reliability 24/7. They're not looking to have intermittent load. They're not looking for load shed restrictions or that type of risk. Now, there's certainly plenty of research going on in that area, and I think that's a great thing. Certainly EPRI is currently engaged in a study on whether or not we can have more flexibility in the load that data centers are using, and I think that has a lot of promise. It's not here yet, and that's not yet what we're hearing from our customers of what they're willing to tolerate. So I think we can, in some ways, bifurcate that of thinking about that as, will that be available perhaps the mid or a little bit longer term? Likely doesn't really solve the problem in the immediate term. But certainly open to demand response. Again, all of the above is good, whatever we can do to address this problem, including looking at the utilities as distribution system operators and as their better ability and more opportunity to have the utilities help to aggregate some of that and participate in that way. So I think there are some opportunities there. Not sure it solves the entire problem.
Can I just quickly ask, you mentioned distribution utilities being the aggregator, and I'm sure there are already state programs that encourage DR for the utilities. Are there impediments, and what are those impediments when you say you can do more?
Well, I think we're trying to determine if we can do more. We're looking at what is it that FERC Order 2222 is going to look like, and how does that flow through, and what programs can the utilities do. I think we continue to have the discussion about what is it that can be that a true wires only utility can do compared to what market participants do and where those lines really line up. But we are certainly active in wanting to be able to do more to contribute on that side.
I think of it more, DR, more from a transmission constraint and transmission planning capability rather than just only resource adequacy. If we could use interruption to allow for a constraint on a transmission system that would bind only a handful of hours every year, you might be able to add incremental capacity and save on dollars to add the capacity. And so I think using it in a different way than what we use it today could be extremely beneficial to both adding load and not having to add incremental resources and being able to save dollars in terms of transmission system upgrades.
And are there impediments today to doing that?
Yeah, for instance, in some cases we have to declare an emergency to be able to access those, and then in other cases you look at it's not interruption, but you have an awful lot of generation sitting right next to the data centers. If air permits could allow them to run during an emergency for longer hours, you could incorporate that into system planning in a way that you can't today. And that could be meaningful in terms of both resource adequacy and transmission capacity planning.
So would you say we just have more work to do on both these topics?
It's a different way of permitting. So we'd have to think about the resource differently than we have historically. But I think now's the time to do it as we're going through this significant transition. And as we are becoming challenged for resources, we need to think about things a little bit differently. And I think demand response is clearly one of those.
Okay. As the owner of Sea Power, I'm going to have to politely disagree with Mr. Bowering on the value of DR. And if the price, we found with our customers, if the price is right, we have more customers willing to participate. And I would add that as we rely on the data centers to curtail because of their backup generation, it's going to be price sensitive too. And that's why it's important as a resource. Is it the answer? No, we need it all, but it is a significant contributor, but it needs the right price.
Okay. Okay, great. I read there are different views on this in your statements, but I read that there's some interest or some of you great interest in sort of having the state, I'll use sort of terms that Gordon likes to use, sort of state taking more control over the resource adequacy. So instead of, I'll just say it plainly, instead of just relying on PJM's capacity market, maybe the state should take more control. And I'm thinking through this, so how do you envision this to work? Maybe Brian, you can kick us off here. How do you envision this to work? Do you think this is like a gradual process? Is it up to each state to decide? For example, in New England states, they are much more coordinated now than they ever were about regional energy decisions, whether it's contracting, what we talked about in the last panel, hedging, using long-term contracts with certain resources. But that's 6 states, PJM's much larger. How would that work? And if it doesn't work, if every state is making its own decision about this, how do states, how did the patchwork of different state decisions work if we're moving away, let's just say, moving away from the centralized capacity market? And would that be a gradual move away, or what do you envision? How do you envision this to work?
So there's a framework for how it works today in PJM,
right?
And you have integrated resource planning states in PJM today: Virginia, West Virginia, Indiana, and those states. We were talking in the earlier panel about hedging. Those states are hedged, right, to the degree that they've built the capacity they need. They can offer the capacity in, and they're buying and selling at the same price. Their customers are hedged. So there's a way for it to work today, and there are models for how that works today that work very effectively. Our customers in West Virginia, where we have integrated resource planning, are largely protected from the volatility of the PJM capacity auctions. So States can build their own and protect their customers. If each state were responsible for its own requirements and each state had to make sure that it had enough to serve itself, you would be hedged, right? The customers in that state, you can enter into bilaterals to hedge. What happens is states can also make their own choices, and states can choose to go only to the capacity auction, and then if the capacity, and then they're subject to the volatility of the capacity auction prices. Ultimately, when you get down to things like penalties and the like, if you were to curtail states based on are they meeting their commitments for their own load or not, then states would get the benefits or the challenges of how they choose to meet their load. States like Virginia, West Virginia, Indiana would be protected, and states that are short and hoping that the capacity shows up would be exposed to both higher prices and potentially outages going forward.
Okay, I'm sure there are other views on this. Margie?
Probably. All right, this is my favorite topic. Couple of things to note. You know, we can each find a counterexample. So, for example, all of the states below PJM are IRPs, and during Winter Storm Elliott, they all depended on PJM. MISO depended on PJM. So you have a centralized market with states that don't have IRPs, and interestingly, they were the ones that were able to save the system in Winter Storm Elliott. So that's just a counterfactual to the benefits of IRPs. I'd note that Virginia, when it was long, was an FRR, and it was short. It rejoined PJM and now is the greatest net importer of any of the states. And interesting, Pennsylvania, which is a deregulated state, is the biggest exporter of energy into PJM and capacity. I think, let me dispel the notion of hedging. When prices in PJM cleared at $28, did anybody come to our generators and say, give me a 10-year hedge? No. You know why? Because it's going to be 27 the next year. So there's a lot of false narrative around hedging, and part of it is because the RTOs always suppress price. You can depend on that. When we complain, they're not going to raise the price, but they're going to suppress it. No need to hedge, and we've seen it and put that in our comments. A couple of other things, if I can just quickly, the notion that the states can build anything better is a fallacy. I find it interesting that the utilities are so critical of PJM on interconnection. Who does the interconnection studies? Who protested during FERC's efforts to try and penalize transmission owners for not coming back on faster, more efficient studies? So it's kind of a little bit of crying wolf here, which is the transmission entities that want to self-build control the process. They don't have better access to equity and capital. If the data centers become more efficient, the merchant generators take the risk that they're not needed, whereas if a utility builds it, their ratepayers are on the hook for years for unneeded generation. So I could go on and on. As you see, I get a little excited, but I will try and let others speak. Thank you.
That's why I wanted Margie on this panel.
I could probably go next because I probably was teed up for this one as well. So, I mean, I think if you look at the PJM states, I mean, and they're diverse, but you kind of have three different models. I think you have Pennsylvania and Ohio, which are really dedicated to competitive markets and have proven that over time. Both competitive wholesale and competitive retail markets. And in Pennsylvania, I mean, Chairman Christie cited the numbers. Pennsylvania, generates twice as much electricity as it needs, much of it going to Virginia, Maryland, and New Jersey. Ohio just passed legislation a month ago, really affirming their commitment to competitive markets. Pennsylvania is very committed to competitive markets. In fact, former Commissioner John Hanger just came out with a study yesterday that shows just how much money Pennsylvania consumers have saved as a result of competition, both wholesale and retail. And the numbers are eye-popping. So you have Pennsylvania and Ohio that are very much dedicated to that. And on the hedging question in both those states, I would offer two things. One, I'm a customer. I can do that. I could sign up for a 4 or 5 year default rate if I wanted it and be off to the races. And in most industrial customers have done that to some degree. You just saw some announcements, whether it's TMI, whether it's some of the Homer City stuff, whether it's the stuff in Illinois. I mean, those are hedges, right, that those customers have voluntarily entered into because they can in a competitive state. It's not the state doing for it. It's the consumer who's driving that bus. So that's sort of like the one model among the states in the PJM footprint. The other is sort of like the in-between model, and that's like where New Jersey, Maryland, and Illinois have gone, and that is they've said, we're really not content with what the wholesale market's producing. We're going to sort of put our thumb on what resources we want our consumers getting their power from. Heavy on mandates, heavy on subsidies, and they've seen a lot of resources retire. Again, you can look at the chart that the chairman pointed to. You can see dramatic retirements in those states. And they've largely been able to do that because of the tremendous surplus that Pennsylvania has built up. And I would also add that Pennsylvania would have never been able to build that surplus under a vertically integrated IRP regime. There's no way state regulators would allow the system to be that overbuilt because, the Pennsylvania, if you're looking at Pennsylvania alone, Pennsylvania is overbuilt to meet its needs. So you have the Pennsylvania bucket, you have the New Jersey, Maryland, Illinois bucket, and the third bucket is the IRP bucket that you see in these other states. I would challenge the assumption that IRP, naturally hedges those consumers. Because you look at the Virginia example, Virginia is importing a lot of power, and that power has increased dramatically. I got a kick out of Chairman Christie's line of questioning with, how do you punish in the IRP models the states that are not keeping up with their commitments when you're questioning the MISO gentleman. And, the way you do that in a competitive market is with a price signal. And Virginia saw that price signal to a certain extent. So there's a lot of issues that need to be worked about. But I think when you're thinking about PJM, really thinking about it as three states, or sort of three different models, if you will, that need to be reconciled. I think that sort of helps frame it. And IRP, like I said, it might. I really can't speak to it in West Virginia, in Indiana and Kentucky. But certainly as I look at Virginia, I have to question whether the IRP has kept up with the demand growth because it certainly suggests that it hasn't based on the data that's out there right now.
Just real quick, from a gas pipeline standpoint, just a word of warning in terms of states, because every state's a little bit different in their energy policy, and particularly how they look at natural gas. States that embrace natural gas as a driver for economic development embrace pipelines and natural gas powering and providing fuel for power generation. States that have climate change policies and goals, they fight interstate natural gas pipelines. And so just a word of warning that when you make states accountable for power generation, you could also be inadvertently exposing those states to policies that don't align with resource adequacy.
Wendy.
Thank you. This is also one of my favorite topics to talk about. So I'd start by reframing the question a little bit about what is the problem we're here to solve. The problem is that we've been talking about all day, we need more generation. We need more electrons to serve this surging load and the demand that we are all going to face. Talking about what the capacity markets have done in the past is interesting, but not particularly instructive about what we need going forward. What we've seen most recently is those capacity markets have produced significantly higher prices for customers. And I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the importance of the customer in this conversation and affordability. So when the capacity prices moved from $29 a megawatt day to $270 a megawatt day, that means for our customers in Pennsylvania, our residential customers are seeing on average about $15 a month more for a higher capacity price, but with no new generation. Because what we heard from the market is $270 is actually not enough to send a market signal, not enough to incent new generation. So what might be? Well, we heard some projections that the net cone would be much, much higher, up in the $500-600 range. That might incent new generation, but is that palatable to customers? It's not to our customers, and we're the ones that have to deliver that. And instead, we find ourselves in a position where we had a complaint from Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania regarding the reasonableness of the capacity prices. The settlement.
Excuse me.
Yep.
We should not be talking about specific proceedings, please.
Fair.
Thanks.
The capacity auction, the next two, will be capped at $325 a megawatt day, as just a factual matter. That also is not enough to incent new generation. So customers will be paying even more than they are now and yet still not get new generation. That's a problem. And as a utility with that obligation to serve, we at this point are really dependent upon the PJM capacity market. I will tell you, at this point, that feels like a single point of failure for us. If my operators came to me and said, we have this looming disaster ahead of us that we know is coming our way, but we're not going to do anything about it, we would all say that's not acceptable. We need to plan for contingencies, we need flexibility, we need to plan for redundancies and have all the tools available to us to make sure that when customers turn the lights on, those lights come on. So for us, that means we need an all-of-the-above approach. There's no reason why we can't have the utilities participate and build generation when it's needed and when the markets are not delivering. We're seeing the markets not building new generation, so the utilities should be able to step in and do that. That does require a change in state law. You referenced we have all of these states in PJM. We certainly do. It will require changes to state law, and that's one of the things that we're advocating for in Pennsylvania, is to have a change where if the generators and if the market doesn't supply more generation, the utility could step in and then work with the commission of the state to work through a planning process and an application and a fully transparent regulatory process to get approval to build when it's needed. Having a utility in Kentucky where we do have an IRP, I will tell you that's a process that works very well. We applied to build a new plant in 2024, and that new plant is going to come online in 2027. We built that in order to serve new load in Kentucky. We now have another process in place already. We filed a new certificate of public convenience and necessity in Kentucky for 2 more units that we would like to build, and that's going through the full regulatory process of overview and transparency to make sure that we get the right amount of generation we're going to need to serve customers in the future, and I think other states can benefit from that model as well.
Can I just interrupt you for
Sure.
1 second, which is I'm completely sympathetic and also question, what's the point of having high prices if you can't get the generators connected and built? And we heard from the last panel, it's the interconnection process, or even the ones that are or have a interconnection agreement cannot build because of regulatory and PPAs and other related issues. So, and then I also hear from this panel and last panel that the utilities ultimately working with PJM are the ones that are doing the studies for interconnecting the generators. So I would hope that all the transmission owning utilities are, increasing the pace of interconnecting generators. And so so I'm sympathetic to that, having a price signal that doesn't really deliver solutions. So do you think a utility that builds its own can, 1, get through the generator interconnection faster, and 2, can you actually build at a cheaper cost than a capacity market that's at whatever, 270 versus your cone, which is effectively the cost of new generation? I would assume the cost of new generation is actually higher than the capacity prices that even the high prices that we're seeing.
Sure. So 2 things in response to that. Number 1, I am sensitive to the concerns about the speed of the interconnection queue. I would point out that at PPL, we have been 100% on time with our interconnection studies. So we take that very seriously, and that's an important part of the process, and we live up to our obligations to do that and have been 100% on time. So that's an important part of the process. I think when you think about a utility building generation, we of course are going to have to buy the same turbines. We're going to have some of the same supply chain issues. Some of the benefit of that is, number 1, we would do that as part of the regulatory process. Some of those other approvals we would be able to get as part of that process. And we also have the ability to finance it differently. So I think an important dynamic here is that for the merchant generators, they've got to get a payback within a certain amount of time. And that is an appropriate, under their business model, that's what they need to do. And they have shareholders that they are answerable to, that they need to provide to. The utilities are slightly differently positioned. We do have shareholders, of course, and we need to be mindful of our fiduciary duty, but we also have an obligation to serve our customers under state laws. And we also have the ability to have the recovery of those costs spread out over a longer period of time, which can help us mitigate some of those cost impacts that we're seeing to customers. So I think once you move into a regulated model and you are looking at how to do this in a way that's supervised by your state commissions, you actually have more flexibility that can help customers. And while it may be the same cost as the $270 or whatever that cost might be, at least customers will get the generation. And right now they're not.
Okay. Joe?
Yeah, sorry, wow. I didn't know we were going to go back to cost of service regulation and show how efficient it is. I mean, we left it 25 years ago because it was not an efficient way to do things. The markets have been dramatically better than cost of service regulation. The idea that a regulated generator, because it's subject to a regulatory process, is going to do things more efficiency is questionable, let us say. The markets have demonstrated the reverse for quite some time. So I didn't think I'd be here jumping up to defend PJM's capacity market, but I am.
Yeah, here we go.
So, I didn't think you would.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was curious what you were going to say.
But I mean, the other broader point, I was very surprised about all the talk this morning about hedges and bilaterals. The PJM market, I know Adam disagrees with me, is a mandatory market. It is a must offer. It is a must buy. And the reason is, and I'm surprised Glenn didn't mention it in his written testimony, back Pennsylvania, 1999. The Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission realized that the new competitive LSEs could not get access to capacity because it was market power. The incumbents owned it all and they wouldn't sell it to them. That's why we have a capacity market. Mandatory offers by owners, mandatory buyers. And the mandatory buy has been around for 100 years. Load-serving entities in PJM under the old operating agreement were required to have capacity equal to their maximum load, forecasted load, plus a reserve margin. And they did have penalties, and the penalties were net cones. So it looked a lot like the capacity market, but just written out in a slightly different way. A gray market evolved and so on. So the idea, I mean, that is a hedge. And there's no reason to expect people to do bilaterals. There's no reason to think you can beat the market through a hedge. I mean, a hedge is never going to, if the price is $500 a hedge, you're never going to get someone to agree to a lower price than that in a hedge for obvious reasons. So everyone's going to be looking at the same expected value. You can't beat the market any way you try, whether it's through bilaterals or hedges. So, and the penalties, I mean, at the moment are you have to buy it and you have to pay for it. You don't need to pay a penalty for not having it. And there is no way in the world anyone is ever going to turn off a state because they didn't pay for their capacity. I mean, that's just, I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. So I think capacity markets have been demonstrated to be efficient. They need to be improved. There are significant ways that need to be improved, as we've said, but the idea that we'd be better off having individual, and as you mentioned, a patchwork of different state approaches to providing reliability, I think is much less efficient. Look, it would work. Cost of service regulation worked. It provided reliability for 100 years. It could certainly do that. I think it did it at a higher cost than markets. Thanks.
Adam.
Yeah, one piece of the story I wanted to add on the original line of questioning was about incentives to perform. And so regardless of who builds, who owns the generation, the incentive to perform is critical because generation can fail, whether it's built by a merchant, whether it's built by a utility, whatever the case might be. And we have mechanisms to do that in the capacity market, but the other side of the resource adequacy story is how we price energy, how we price reserves, how we align those with the way we operate the system. In PJM, just to be quick, we have reserve markets that were, look like they were put in place for the system we operated 15 years ago. And we need to upgrade those. You'll see other ISO RTOs have done those to improve performance, improve pricing, things like that. That's sort of the other side of this story that I think is equally relevant and probably the place where we most directly convey the importance of performance.
I guess we're circling back.
Can I just dispel some of the false information that's being given here? First of all, there has been a tremendous response to the most recent higher priced auction. My company alone is spending $1 billion. I would call that a response. I think we're only bringing in 700 megawatts. You just approved on May 30, I don't know what for, rescissions, people, looking to keep their CIRs and coming back in the market because prices are going up. PJM just had a successful RRI where we all bid in and we're going to bring the generation on. You need the high price now because I have to order my turbines and I've got to put down a significant deposit. And if I don't have confidence that there's going to be that kind of stability, which it would be granted nicer to have in our markets at this point. But you do need that higher. It's a fallacy that 1 year price is not going to incent. Companies like mine look longer term, and if we see a trend and we think the RTO is going to honor that trend, we'll make an investment. Two, I would also point out that with the utility, you have a one-off. When PJM is sending price signals, myself, all of my competitors, we are all responding. So you don't just get a one-off. You get a tremendous more variety of response. And again, to the point that yes, maybe consumers can pay over 20 years, but they're paying regardless if that generation is needed, if it's technologically obsolete, and all of those things, again, we take the risk on. And not to say right or wrong, it's choices and consequences. And consumers benefit, we believe, from a competitive market more than they do going back to the old cost of service regime. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll just add quickly because Margie covered a lot of the points that I wanted to cover. But I talk about sort of the three different state approaches here, and I don't see that necessarily changing anytime soon. I mean, Ohio just passed a bill, like I said, that was very pro markets, actually restricted the utilities' ability to get in the generation in pretty material ways. The Pennsylvania effort is not going anywhere. Pennsylvania's, you look at all metrics, elected officials on both sides of the aisle are very content and very happy with what the Competition Act has done for Pennsylvania in terms of lowering prices, bringing investment, environmental reductions, what have you. So I think, as you think about these issues, you have to assume sort of these multi-state approaches are going to continue to exist. And I would submit that, the capacity market historically has done a pretty good job of managing those different models. There's been certainly tensions around the edges. The MOPR was one example. We had issues with FRR. There's some conversations to be had around that. But, if you look at the overall big picture and what has happened is, we have seen the investment. We have seen, the retirements that are appropriate. And it has proven pretty resilient over the 20 years that it's been in place despite these different sort of state approaches to things. Are there going to be challenges moving forward? 100%. But that's why when, in my written statement, the core tenets, I think, of what the capacity market was based on in PJM still remain very viable. And like I said, they've proven value, and I think they have the ability to do that going forward.
What we see in the pipeline space, where utilities are vertically integrated, they're much more inclined to sign up for firm transportation and storage services. When you have independent power producers that are bearing that cost, we don't see the same characteristic of signing up for firm transportation and storage.
Perfect segue to my last question, which is, I hear from the pipelines that generators are not signing up long-term contracts, and there must be something wrong with the market, and the market's signals are not right, or the penalties are not high enough for not delivering during winter peaks because they're not signing up long-term contracts on the gas pipelines. Is that the case? Maybe I'll ask Adam to start. Is that the case? Is the penalty structure not strong enough to encourage merchant generators to sign up long-term contracts? Are there things that we need? I think the pipelines would say we need to fix that. I'm just curious how the others are thinking about that.
Yeah, I think just from my perspective, the best answer I can give is when we look at the cost to build a new unit, what we index our demand curves off in the capacity market, there's not explicit items for build out of pipeline infrastructure and the recapture of those costs sort of explicitly through the capacity market. There's some information in there about firm gas, about sort of connecting to a larger pipeline, but certainly not about the costs associated with a long-term contract with the pipeline that sort of facilitates more build out.
What about on the penalty side, when they don't show up for whatever reason because they didn't procure? Obviously, that's a shorter term instead of the capacity markets. But the performance incentives, are they there for gas plants to show up with adequate gas in these winter times?
I think sometimes, depending on the conditions. We have heard feedback that analysis is done and it's cheaper for me to pay the penalty than to buy gas. So we've heard that kind of feedback, but coming out of Winter Storm Elliott and the litigation coming out of that, it's pretty clear there's only so far you can go with sort of financial accountability for these kinds of events before you have to start thinking about other solutions. The 2025 winter cold weather we just had, we handled it differently, where we did a lot more pre-scheduling. And so there's a balance in there where we've got to figure out the sweet spot. But I think directly to your question, I think there's certainly evidence that suggests that the cost for the pipeline infrastructure is probably not recoverable in PJM markets today.
Yes, Joe, and then Margie.
Right.
Sorry.
So the gas pipeline model is give me a contract for 50 years, take or pay. You know, it's the LDC model. That's not the way generators are going to behave. It shouldn't surprise the pipelines that that's not the way generators behave. And there needs to be, I would say, flexibility on both sides in order to get that resolved. There are merchant generators who have firm pipeline capacity, and there's a range of flavors of firm. There's firm market area. There's firm, from production area to market area. There's firm gas, taking, as Adam was just talking about, what we call polar vortex 25, what happened in January over Martin Luther King holiday, is when PJM committed units ahead, there was gas. The issue that arose in Winter Storm Elliott was not so much availability of gas, it was about nomination cycles. Everyone knew the nomination cycles were there, but it wasn't accounted for in commitment and dispatch, so people ran into trouble. When it was accounted for, there was enough gas to meet the load. Now, admittedly, polar vortex 25 wasn't Winter Storm Elliott, but it was quite cold and there was high demand for gas. So, look, I agree that PJM needs more gas infrastructure. We've been saying that for some time. And the place to start is to make sure we understand exactly what firm deliverability is right now, what's actually available in the direct pipelines, but also in the resale market. And let's make sure we have our arms around that and then decide how much more is needed and then can make a rational decision about how to try to incent more. So gas is essential to meet load. So far there's not an issue, but there will be as more gas is required. I mean, we've estimated 1.5 to 2 BCF a day of additional gas firm pipeline capability really needed into the market area.
Just a couple of points to reiterate what Joe said. The vertically integrated utilities can rate base recovery of that. So from a merchant perspective, in many cases, it's an overpayment. When do you need firm? You need it during Winter Storm Elliott, when if you don't get dispatched in time, even if you had firm, you don't nominate in the cycle and it doesn't show up. So firm is unfortunately more complicated. We had an unfortunate incident where a firm contract wasn't even honored. So there's hair around it. I think it's really important to understand this is a very complicated issue. One of the things I think you've heard, it would be great if the states would allow the EDCs or LDCs to release the gas when they don't need it, because they have no incentive to, and I get it, it's scary, you don't want your customers to fail, but clearly we know behind the gate there is sometimes gas available, so that's something, again, FERC could continue to work with the states on. The other point that I would make is we are continuing to rely more and more on these peaking units, because as we have more penetration of intermittent and the sudden interruptions, we are starting these units. And so again, with the nomination cycles and the immediacy of needing them, there is a bit of a disconnect, and investing in firm doesn't necessarily solve that.
Okay.
So since I started, maybe I should finish it. And just to clarify the record, preceding agreements aren't 50 years. They can be 10, they can be 12, they could be up to 20. So I think that there's a shorter term than 50 that we were contemplating or mentioned. There's a variety of services that interstate pipelines are willing to offer and intrastate pipelines are willing to offer. Nomination cycles are a challenge in a dispatchable environment. There's services like no notice service. There's enhanced firm. It really underscores the importance of storage. Storage has had less than 1% growth in PJM since 2010. It's across the country. It's a problem. And as we increase the use of power generation as using natural gas as a fuel, we need to make sure that the pipelines have the assets that can respond immediately to those demands. So, I think firm transport, like Marjorie said, is dynamic. It can be complicated, but there are a variety of services, and really services that are customized and tailored to meet the power generation market.
And what's the term for the precedent agreement for storage? I would think at least 10, 15, 20 years. same as pipeline, yeah.
It depends on the service, Commissioner. It can be bundled with the pipeline capacity, so it could be 10 years, 12 years. It could be 1 year, 2 years. Storage services are commercialized differently and more dynamic even than pipeline. So it can be done in a variety of ways.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. On back to Commissioner C.
Okay, I want to note just before we
Okay.
start with Lindsay, I think Glenda's got to leave at 12:30. You got a hard stop, right? Which is unfortunate because you're not going to get to me, and I'm going to correct your mischaracterization about Virginia's situation. Believe you, I will do that.
All right, I'm curious.
But, well, the short answer is it's called data centers, but we'll get there.
Right, but it's also demand.
Well, that's what's driving the demand.
Right.
We're going to look at the numbers about what we actually built, which has been pretty substantial. We'll get to that.
Okay.
I don't want to take business.
All right.
All right, no, I appreciate that, and I'm glad you teed up the question about pipelines because that's where I was going to go, and I think that was a really helpful conversation, so thank you for that. Well, let me jump to a different topic then. I think we've had some really interesting and helpful discussions and really thoughtful approaches to what capacity prices can and can't do, especially with high price signals that we have seen last summer. And, I will say 3 of the 4 of us here, as soon as we were confirmed or the results of the auction were about the first thing that came through our inbox, we've obviously had a large number of meetings and conversations about these issues, and it spurred a lot of changes, a lot of proposals going forward, a lot of external approaches. So I have a general question how we should be thinking about the pace of change and how much there is to do, because certainly we have a need to make sure that we have the market operating in a way that is actually designed to get us the results we need based on the circumstances in front of us today. But every time we make changes, tinkering or more wholesale, that disrupts business expectations and has a lot of consequences in terms of investment, which can be counterproductive to what we're trying to do. So this is a broader philosophical question that I just want to kind of get this on the table, and maybe there's 2 parts to it. One is, and I know there's different perspectives on this, is PJM done with a lot of these changes that we're seeing? Do you think we're at a place where we need to kind of let things lie and see how they move out? So I'm interested in that perspective. And then just also more generally, how should, how is PJM approaching? How do you all think PJM should be approaching these considerations about change, and how should we as the Commission be thinking about these proposals to make changes, especially when we're looking at trying to have appropriate and helpful shifts in the market rules, but also making sure that we are letting things sit long enough to provide certainty moving forward. So.
Sure. No, great question. A couple thoughts. One, I mean, there's 2 sides to the equation, right? Let's start with the demand side. I think you got a lot of thoughtful comments in this docket about what this commission could do, what PJM could be doing, what the utilities could be doing to get a better grasp on demand. I think we all recognize and appreciate demand's going up. I think there's a lot of questions about what degree. Perhaps when you talk about the next technical conference, let's have a conversation about demand and what that actually looks like going forward. In terms of the PJM capacity construct, I think we could probably all sit here and agree that the delays have not helped, and we don't have to revisit the history of why the delays occurred, but they did not help. Like when capacity markets were a predictable 3-year forward signal, there was certain there was a rhythm, there was a cadence, there was a comfortableness with that approach that investors realized. You could go to banks, like you could refinance things. There's a lot of things you could do with that predictability, and I think we certainly played a part in it. The commission played a part in it. PJM played a part in it. I mean, the delays, led to a situation where we just lost that rhythm. So I think getting back to that rhythm is important. As I said in my statement, I think the core tenets of the construct are solid. Are there improvements that can be made? Sure, always. But I guess, just looking back, at one point, there's always going to be temptation to tinker in the capacity markets. That's been the history of these things since they've been created. At one point, we delayed the auction because of a 10% adder on offers in the energy market that were used for the energy and ancillary solar versus offset to set the VRR curve. I mean, what are we doing here when we're tinkering to that degree and delaying auctions because of that? I think we got to get very much away from that, get back to the rhythm, stick to the core tenets. Can we have conversations about seasonal and prompt? Sure, but I think we want to be careful about going there. I think these things, the other thing that capacity markets have proven, I like Manu's juggling jelly analogy. And the same thing can be applied to like capacity markets, because sometimes when you push in one area, you create unintended current consequences in other areas. So I think we want to be thoughtful and deliberate. But I think part of your original question was, do these markets just sort of need time to cook? And I think the answer is yes to that.
In terms of demand, I think your second question, we're seeing significant demand out through 2040. We see a need for 6.1 BCF of incremental pipeline demand that does not, or pipeline capacity that does not exist in the Northeast area. We see a need for 33 BCF a day of more gas capacity by 2030 and 50 BCF by 2040. So the demand is out there. I think how much hype is built into data centers is a question that we're grappling with, but we are convinced that demand is out there. In terms of regulatory certainty, I'd like to share an anecdote, and I think it really represents a lot of what my industry sees dealing with a merchant power plant and how they think about firm transport. We recently had a commercial negotiation where they requested a notice to proceed, or a termination right to cancel the project, upon receiving notice to proceed. That's very late in the FERC 7C certificate process. We were uncomfortable with that. We decided to proceed with that negotiation, and we struck a deal. But the point is, I think there's so much regulatory uncertainty that customer wanted the ability to exit out of their project with us up until the point that we were certificated to build, with the knowledge that the capacity market pricing could change. And so we're seeing customers behave in a way where they're creating uncertainty in critical infrastructure build out because of regulatory uncertainty around capacity pricing.
I know that I think most of us on the merchant side would be delighted to take a significantly lower capacity clearing price if we knew that it was sustainable for a number of years. I think all of us were concerned about high prices because we know about the reaction, although I have to get in the fact that if anybody looks at the cost of PJM, it's all transmission, it's billions of dollars, and the only reason rates haven't gone up is because energy and capacity rates have stayed the same or gone down nominally since 2006. So we keep looking and focusing on the capacity market as the culprit for high prices, and high prices are not necessarily good. So to your question, regulatory stability would be so much preferable than the volatility we're seeing because of rule changes. But the even more important piece is that, and I loved Commissioner Chang's opening about the transparency and efficiency of the market, which is if the capacity price is truly reflecting market fundamentals, it is what it is. But we keep playing with the is what it is. And that's the problem. We need to stop tinkering with it for a while, but as Glenn said, there's still incremental changes that will enhance it, but hopefully they're in the future so that we all have time to sort of adjust to the current regime.
At the end of the day, our customers are the ones that are paying for the higher prices. And we've seen prices increase significantly beginning June 1st of this year to our customers. And they're paying for this, and people say it's sending a price signal. So our customers are paying billions of dollars for an advertising campaign that we're calling a price signal that they're not getting incremental new capacity for. This is the same capacity market that drove IPPs bankrupt just 5 years ago because the price wasn't high enough. So now we've tinkered with the construct to get a higher price and then an even higher price, and we're still not getting the incremental new capacity that our customers are paying for. So this capacity market is not working to get the new capacity that's needed at a reasonable price for the customers who are paying that price. So at the end of, do we want to keep doing this thing that is not working? I like to do good things, do incremental positive things to make a situation better. But I also think if we're doing something that's bad, and this is something that's today really bad for our customers, stop doing the bad thing And I think this is a bad thing that we need to stop doing.
It sounds like
I do a
Margie's
fact
got a
check.
rebuttal to that.
I have to do a fact check here. The amount of changes that PJM did were because we're all really bad at predicting the future. Joe thought we'd never have a PAI. We had Winter Storm Elliott. Okay, I'm teasing. But anyway, the point is PJM a few years ago thought it was in excess, and the states were complaining about over procurement. So there were many things done to get rid of that excess, and the market worked exactly as it was intended. You had a MOPR, which reduced capacity prices. You had PJM moving the demand curve, the VRR curve, to procure less. All of that told us that we weren't needed. So it's not that the market failed. The market was actually very successful. It said these resources aren't needed. We got off the system. We're all really bad at predictions. Boom. You know, we go to $28. That's a price signal. That says you're not needed. And then all of a sudden we have the data centers come in and it's boom. Uh-oh, they are needed. And as we've seen, and contrary to what's being said, there are investments. You're seeing retirement units come out of retirement. You're seeing companies like mine. So it's really not accurate to say the market's not working. The market is providing a signal, and we've all responded accordingly.
So this is a market where you have a commodity that has very long lead times. It's extremely capital intensive, and you can't store the commodity. So if you believe in a market to be able to solve this quickly, you believe in two things. You believe in prices going to zero and there being oversupply and producers going bankrupt. And nobody cares about that because they're companies and they go bankrupt and some other company will come out and replace them as you refinance. But you also believe, if you believe in markets to solve this, and you have capital intensive, long lead times, and you can't store the commodity, you believe in prices that go to infinity, shortages and outages, and people aren't getting the supply they need. And that's the concern that we're facing with this capacity market today. Prices going unconstrained to very, very high levels, no new capacity coming online, and the potential for outages and shortages. And I don't think that our customers are going to be happy with that result.
I agree and would reiterate Brian's comments. I actually would agree with one thing that Glenn said. Oh, he left. To say I agree that the delays we've had in the auctions are not helpful, and I think generally everybody agrees with that. That has not been helpful to give certainty or to provide the signals needed. However, when we think about what comes next, the answer to let's just wait it out is wildly unsatisfactory. Our customers count on us to do more than just wait, just see what the next auctions might bring, just see if the market, the ubiquitous market, whoever that is, see if the market produces capacity that's not there now. And even if we were to get back into the rhythm of the capacity markets and the capacity auctions, that's a 3-year look ahead. That may have worked really well when the capacity markets were first created, when it took about 3 years to build a plant, but that's not the reality we're living in now. We are in a very different world where it really does take 5 to 7 years to get a plant online. So those long lead times mean that the existing structure of the capacity market is flawed for the situation we now find ourselves in. It's not enough to go back. We need to look forward, and we are continuing to see more and more predictions that by the end of the decade, there will be shortages. Customers will not have lights to turn on because there won't be enough electrons. And in order to solve that problem, we need to start taking actions now. So for your question on the pace of change, we need to be thoughtful and we need to be careful, but we need to make sure that we are moving with enough speed to actually solve the problem and actually provide a solution to customers who need the electricity. It's an essential service. This isn't some luxury good. It's not something they can go to the mall and pick up. This is an essential service. We need to make sure that we're providing, and that reliability is an important part of that. The last point I would make is just to respond to the point about the transmission build. I think it is an interesting fact to point out. What I would say when I look at that transmission build is that shows that we, the utilities, are investing in critical infrastructure, and it's working. We're investing in the infrastructure that's needed. Transmission is an important part of this. As much as we're talking about generation, having sufficient transmission is really important. And you can see from those charts that the utilities under their regulated model and under our FERC formula rates have been investing to make sure we can serve those customers.
So to directly answer your question, actually I agree with a lot of what Margie said, except when she accused me of something. No, but so, I mean the broader philosophical question about change and pace is critical, and I think part of the way you avoid unnecessary change is to make sure you do things in the first place, really carefully model it out, think about it, don't do it too fast. I think there are times when PJM has done that. I think ELCC is an example. That doesn't mean you stop now and keep it stable because you think there's something wrong with it. If there's something wrong with it, you have to fix it. You have to fix it in a careful way, but as quickly as possible. And given the time period for doing all this, it's going to take a little while, but it should be done as quickly as possible. But as far as data center growth, that is an immediate, urgent problem. We put out some analysis showing that the severity of the impact on prices, a lot of the price impact in the PJM capacity market, both current and going forward, is a direct result of data center load growth. And that can be handled directly. I mean, as we've recommended, it's bring your own new generation. There may be something else, but I think that's the cleanest way. It addresses uncertainty about forecasts. So there are things like that when there's an urgent issue that's finally popped up on everyone's radar and we can see what the impact is to deal with quickly, but still has to be done thoughtfully, carefully, accounting for all of the unintended consequences of the markets. Easy as that is to say, hard as it is to do. I mean, the markets are complicated, but short answer is make sure you think it through first before you do it, but then I think we have to not be afraid of fixing it if it's not working properly.
I don't think I've heard a short answer today.
Sorry.
So. No, not just you.
Yeah. No, Adam.
Yes and no.
I don't know if it's good or bad. You've heard a lot of people who have a lot of thoughts about what PJM should be doing. So tell us your thoughts on what PJM is doing.
The capacity market is sort of the topic where people go, oh my God, it's so unstable. I can't believe you change the rules all the time. Here's a list of 10 things I would like you to change. Right? It's a conversation that has happened a lot of times.
That is absolutely true.
Totally. But the thing I want to just highlight is there's this natural tension within the capacity market to get everything right to the 5th decimal every single year. And in doing that, if the world that you're modeling is going like this, it's never going to be stable. And so what might be worth considering is, should we be thinking about stabilizing features in the capacity market if a stable market is really what we want? Because the world around us is unstable right now. And so if we really want that, we need to all step back, think about it, and compromise. And the load is going to have to pay a little more in 1 year. The generator gets compensated less in 1 year. But that's the cost of stability. And that is not a feature we explicitly bake in right now. And it's one we might want to consider.
Great. Well, thank you. That was all really helpful and a long answer. So in the interest of time, I'll pass it back to my colleagues.
All right. Thank you all, panelists, for being here and for providing the testimony. It's been really useful and insightful. I'll try and be quick. So, one thing I just want to pull on is we've talked a lot about new demand, and that new demand being a huge opportunity for the country, for your companies, for the states. The economic development angle is big. And finding ways to meet that moment is, I think, one of the reasons why we're here. Meet it reliably, affordably. I heard Wendy and Brian you and Scott in your testimony. One thing that's been pointed out here is that in this IRP model, which I'm not advocating, I'm not taking a side, I'm just observing here. In the IRP model, I think, Wendy, you said you're building things in 3 years. And Scott, in your testimony, you pointed out that a lot of the deals where you have generation backed by firm fuel are in parts of the country that have a non-market model or a non-full market model. And so my question is this, is in my mind, these markets were set up decades ago. The last panel, we heard about the billions of dollars that they've saved consumers. The world is different today than when they were set up. And so my question is, what needs to change in these markets, if anything, so that we can meet this moment? And we talked with the last panel about it's taking years to get some basic price certainty on how much it costs to, connect a generator to the grid at a point, which for folks who serve load, you need that information to be able to sell access to your transmission system to customers who want to build things. And so what do we need to do to make that possible in our market regions? What needs to change at PJM, if anything? What needs to change in other regions? We'll talk about that with other panels, but that's my question.
I'll just start. I think there needs to be a connection between what customers are paying for and what they expect to get for that. And what they are paying for is reliable and affordable capacity. So there needs to be a connection between the cost to build, finance, and operate a generating unit and the rates that the customers pay for it. And we've disjointed those two things by creating this capacity mechanism where the dollars customers are paying are going to shareholders of IPPs and not being used to put generation in the ground. And so something that could connect, a scheme that could connect, and there are lots of them out there, and I put them in my testimony, and IPPs can participate, and competitive generators can participate, and financial firms can participate. Anyone can participate, but something that connects new dispatchable generation going in the ground to the rate that the customer pays is a mechanism that needs to happen to solve this problem. And I put a number of examples in my testimony about how states have done this and how states can do this. And I think any creative person that could come up with a new construct that's not in my testimony that could connect what the customer's paying to the value and reliability and certainty that they expect for their electricity payments is going to be a positive solution to this problem.
I would continue that answer with a couple things. Number one, to clarify, as I was talking about the plant that we're building in Kentucky, that was approved in 2023 and will go into service at the end of 27, so it's a 4-year build. But that was in 2023. Now, as we are looking to bring new units online, we're looking at 5 to 7 years. So that's a function of the supply chain, just is continuing to take longer to do that. So I think even as a utility, we're still looking at that, call it 5-6 years to build new generation now compared to a few years ago. I think the other thing we've talked a little bit about at different panels is really thinking about tying that nexus to where is the concern and can they be part of the solution? So at this point in time, when a data center comes to us as a utility, we have an obligation to connect them to the system and they're on the grid. I think we've got to have some other conversations about how do data centers need to be part of the solution? Do we need to start talking with them more seriously about what generation they may need to bring to serve some of these needs to make sure that we have a balanced and fair system that serves all of our customers, and the data centers are part of the solution, not just the users.
Thank you.
The U.S. needs more natural gas pipelines. The natural gas network, yeah, that's insightful, I know. Bear with me. The U.S. natural gas network, there's 2.6 million miles of pipeline here in the United States. 300,000 of them are interstate natural gas pipelines. That system and those systems were designed for winter peak. You heard earlier from NERC that we're beginning to see an electric winter peak. It used to be a summer winter peak. And so the dynamic that is being created that I don't believe we've seen the full magnitude of the impact is that as electric winter peak and natural gas winter peak coalesce, we're going to have even more of a desperate situation from a natural gas pipeline system. We have to continue to expand and build. I think that accreditation, particularly at the FERC level, is a really important, nuanced idea. It gives the ability for market-based generators, integrated generators, to be able to burden their economics with that cost. And in the absence of their ability to recover those costs, we're going to continue to see power generators that are struggling to justify signing up for interstate and intrastate natural gas transmission. It is a long-term commercial commitment. It can be 10, 12, 15, 20 years, but it's still long-term. The dynamics here in the United States, we need more natural gas storage. We're making the most of our 2.6 million miles, but we need more storage. And that goes into how we think about and justify the economics for those investments. So if there was one thing that the FERC and PJM could consider is, and across all of the RTOs and ISOs, is how we could normalize accreditation so we have consistency across all the operators.
Okay, I think I'm not sure who was first. Margie, please.
Thank you. I just want to point out again, I'm sorry to go back to this. If you look at page 10 of my testimony, you will see the cost of transmission projects, of which 75% were supplemental, so they weren't even under your jurisdiction. But the point I'm making is that I know in preparation for this conference, I tried to look at individual rates, and it's very difficult. You can see a distribution rate, but when you look at the all-in rate, you can't see the cost of capacity, energy, and transmission in most state rates. And I even had AI Claude, ChatGPT and AI Claude. I tried everybody to help me. So it's really difficult to see what is actually causing the cost. And we are so focused on capacity, and it's really everything, right? We need to get energy markets better. We need to get better ancillary services. To reiterate, we are talking about a peak problem or an extreme weather event, because we have plenty of energy on the system, particularly with the renewables. They have really lousy capacity value, but they are producing energy well above their capacity value every day. So really, for the most part, the system is working. What we have to focus on is the peaks and how we manage them. And one of the things that you guys can't do, but I think the states can do, like Ohio, is to displace some of the costs by requiring the data centers to commit to the transmission, right? They're signing up and paying for it, and that is shifting those costs away from consumers and onto the data centers. So there are ways to shift the costs away from some of the other costs that are being incurred. Long-winded way of not answering your direct question, but getting my point in anyway.
So what I heard you say is that if large load wanted to contract with LS Power
yes.
for new generation, and they wanted you to give them a certain price and a certain time that you could build it, and with a certain level of reliability, there's no barrier in PJM to doing that?
The interconnection queue, obviously, state permitting. That's and environmental.
Not in PJM, just in PJM.
Just in PJM.
That's the only thing
I
we
would
can
say it's
we can
just
change here.
The queue, and otherwise, yeah. I mean, we're already doing that, candidly. So, I would note the model's changing a little bit. I think Constellation's a big leader in that. The fear was that these nuclear plants would leave the system, and instead they're doing bilateral contracts, so the units are staying in. The data centers seem to be shifting in their view and not looking for new as much as doing financial contracting, because they'll have the backup generation. So is there still going to be a ton of load coming on? Yes, but it is changing a little bit, the dynamics. But the answer is yes, we would build it. And the only thing is the interconnection queue. There's a supply chain. I mean,
not appreciate,
PJM.
but
Sorry.
can't fix that.
No.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Dr. Bowering.
Thanks. So I think the impact of data centers, people roll into, oh, well, demand is growing. It's not, oh, well, demand is growing. The source of increased demand growth is data centers, period. There's a little bit in addition, but basically it's data centers. Data centers are imposing billions of dollars on everybody else. Does it really make sense to drive up the cost of capacity to everyone's customers purely to serve the data centers? It's a paradigm shift. It's not something, and somebody said earlier, markets can't solve all problems. Shockingly, I agree with that. And this is an example of, with the data centers coming on, it is a dramatic shift. I mean, the data centers could overwhelm the grids if they chose to. The amount of demand they have, the potential for data center load the potential is massive. And, we've seen in the press 36 gig of potential data centers on Exelon alone. Who knows exactly what the forecasts are? But part of what's driving the capacity market is uncertainty about those forecasts. So we have high levels of uncertainty. We have to build capacity and pay for it, for that demand, which may or may not emerge. There's a straightforward answer, and that is to have the data centers bring, not taking generation out of the system through a bilateral or directly, but bring their own new generation. There should be an expedited queue process to deal with that, both on the load and the gen side. I agree. It would help bring them on faster, but just pretending it's regular supply and demand is missing the point, and I think that is a key source of all the problems we're facing at the moment. But holding that aside, demand is growing very slowly for organic demand growth. Generators are retiring. There's still issues to address, and the most critical of those is, I think raised by the representative of NERC today. We need to make sure we define reliability properly. We need to make sure we define a common approach to accreditation. Those things need to be done. They need to be done fairly quickly, but the most immediate pressing problem, I think, facing the capacity market in PJM at least, is data center related load growth. Thanks.
All right. In interest of time and lunch, over to you, Chair.
Don't think about lunch. Well, this has been like every OPSI meeting I've ever attended in the last 21 years. Margie and I have been arguing about the capacity market for 21 years, which is longer than most couples have been married. And still get along. She nailed it on transmission costs. She nailed it because transmission is now the transmission costs are even more than capacity costs in PJM. That's absolute fact. And 80% of the transmission spend is local. It's not even being scrutinized at PJM. It's not being scrutinized at many of the states, and that's one of the big problems. But we can't do that today. I've been trying to work on that, but that would take another technical conference. But in the interest of time, I'm just going to say, yes, here's this chart. I want you all to look at this just because this is the bottom line numbers. And if you look at PJM in the last 10 years, here's what got put into service, 28.3 gigs. We lost 34 gigs in PJM of generation. And by the way, this is UCAP. This is after the ELC. So this is not nameplate. This is real ELCC accredited generation. So the bottom line is in PJM, we have lost 5.6 gigs in the last 10 years. Now that's just the bottom line number, and we've heard a lot of great discussion today about what was the cause of it. I will say this: Glenn Thomas is not sitting here. If he was, here's what I'd say to him, because he said Virginia's IRP system's not working. Well, if you look at Virginia, okay, we came out a net minus 362. Actually, if you accredited our 4 combined cycles that I voted to approve, I think we'd be actually properly, and I think Dr. Bowering's talked about that. I think Virginia would be in a net positive if you accredited those combined cycles a little bit better. But here's the point. So Glenn Thomas says Virginia's IRP system isn't working. It gets back to Dr. Bowering's point. It's because Virginia's been flooded with data center demand, which was never forecast even as recently as 5 years ago. And so we built in Virginia sufficient to the load we had for the 17 years I was on the Virginia Commission. And then the data center load flooded in and overwhelmed any load forecast that we had gone on for 17 years, which were essentially flat, and we were building for it, and these numbers show that. So that was outside the market. That was a decision driven by policies adopted by our legislature to give tax subsidies to data centers and other attractions, which the Utility Commission had nothing to do with. So the IRP system's not the reason, as Glenn said, Virginia's now a big importer. Virginia's a big importer, not because of what Glenn said. It's a big importer because we got inundated with data center load, which there's no way the commission through its IRP system could even prepare for that. So I want to make that point for obvious self-interest. But with that, let's leave this up because I think this is a good segue to the next panel. But I just want you to see, for all the talk, good talk, by the way, everybody was great. All the talk in PJM, here's the bottom line. The bottom line in PJM is in the last 10 years, this is actual generating resources put into service, and we are down 5.6 gigs. When you net out additions and retirements, we are down. We're down 5.6. And that is not sustainable when we have load shooting up. It just, it ain't, okay? That's arithmetic. So that's the problem we got. And with that, the next problem is lunch, I think. But I want to thank everybody again. This is like, for me, you know, this is like OPSI for the last 21 years, so it's been great to see everybody. All right, here's what I got. I got 1 o'clock. How much can you guys tolerate? You want to come back at 1:30 and start at 1:30? 1:30, back in here, ready to roll, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Sorry, I heard you. We both.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. My name is Alondra Valdez. I'm with the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. We will now begin Panel 3, which will be a roundtable discussion with state public utility commissioners and other state representatives about the role of states in resource adequacy in PJM, as well as a reflection upon the last panel. As a brief reminder, each panelist submitted in advance their statements, but we will not be having opening statements for this particular panel. We'll be going straight to the questions from the commissioners. Please keep your questions, or excuse me, please keep your answers to the questions short and to the point, because we are trying to keep up with time. And then as we approach the end of the panel, you'll see a timer. We do not intend to discuss at this technical conference any specific proceedings before the Commission, so as a reminder, please do not discuss those proceedings, but my colleagues from the Office of General Counsel will interrupt if you do steer towards those things. Before I hand it back to the Commissioners, we will start with introductions for our panelists. Going from left to right here, we have Emil Thompson, Chairman of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia. We have Jacob Finkel, Deputy Secretary for Policy in the Office of the Governor of Pennsylvania. Christine Gould-Sadovi, President of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. Kelsey Baggett, Commissioner on the Virginia State Corporation Commission. Michael Richard, Commissioner of the Maryland Public Service Commission. David Valletta, Commissioner of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. And Dennis Dieters, a Commissioner on the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio. Welcome, and thank you for your participation. I now turn it back to Chairman Christie.
All right. Thank you, Alondra, and welcome back to the afternoon session and panel number 3, which is all state regulators and one representative of the governor of Pennsylvania. And we welcome everybody. And again, thank you for your work to come here. You took a day to do this, and you did a lot of work. The statements were great, and obviously a lot of work went into preparing for this. So just want to thank you. Just express my thanks to you. Before I get to on this panel, I go first on questions, and we'll work back the other way. So first thing I need to do is I received a letter about 2 weeks ago from the Maryland legislature. It looks like the entire Maryland legislature signed it. No, I'm not being facetious. I mean, they did. Expressing generally, a lot of concerns about the PJM capacity market, the increase in capacity prices, the impact on consumers, et cetera. I'm not going to read it, but I did promise the Maryland legislators, Delegate Charkoudian, I think, organized it. So we're going to put this in the record for Delegate Charkoudian and for looks like the entire Maryland legislature signed it. So we're putting this in the record. Just want to let the Maryland legislators know that. So that'll be part of the record of the proceeding. Now, let me. What I want to start out with is a theme that should be familiar to all you all as state regulators, because you all are participating in OPSI. We've thrown that name around here. Well, not Jacob, but he knows what it is. But let me ask you this. So the last panel, one of the themes we heard certainly from the IPP advocates, Margie and Glenn Thomas, but also from others on the panel like Joe Bowering, the IMM, Adam Keach from PJM. One of the constant themes was we need stability, we need certainty. The problem with the capacity market is always getting changed. And having been involved in this thing for 21 years, 17 as a state regulator, it seems like the capacity market has been in a constant state of change. Every year, it's every OPSI meeting you go to. I've been on FERC for 4 years. It seems like we have a 205 from PJM all the time to change something about the capacity market. So I hear the panel saying, oh, we need stability. We need to just set the rules and go away and forget about it and not come back. And that may be good as economic theory, but we don't live in economic theory. We live in a political reality, and the political reality, which you all know painfully, or maybe not painfully, is we have 14 jurisdictions in PJM. Every one of you represents a different jurisdiction. There are a total of 14, and every one of those jurisdictions is changing its policies continuously. Every time the legislature sits, every time the governor appoints new people to the commission, or in Virginia's case, get elected by the legislature, the policies change. We all know that. My first OPSI meeting in 2005, everybody wanted the same thing. We wanted reliable power at the least cost. That was it, period. Now, New Jersey has a very strong mandatory renewable. Maryland has a very strong mandatory renewable. Indiana does not. Ohio does not. West Virginia does not. So the question is, do you think, as an economic construct, the markets, in particular the capacity market, may work fine in economic theory in a textbook, but when we look at a map of PJM, we don't see one big blank jurisdiction. We see 14 jurisdictions with all different policies. So is the problem that that PJM is really that we really shouldn't be looking at PJM as an economic construct? We should be looking at it as a political construct of 14 separate units. And if that's the case, how we make it work without the states having a much larger role? And that's an easy question for you guys, I know. So please tell me what if you agree that it is more of a political construct than an economic construct, and what role should the states be playing beyond what the states play now? So I'll start with Chair Thompson.
Well, first, thank you, Chair Christie, for having us here today and having this technical conference. Also, in light of recent news, I want to thank you for all your service. You've been a great advocate for state rights, not only as your time as a state commissioner, but certainly on FERC, and I want to thank you for all your work. I think the simple answer to your question is that this is not just a simple economic market. This is a political construct, and the states should be and need to have more rights and more say in what that capacity construct looks like. When you compare the governance structure of PJM to your other RTOs, it's very clear that the states in the states in PJM had the least amount of rights in terms of filing rights. Even if we wanted to have something filed on our behalf, there is no obligation by the TOs to do that. And so there's certainly that governance issue. When you look at becoming a member of PJM, there's over 1,000 members in PJM. So for the states to be 14 members is a drop in the bucket of those 1,000 members. And so the ability for us to effectuate change when we are the ones who are responsible for resource adequacy is certainly concerning. Most of our ability right now revolves around whatever goodwill we can build with PJM around working with the board and working with management, and it should be more than that. Or we could file 206, which then carries a heavy burden at the state at FERC. And as you're well aware, OPSI's only done that one time, and that was around the market monitor contract under your tenure. And so, again, the short answer to your question is the states certainly need a bigger seat at the table. If you look at again, MISO, New England, NESCO, SPP, they all have varying degrees of what state rights have, especially around resource adequacy, and the states need to have that voice.
Anyone else? President Golsadabi? Oh, I'm sorry, Jacob Fingal.
No, thank you. And I would just echo everything that Chair Thompson said, and particularly to start with thanking you, Mr. Chairman, for your service many decades to the PJM region in particular. And I hope that you and your staff, after bringing this amazing conference together, will take some well-deserved time off, but it won't be the end of your service to the region. And I appreciated very much your framing up in your opening statements this morning, the kind of dual posts of reliability and affordability. And I think too often we focus solely, you had said, we could have a whole second conference on affordability. I would posit this is that conference because they're inextricably linked. It's one coin, two sides of one coin, and you can't have, they go together always. And I think too often, a lot of what you're describing as a political problem is those two pieces not being well synced inside PJM. In preparation for this conference, I took a look back. Almost 20 years ago, there was a technical conference in this building talking about what became RPM. And the states then said, you're basically taking the volatility in the energy market and you have a more stable construct that will be more politically durable. What we've seen instead is in addition to taking, when you took pieces out of the energy market, you took the volatility with it. And RPM, even in more stable times than we live in today, RPM has been, the BRAs have been very volatile, and now they're extremely volatile. And I think that invites very serious problems when you don't have, as the chairman said, sufficient or comparatively really any state opportunity for engagement at PJM in a formal way, which is why you kind of see things outside the edges of 206 or other things. And I would just very briefly say, I think it goes beyond the states. It's not just states don't have a voice, that the entire PJM stakeholder process. I talk to so many people who are frustrated, and in every corner, even folks you might think are well represented in the PJM process. No one, it seems, maybe a few who aren't talking to me are, but folks who I talk to are not satisfied with their ability to influence decisions at PJM or to be heard in the process, or to have their voices heard in what PJM files before this commission. So I think that this fundamentally needs to be thought about and changed and approached in a different way. It's such a Byzantine process, and I say that with some love as a former classicist for Byzantium, but it doesn't work when we're adapting to rapid change as we are in the energy world today. So I think it's for the states, and we're here for the states, but also for all stakeholders. It needs to change.
I've actually said at times that the PJM stakeholder process is Byzantine, but that would insult the Byzantines, and you would probably relate to that. Let me, okay, President Golsanavi.
Thank you. Again, echoing the thanks and appreciation to you, Chairman, and the Commissioners for doing this. Of course, agreement with my colleagues here. We at the state level are responsible for resource adequacy, and recently, of course, we've been hearing more about the fact that these projections have been around that we need more resources, and we've been told that for the last couple of years, and we have certainly some responsibility for ensuring that we are a favorable environment to address resource adequacy and build those resources, but our ability to have a meaningful impact on the planning, the resource adequacy planning at PJM has really been stifled, and we have seen that very small changes in market rules have a very significant implication on prices. And so I think that's even more important that we acknowledge that the states need a role, because we are responsible for resource adequacy. We have a responsibility to our ratepayers for affordability, and that we know that these minor changes in market rules and in modeling have shown a very significant change in price, and that is something that consumers are having to shoulder at this time. So I agree with my colleagues. We certainly do need more of a role in the resource adequacy planning conversation at PJM, and a role that, as I pointed out in my comments, and a role that has significance in our ability to affect whether rule changes happen, or other aspects of planning at PJM.
Okay. Judge Baggett.
I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues up here said, because I largely agree with them. I think whether it was originally political, it certainly has become political. Is it on now? Red's on. Okay. So it certainly has become political. I think the one thing that I will say, I agree that states need to have a larger role and more input in the PJM process. But to all my state colleagues up here, I think it's easy to throw darts at PJM, but we also bear some responsibility in that. And so I think to the extent we want a larger role in that process, we have to demonstrate that us, as a group of 14 states with very different regulatory structures and very different goals and policies, right, that we can actually function as a collaborative body and make decisions if we do have more of a voice in that process. I think that challenge has been handed to us with 1920. I think it's yet to be seen whether we will step up and meet that challenge, but I think to the extent we want to take more of a role, we really have to demonstrate as states that we can actually come together with all of our differences and be a productive voice in that process.
Well, I'm going to say we gave you the tools on 1920, so I hope you use them. Okay, Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Chair Christie, and I'll start also by thanking you for your leadership. We really appreciate your support for the states and to cooperative federalism, and so we're going to greatly miss you. I also just want to say that I agree with everyone so far, everyone down the line here. One of my roles at OPSI has been to be a chair of the governance committee, and we've talked about this a lot. How can we be more effective working with PJM? And while you kind of set it up that we're very different, we often do come together and we work very hard to approach PJM with solutions, ideas, and just engagement. And I think if we had the opportunity to be heard more effectively at the beginning of any process where we're trying to come up with a solution to a problem or identify problems, I think that would be very helpful. It would be, I think, very much aligned with Order 2000 light touch regulation. And I think it would also result in us writing a lot fewer letters, and I think also coming to you all the time to try to resolve differences. If we can do that, and I think there's some good models, SPP, I like that one. I think Pennsylvania and New Jersey have offered some really interesting ideas, but I would really encourage FERC commissioners to help us get there. I think that we're kind of lagging at PJM, maybe because we're the first, to really kind of reinforce our ability to effectively work with PJM. And I think we'll see the solutions, and we'll see a lot more efficiency in the process. And just one other point, too. I think a lot of us do have, our states have very consistent policies. And yeah, we're different in some of those policies, but I think PJM often describes themselves as an air traffic control system. We would like to work with them as a state, Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's not really a good analogy right now. But anyway, they're so often, because our policies have been very consistent, I think, in Maryland, if we could just work directly with them at identifying solutions. Our legislature has given us a lot of tools at our commission, and we could be very helpful with the distribution system, talking through what our abilities are, what our levers are. If we could just have that conversation with PJM, if there was just opportunity to have more transparency in their decision-making process. Again, I think along with a bigger governance solution, just engaging more directly with the states, and I think we can work a lot of these issues out.
Thank you. I would generally agree with my colleagues, but I guess the place where I would kind of step back is in Indiana. We're in both MISO and in PJM. And my experience with MISO has been that OMS does not have the same level of interaction with the MISO board that we do with the PJM board. So I feel like we're getting that face-to-face time. We're getting able to share our views with them. We're able to share our views with the executives at PJM, and the fact that it doesn't move through the stakeholder process, I'm not certain that being one of hundreds of other groups necessarily elevates you to being able to push things through the stakeholder process. I would have to be convinced that we would have some sort of higher role that we would be elevated to. And that doesn't seem like something that's going to happen. So that would be my sort of point of disagreement with the group.
Thank you.
Dieters?
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the invite and all the commissioners participating. It's been an excellent forum. I was watching from the next room for a while.
Okay.
But I did want to tell Commissioner Christie, Chair Christie, that the first thing you said to me when I became a regulator was, don't forget the people that aren't in the room. There's going to be a lot of important people in the room, but don't forget the ratepayers who are out there, working 2 shifts trying to pay the bill. So I think that's testament to your service, if that's what you're telling a young regulator when I started my service. So thank you. This is a interesting discussion. I think governance in the PJM footprint from an OPSI standpoint has been a challenge. We are reactive too much for states that are relying on our RTO to provide resource adequacy. So I think from a general perspective, there needs to be a push, and I think you might see this coming from OPSI, to improve governance, to give us a better say in the decisions that are made, from transmission planning all the way to resource adequacy. So that being the case, I do shudder to think of injecting more politics into a engineering effort. Our obligation and my position on the obligation of PJM is to keep the lights on. I think to some great extent, and Glenn Thomas touched upon this, part of the challenge has been that politics have crept in to the extent that some of the decisions that have been made as it relates to resource adequacy or state policies have not considered their effect on reliability. And that's a massive concern, I think. So if we're going to trudge forward with more collaboration in the political sense, we have to be careful. That's my position.
Put the chart back up, please. Whoever's got control of the there you go. Okay, but we're not seeing it here. There you go. Let me just ask the panel. My last question. We'll move on to my colleagues. So this is PJM in the last 10 years. You can see your state. We've lost 5.6 gigs of capacity in PJM in the last 10 years. Do you think it's because of the capacity market is not properly constructed, or I know there's different constructs. At least 4 of you are in deregulated states where utilities don't build. What do you think is the reason that we're down 5 point? This is the bottom line number. We're down 5.6 gigs of accredited capacity in PJM in the last 10 years. Obviously, we know that demand is taking off like a rocket, and that's not a prescription for keeping the lights on. So is it the capacity market, and what's wrong with the capacity market if we're looking at a number like this in PJM in the last decade? So I'll just start off with anybody who wants to address it. I mean, I'll just put it that way.
I'll certainly take the first stab at that. I do want to respond to one thing, though. I think it's 14 jurisdictions. Each jurisdiction is different. Each jurisdiction has their own policies. But I would submit that OPSI has really worked well when we start talking about capacity and resource adequacy. When we saw everything that came out of the most recent BRA auction, you saw multiple filings at FERC with near unanimous support from the OPSI states, which shows that we can work together on resource adequacy issues, because we all know at the end of the day, reliability is paramount. And so I just want to throw that out there. Now, with respect to this chart, I would submit that by and large, the results of this chart mean that the capacity market is working. Not perfectly, but by and large. And the reason why I say that is the real reason why we are having a lot of these resource adequacy issues, these constraints, are because of these large load additions that are coming online in a manner that's faster than we can build new generation that can support them. That's the fact of it, right? And so 3 years ago, the load forecast looked completely different than it does now. And so, and then as we heard from the previous panels, it's going to take 5 to 7 years to build a new baseload thermal generation. And so I think these results are a direct result of what was perceived to be the need at the time. I think if we had the ability to forecast 5 years ago that we would have this huge data center AI explosion, perhaps these numbers might not look the same. And I think we're starting to see that as evidenced by retirements that are reversing because some plants, either due to policy or were not necessarily economic, some of that's changing. You see new investment coming in through the RRI that was approved. And so I think generally it's working. I think, but what I'll also say is the current construct is probably not right for our changing generation resource mix. I think there need to be, I hate to use the word tweaks because that's all we keep doing, but I do think there are maybe 1 or 2 major tweaks that need to be done to really reflect generating resource attributes. So specifically what I'm talking about is a sub-annual construct. But I think by and large, what you're seeing is what the market was seeing at the time, and it just did not account for data centers.
As and if I may toot Pennsylvania's horn, I mean, as the state that's doing well on this chart.
You are doing really well. I thought you'd mention that. But.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with the chairman. No one saw that data centers were coming, and who could? But what I see looking at this chart, aside from Pennsylvania doing well, which I love, is what's not on this chart, which is the gigawatts and gigawatts that are in the interconnection queue that PJM has been unable for years and years and years and years to get built. And I just respectfully, fundamentally disagree with when they say they've cleared 50 gigawatts or as many gigawatts as they want to clear 5 years too late. What commercial project, what developer can wait 5 years in limbo and then be expected to build? It doesn't, to me, say anything about the viability of those projects if you make them wait that long. And when you even hear it on the panel this morning, CAISO has built an incredible amount in just this last year, and we've built practically nothing. And by the time from the moment they close the interconnection queue to when RI projects start to come online, which is not even obviously regular projects, right? A regular person who's not an RI have to wait even longer, but ROI, you're talking maybe 2030, 2031. It's almost a lost decade that we're going to have in the PJM region of new capacity. So completely agree we have a serious problem here. I do think the RPM is substantially flawed. It needs to be changed. Agree that we've had I think the chairman, you call it a Rube Goldberg machine at one point, or that's been a description which is apt, but you can't just continue making changes forever, and stability is important. Market participants need that. But at the same time, you can't just say, okay, now pencils down when you know that it doesn't work. So at a certain point, you may have to say this doesn't, as you say, it's a theoretical construct that works on paper. Maybe it doesn't work in the real world. We're not there yet. Pennsylvania believes strongly in markets. We think, I don't think RPM quite is a market, but to the extent that it has those characteristics, I think it could be made to work. But it's not working today, and the interconnection queue, it's never going to work if you don't have the essential premise of efficient entry. So they need to fix that, and I understand they're making progress, but kind of saying they've cleared 50 gigawatts years and years too late doesn't solve the problem that we face.
Okay.
So thank you. I do want to start off echoing my chairman's comments about kind of the very diverse policy positions of the states in PJM, and the fact that we have been able to come to agreement on a lot of resource adequacy issues, I think shows our commitment to working together, and certainly New Jersey feels strongly about continuing that commitment to work together with our states in the region. I think this chart certainly shows that we haven't built and gotten enough generation online to replace the generation that has gone offline. States like New Jersey that have prioritized clean generation as part of our policy decisions have planned on bringing new clean generation online to replace some of the generation that's gone offline that has a higher emissions profile when it comes to carbon emissions in particular. And to Jacob's point, that generation, that clean generation, primarily solar in the PJM queue, which has a shorter development timeline from a project development standpoint, is still in the queue and could be coming online more quickly to replace some of the lost generation that that has gone offline in the last several years. But there are other states here that are also in a generation deficit that don't have the same emissions profile requirements for new generation. And so we obviously are seeing that from a market construct standpoint, it is not working to bring new generation online as quickly as possible in the context of the larger PJM queue issues. And I want to give credit to PJM where it is due. And Chairman, you pointed this out at the beginning. They are their first rule of business is to manage the grid and to operate the grid, and they do an excellent job doing that. Right? We have really great reliability in the PJM region, and I don't want to overstate the importance of that. But in terms of ensuring that the market reflects, real supply and demand challenges, and that it does spur new generation coming online within the context of the PJM queue, I don't think that it's doing that.
So looking at this chart, just reflecting on a couple things that were said in, I think, the panel number 2. I think this chart is helpful, and it shows the current status of the capacity market and how we've ended up. But I almost think it's sort of besides the point, because I think we're at a stage where this reflects where we are to date, right? And now we have relatively rapidly new load coming online. And so I think the question is the capacity market set up and able to address on the time frame we need it to address the amount of new generation that we need, right? I think, Margie made the point that Virginia, an IRP model, is not going to overbuild the same way that Pennsylvania, when you're purely deregulated, can maybe spur development of IPP growth in your markets, right? That's how it works. And so before we saw that increased load demand in Virginia, it makes sense that our IRP model we would build to the load that we see. Now we're seeing significant amount of load. And so I think the question really is, in Virginia, we're talking about commercial certainty, for example. You have a degree of that because you have a model where we are looking at load forecasts now that we see, and we have the utility that's able to come to us and say, we do need to be making investments now in all of this to get to where we need to be. And of course, the load forecasts are litigated and everything. And so I think we need to think about it in that context, is what does the capacity market need to look like and do in order to be able to meet the next phase, not what it did in the past. And I think Glenn Thomas made the point that, we're not going to see every state change its regulatory paradigm overnight. I really don't think that that's realistic to be arguing about what model is the better model. I think we have the models that we have. I think that the way interconnection is obviously important, but I think there needs to be transparency in the load forecasting and other rather than tweaking each of the little elements of ELCC or various pieces of the capacity market over and over again. I think there needs to be greater collaboration and communication on the larger inputs to what we're driving at in the capacity market. So, load forecasting, demand growth, everything like that. And that is going to require greater coordination and collaboration between the states so we actually understand where the demand is coming from and who's relying on the market and who's relying on their own self-build to meet that demand, right? Where is that coming from? And so I think we as states need to continue to collaborate. I wasn't, knocking our ability to collaborate, but I do think it's really important that we continue to have that discussion and that within the PJM context, and that's more of a governance thing, that we have a role in that process. So I think our focus should be on governance and not focusing on, nitpicking every little aspect of the capacity market going forward, at least in the near term.
Michael?
Yes, I think this looks like it's an outcome from economic dispatch. I think these are the numbers I see there look logical for Maryland. Maryland has been a net importing state. It was a net importing state when I was director of the Maryland Energy Administration in the early 2000s, and we're a net importing state today. I think that it would be, inefficient, illogical, I guess, to tell Maryland, if we're going to be part of an RTO, to go ahead and we got to generate everything we need. So I think to start there, I would say there were decisions based on economics. A number of coal plants did shut down. I want to be clear, there are no policies in Maryland that require deactivations of coal plants. In fact, we have a lot of policies that encourage the type of resources that they come online that we prefer. And those resources do include gas plants. In fact, we are very responsive. We've always been very responsive to PJM, sometimes to a fault. You may recall with the CPV plant, we got ourselves into a little bit of trouble with the Supreme Court because of Hughes versus Talon. We were being responsive to Maryland. Bring that plant online. We had a gas plant come online in 2018. And I was part of reauthorize, I don't know what you call it, redoing a CPCN for a gas plant that was, ready to go, the Mattawoman plant in southern Maryland. They made a decision based on economics not to build. So again, I want to be clear that Maryland has always been very responsive. When we need to, and we're told, like we have been recently, that there's a dire situation, then we have responded. And I'll also point out that the policies now, we are working hard to, through OREX to bring on offshore wind. Our legislature, really devoted a lot of its time in the last 90 days, well, the 90-day session that just ended, to again focusing on the admonition of PJM to bring more resources online. And so we've been given additional authorities at the Maryland Public Service Commission to do that. So to the extent we need to contribute to our own resource adequacy, we are prepared to do that. We've also working very hard to bring on the resources that we prefer, and we need to work closely with PJM. We need to, for instance, with the deactivation of Brandon Shores Wagner, we have a lot of resource in the queue right now. We have resources that we would like to incentivize to bring on online. But it was difficult. We were not successful working with PJM, coming up with a solution to the deactivation that considered our recommendations to bring resources online, whether it be hybrid, solar or the storage facilities. We just moved quickly forward on what do they call immediate needs project. And the problem with that is, if we're being told it's dire to bring on more resources, and then we build a transmission project that actually inhibits or blunts all those economic
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're getting dangerously close to matters that are currently before the
Okay.
commission, so if you could step back from that content.
Fantastic. I was trying to get as close as I could.
Well, and I think that's
but again,
I
the
think
point
it's
is
the
we are
transmission case.
yeah.
It's not the
Yeah.
generation, I think. But
Yeah,
anyway.
the point is, we would like to work as closely as possible with PJM to get, to come up with solutions that address, resource adequacy issues. So I'll stop there. I could go on for a long time on this, but yes, I think our legislature has been very responsive. Maryland's always been responsive, and so if these are the numbers, if PJM thinks we need to do something different, let us know.
Well, I thought your governor, or at least your previous governor, put out an executive order for calling for 100% renewable. I thought I saw that. Maybe I read that. But so anyway, ultimately, it's the
goals are there.
side.
Yes, I mean it is true. Okay, that Maryland policymakers, we believe the science for climate change, and our policies reflect that. We want to have as many clean resources as possible, so we set these goals. But again, we have those goals. The legislature just completed. Specifically has given us the authority, if necessary, to procure and incentivize gas plants, if that's what's needed to keep the lights on.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Valletta.
I want to talk about the differences between the states a little bit. So in the vertically integrated states, state regulation financially secures investment, and that's why things get built. In the restructured states, the market financially secures the investment. So the PJM capacity market, as the first panel talked about this morning, would better secure investment if it operated as a residual market. So I think the states should develop a resource acquisition process or requirement that kind of works alongside or on top of the PJM capacity market, and then the states can determine to the extent they want to use the capacity market as appropriate for their circumstances. And in addition, I think we also need to look at, is there anything else that needs to be done to the interconnection process, so that once that investment decisions are made, there is some certainty that this resource is going to get online within a reasonable time.
So I think the original question was is the market failing based upon the red number at the bottom of the chart, and I think to some extent the prior panel discussed instability, and the only consistency in the PJM market is that it's inconsistent. It's constantly changing. So that's a big piece of this, in my opinion. We've also got moving targets on state policies. We've got moving targets coming out of the White House, and I think it's a difficult challenge for investment. And we're talking about long-term investment when the rules change. So respecting the position that maybe the queue is the issue, although I think most of those resources are inverter based. We're looking at peak load demand, data center load. We need
dispatchable generation to come on, and that needs to be incentivized. So, Ohio's position has been, and my position is that we need to get the markets back to being what they were when we made the bargain to enter the RTO, which is incentivizing build, lowering costs, and creating an RTO where we're all on the same page. And to some extent, I'm not sure we have been as states. And there's been decisions made as it relates to certain policies that are incongruent with that mission. I do think that Ohio, I'm going to stand up for the Buckeye State here. The legislation that Glenn Thomas referenced has significant incentives for natural gas generation and siting. So I think you're going to see maybe the numbers turn on our part, to be determined. But I think we need to get to some calmer waters on our markets.
We'll go to Judge Baggett, and then President Golsadovy, and then Jake Finkel, and then we'll move on to the next questioner.
So just a quick observation as I'm listening to everyone's comments here. I mean, I think this chart is helpful. I think we're all sort of digesting it in real time, or to the extent we saw it in the comments before. It wasn't information, I think, that, at least for me, I had readily available before seeing these comments. And as Commissioner Richard was saying, our legislature is responsive and we have the tools we need to address any sort of shortfall, so tell us what we need to do to meet it, right? And we all have different state policies. We're all trying to, we look at our state-specific bubble because that's what our job is as state regulators. But we don't necessarily have the information to understand how our individual state policies or our regulatory model may or may not be sufficient. And I think, the comment was made earlier, no state's going to get their lights turned off because they didn't show up properly. They didn't meet their capacity needs for the capacity market. And maybe that's true, but maybe a helpful exercise. And it's something we could ask PJM to do, or you could ask PJM to do, or we could do in collaboration, would be to run some sort of modeling that actually told us, right, based on these numbers and everything else, like, are you meeting your capacity need, right, based on your load projections and everything else, and that virtual exercise of getting your lights shut off if you're not showing up to the capacity market, so that we have the information to know, or go back to our legislatures, or support any decision making at the state level that, hey, we really do need to maybe change some of our state policies, or hey, maybe we do have support for additional dispatchable generation, or we do need to be looking at siting changes at the state level. So maybe there is a way, right? State policies are with the states, and it's not necessarily something that FERC can mandate. But help us work with PJM to get the information we need to do that gut check, that virtual turning the lights off exercise, so that we have the tools we need to work together, but also go back to our respective state bodies and make informed decisions.
Yeah, so I think, I think we really need to be thinking about it from a flexibility standpoint, right? When we talk about the market changing all the time and the market rules changing, it has to be flexible. And as we've seen just in the change in load growth projections because of data centers in the last couple of years, we need some flexibility in the market to be able to address what is now a very drastic shift in the load projections that we had not seen previously. And it also it needs to be responsive to states as the entities that have a significant responsibility in resource adequacy. So, being flexible with the states, providing the states the opportunity, as I noted in my comments, to do things like FRRs, to have more of a say in the governance and the planning when it comes to PJM, because ultimately, what we're seeing here is, we do have a responsibility to ensure for our customers in the state of New Jersey that they are getting their lights kept on and they're doing it in an affordable way. But we need to be able to do that with PJM and have more of a voice at PJM in order to address resource adequacy in an affordable way.
Completely agree with that. That's really what I was going to say. So I'll just, I think I was just going to say on behalf of the states, who are not looking so great on this. I don't think I agree with Commissioner Richard. Like, every state shouldn't have to necessarily balance its load, right? that's the whole point. That's why we did this. That's why we're all in this together. We're a diverse set of states. Some states, it may make more sense, maybe more economic to site things in Pennsylvania than it is across the border. And should be a sign. That should be fine. What isn't fine, I think, is this doesn't necessarily reflect the rising load growth we have and the fact that we need to get more generation on quickly. And there are plenty of tools that PJM has at its disposal that it is not kind of using with the alacrity that the emergency that we seem to be in would suggest they should be using. And things like surplus interconnection, SIS, things like using virtual power plants, VPP, using the GETs that can massively increase the transmission that we already have. All the acronyms should be deployed. And these are things we can do above and beyond what any particular state has in its generation. But I don't think we need to kind of, if we kind of roll it back and say, okay, now we're all going to go our own way and we're going to do our own planning, that may be where we end up. If RPM just doesn't work and can't deliver results for the ratepayers or affordable bills for consumers, that may be where we head. We may just say, as Dr. Bowering said, we did that for many, many, many years and it worked. And it may be less efficient and more expensive. Perhaps that has to be what happens. I hope not. But I don't think that this foretells that. And the other thing I was just going to say is there's a real world component to all of this. These are the numbers, but it doesn't tell you the story of what happens in the ground. I talk to developers in communities across Pennsylvania who it is so hard to build new projects. It is so hard to site new projects and permit new projects. That's true, across the region. And the Shapiro administration has done a lot of work since day one on permitting reform. We've made huge strides making permitting faster. The governor has a 6-part lightning plan that's going to make it easier to site and to build reliable power in Pennsylvania. So we recognize, and I appreciate Commissioner Baggett's point, like the states have to show. I think the states are sovereign entities who inherently represent their people and should be respected as they are, but they also should show that we can work together as civilized adults. So I agree with that. And I think we have to show that we can get stuff built. We can get steel in the ground. And we're working really hard to do that in Pennsylvania. So I think that's the second part. We don't take that lightly. PJM can't come build the plants for us. They can't site them for us. They can approve it, and they got to do that faster. And I think be working harder and with more urgency on a lot of these things. But we understand that at the end of the day, we're responsible, and we take that very seriously.
Let me just say this in response. PJM is not a regional IRP planner. They don't look at this this is the data from the results of the market, but they're not a regional IRP planner to look at the thing holistically and say, well, it doesn't matter if Maryland's in deficit as long as Pennsylvania's in surplus. These are market results, and I would just it's the states and only the states, look at their state individually, and if everybody, as the old saying goes, if you get a situation where everybody leans on everybody else and everybody falls down, okay, so at some point somebody's got to be in surplus. And we're getting to, I think in Pennsylvania now, we're down to like 2 states are in surplus, and that's it in PJM. Mike Richard.
Yeah, just quickly. I think this looks at the additions and retirements, but there are other state programs that states like mine have, like Empower Maryland, which really promotes efficiency, energy conservation. And so a lot is put into, again, to make sure that the things are in balance. We also have very robust demand response programs, and it would be great if we can further develop that as a resource in PJM so that it's not just emergencies, but something that we can rely on a more daily basis, I guess. And it's also, I think, incumbent on PJM. We really need to move forward with 2222 and 2023. Really, again, we have a lot of resources that are, in the queue. If we could get those out of the queue, they potentially, they've been sitting there for a long time, so they may have died. But they, we don't know that until we can actually give them the go ahead. But again, also there are the other resources, virtual power plants. But again, I think that it's a little more complicated than just that. And on a day-to-day basis, I look at my watch here. It tells me it's about 86 degrees. I bet Maryland is actually producing much more than 60%. I mean, on a regular basis, we do have the resources. It's really for that cold winter morning or the very hot summer evening that I think that we run into these issues.
That's quite a watch. You said it's 86. I thought, in here? Commissioner Rosner.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panel. It's a real honor to be with you all today. I've gotten to know many of you and really appreciated the partnership and collaboration with the state colleagues. And my, how time flies, even when it's about 46 degrees in this room. I'll just ask one question. But first, I'll riff off of a joke, which I liked, is that I like how many of you have an all of the above sort of mindset, and that's great. That fits well with FERC's fuel neutral policy, and I also like now every available acronym that's a new one. So. Thank you, Mr. Finkel. So what I wanted to ask today is really, a few of you have talked about interconnection queues as like that's sort of how we respond to the market. I just wanted to ask, you're a little closer to all this economic development than we are. And one thing that's important to me in this role is making sure that our jurisdictional markets and procedures are meeting the moment, that they are not barriers to you all realizing the economic development goals that are important to your commissions, your governors, the people who live in your states. And so my question is what do you need to see on the interconnection side? Because we're sending a price signal, and I think I heard from you all. Thank you, Chair Thompson, for leading OPSI in unanimous comments on many of the tweaks that we've made this time around. But we're sending that signal, and I hear people say, let's see what that does. But what do you need to see from the PJM interconnection process in order for your states to take advantage of all these large loads? Is the sort of 2-year process, is that fast enough? What do you need to see? What goal do we need to push towards? And that really will help us and help me, think through how to push, the jurisdictional entities that have control over that process to get you what you need. And we talked about this a little bit this morning, and I don't know that I have a clear answer. I think what I've heard is people in some vertically integrated states like the certainty of that model. I've heard that 2 years is too long. I've heard that maybe even a year is too long. What kind of certainty do you need and when? Anyone can answer.
Well, I think, we know that data centers are both a large, energy demand driver, but also a large economic growth driver for a lot of the states in this region that, that are looking to already have built data centers. But we are certainly hearing, that their timeline for construction is much shorter than, the timeline for getting new generation online. So as we think about the interconnection queue and how long it takes to get projects reviewed and interconnected and ISAs and then built, we really need to think about how quickly is demand going to go up as a result of data center growth, and is the interconnection time reflective of the time that we are seeing really drastic projections in demand growth. And right now it's not, right? Even 2 years ago and 5 years ago, we saw that the interconnection queue, the time for review was much too long, and that's before we were even aware that we were going to see this massive, very, very quick load growth. So I don't know that there's a time that we can say it has to be X number of months or X number of years, but we know that we are going to see significant demand growth, primarily driven by data centers, in just the next couple of years. And so we need to make sure that the interconnection is reflective of the demand growth.
Really appreciate the question. I just want to talk about automation for a second. I want to thank you, Commissioner Rosner, for your leadership and your letter on interconnection automation, which a lot of us loved, and I think I think we're living, in many ways. I don't really understand AI, but I think I believe that we're living through an AI revolution, and it's going to change things. And I think that interconnection, it isn't even AI, it's just advanced algorithms that can make an enormous difference. We're proud in Pennsylvania of Pearl Street, which MISO is using on their studies, and the results, as you cite in your letter, are staggering. I mean, it's orders of magnitude more efficient. And I understand, what the complexities that Manu laid out this morning. It's not just the study time. It's, who pays. That's always going to be the human question of who pays will always be more thorny than what a computer can ascertain until AI can do that for us. But I think given that quantum leap, and appreciate that PJM has taken a first step with Tapestry with the work that they're doing. I think there's more and faster that can and should be done there, but they're taking the first step. Given the quantum leap that unlocks, I would hope that this commission would be, again, don't have an exact red line number, but as fast as, much faster than in the past. And I think just in particular, it's Order 2023 is very good and it lays out a good timeline. And PJM's request, in particular, I think Order 2023 looks at a 150-day timeline. PJM's asked for a 480-day timeline instead. I find that unacceptable. Like not even aspire.
Sorry, that is also.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Okay. I find the not striving to do as much as we possibly can do, and having the ability to do better with technology, and not seizing that when our states are losing billions of dollars and count thousands of jobs on projects that aren't getting built because projects can't get out of the queue. And obviously we need the electrons, needless to say. So I hope this commission will continue the leadership and will be very strict in what we require the RTOs to pursue.
Thank you. And I'll just add very briefly on that because I was going to mention the use of AI, and I know Commissioner Valletta for us has been very instrumental in working with PJM, ensuring that they are using AI, and they've announced the Tapestry initiative, and so we'll see what that yields. But I think it also comes back to the basic fact that we're hearing that for baseload generation, it's going to take 5 to 7 years to build. And that is not going to bridge the gap in the meantime. And so I think we're forced to use all the acronyms in our toolkit and to try and get some short-term gains. And you see that it's starting to come to bear, certainly through the RRI, because there were a number of upgrades that were announced to existing plants, which should certainly have shorter yield times and provide greater reliability in a quicker amount of time. And so I think you have to continue to just, outside of interconnection, I think you just have to, I would urge PJM to continue to use it. I would urge PJM to be very proactive in thinking about different ways to solve this new problem, because we've never seen load growth like this in this short time period. So whatever they can think of, and states will certainly be at the table to help to help solve this issue.
I won't repeat everything my colleague said, but I agree with everything they just said. The thing I would point out is that if we could push PJM to prioritize the actual automating the interconnection studies, so that these manual tasks that their staff's doing, that could be automated so they could be sped up and they could spend their time on the more difficult, complex stuff. I think if we could push for prioritization so that as PJM rolls out whatever this technology is they're doing with Tapestry, that they put an emphasis on that so that we can see a benefit, kind of like MISO is seeing right now with Pearl Street. And I think that's really important that we see a benefit so that when people are trying to put resources on the grid, they see that there's an incentive that this is going to get on quicker. Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that's been said. I would just add simply getting some transparency into the process so that we understand, one, are the resources available, and if they're not, what are the costs? Looking at the cost causation principle, what are the costs, and how do we appropriately reflect those in tariffs? And that way we have I guess a better understanding. One, are these real, and can we support them, and what are they going to cost? And we don't really have, I think, all that information right now at the state level to make those important decisions to look out for the current customers.
Thank you all. Chairman.
Great, proceed.
All right. Thank you all for being here. First of all, I want to thank you very much for all of the work that you do. As a big believer in cooperative federalism and someone who, like my colleagues, came from a state government as well, I really want to thank you for the important work that you do. It's a real privilege to work with you all. I think it's important for us to respect what you do and give you room to run well in the lanes that you have and to do what we can to support you and be good partners in that effort. So I really appreciated working with you so far in this role, and I'm very grateful for your time and efforts today and the work that you're doing here. So also in the interest of time, I'm just going to ask one question, and I don't want to overly simplify things, but I want to ask you from your perspective on the issues we're talking about today, is this a data center driven problem that needs data center focused solutions? And what I mean there is, a lot of what we've been talking about is there's a lot of factors at play here. And I don't want to oversimplify, because concerns about retirements and the need to replace quickly with sources that have similar attributes, that predates a lot of these concerns. But we keep hearing about large load growth. Data centers are not all of it, of course, but they are a significant driver. And we've had some talk, earlier today about, well, perhaps there's other off-market solutions, whether it's Dr. Bowering's Bring Your Own Power or other measures when it comes to meeting the data center problem and concern there. And certainly it would put less pressure on the capacity market. So I'm curious from your perspectives, as those of you, your states are on the front lines when it comes to your policies with data centers, what is your perspective about that? Is that a direction we have to be going in? If we focus too much there, are there dangers about not focusing enough on some of the other concerns with capacity markets? I'm really interested in your thoughts on that. And then the second piece of that would be, a lot of your states are doing really interesting and innovative things when it comes to approaches to give more flexibility for large load customers to have more flexibility in procuring power. So I want to give some of you an opportunity to highlight some of that and talk about the pros and cons that you're seeing as we're adapting to these circumstances. So I don't know who wants to start with that one. Looks like we've got Commissioner Dieters.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess the answer is maybe. Maybe we're there. So we're becoming maybe Virginia 2.0 in Ohio on the data center front, which is good. I think the challenge that we're, as state regulators are facing is, how much of this load is real? We're hearing conversation about some potential issues with hardware, microchips, to serve these data centers. So if the load is coming, are they going to be able to build these things? So it's a super interesting question. I guess the heart of your question was, is this data center driven? I mean, it significantly. Obviously, we had a winter storm under a different, a less progressed data center movement, Winter Storm Elliott, where we had to do some things that were based upon where the grid was at that point. But I do think we need to take a really hard look at what kind of load we're going to have to deal with. It plays into the projections, our forecasting, significant part. Dr. Bowering mentioned that. But also, it has a different nature than other load, even large manufacturing load. It can't handle frequency issues like other loads can. It is data centers, and we saw this in Virginia, I think, some time ago. There was a NERC report on it. They're quick to come offline if they sense an issue in frequency, which I think is a significant consideration for all of us, because now we have significant load, the size of many cities, that's going to make a business decision that could affect the RTO. So I'm not answering your question. I'm just letting you into my brain when we talk about this, because I do think we need to start to consider, what this new load will be, and whether or not we need to make some changes in the way that we treat it. That being the case, I do think there's super smart considerations for bring your own generation. I don't know that that's a cure-all, because I worry about the ancillary services that are going to be necessary there. I also have concerns about should the data center bring their own natural gas generation, that may hinder our ability to serve the RTO. I'm fairly certain that these big companies are going to be able to secure long-term contracts and compete with the contracts that our merchant generators are having to negotiate. So a lot to think about, but I appreciate the question. It's super important that all of us run all these traps before we start making decisions.
Chair Thompson.
In many ways, I couldn't have said it better. I guess that's why Dennis is. But no, I think the way I would answer it is they're not necessarily the problem, but they are the manifestation of the problem, right? And I think, sitting and listening to the last panel, we talked a lot. There was a lot of discussion around gas electric coordination, gas pipeline constraints, and so you look at the constraints because more of our fleets are turning to natural gas and the greater usage of natural gas. We've talked a little bit about supply chain issues, tariff issues. All these things are coming in a perfect storm that are really causing some real challenges when we talk about building new generation. I think we could probably have limped along and been fine with the current MO, but for this large load coming at an increasingly fast rate. But at the same time, there's a great deal of uncertainty with this load. I think we can all agree that the load forecasts on the large load additions for the next 2-3 years are probably fairly solid. But once you get outside of that, we don't know, right? It depends on the energy usage of certain models. Maybe more efficient models are going to come out as training of the AI models evolves. What will that yield? Who knows, right? Maybe it'll go even higher, maybe it'll go lower, but we just don't know. And I think that's part of this, the scariness of all this. So,
appreciate it. Judge Bassett.
So I think the bring your own generation model is going to look very different if you're in a deregulated state versus traditionally vertically integrated state, and the utilities there are going to have a different part to play in the BYO. I do think that it really data center. I mean, in Virginia at least, it's no secret that a significant amount of the demand is being driven by data centers. And in Dominion's most recent IRP, I think they said it's 5.5% growth annually, and a doubling of their demand by 2039. And that is largely driven by data center load growth. So it's very real. I think I lost my train of thought there a little bit. If you can come back to me in 1 second, let me.
No problem. It's getting late. So, Mr. Finkel.
Just wanted to offer two things, and mostly to jump off Chair Thompson's point about, as I said, I don't understand AI and I don't understand what the chips may be able to do, but we can understand they may become, with Moore's law, increasingly efficient. And the question is, do they consume less power, or do you just put more chips in the warehouse? Two things that we think are very important on the ground in Pennsylvania. First, this problem of trust but verify. We know just empirically that PJM load forecasts have been accurate every year that they've been issued, and that's people are optimistic, and that's a good thing. But if we see this enormous growth coming and it doesn't come, that's going to leave ratepayers stranded with huge costs. So we think it's important to do what we can in Pennsylvania to ensure that the growth our utilities see coming is real, and we're working with our PUC to try to establish a kind of a check function, understanding a lot of this is hidden under necessary legal protections. If our PUC can kind of check that the exact same data center is not coming to multiple utilities to see if there's a good location, which makes sense, and then the utility in good faith is each one is reporting that to the PUC, right? You could totally see that happening. It's almost comic if it weren't very serious. And so I think this commission could do a great service by establishing, we can only do so much within our borders, but it's a regional problem, and data centers could be talking. So a more regional solution of that ilk, I think, would be hugely helpful. And just second, I understand there's an open docket, so I'm not going to say anything on the details, but really would urge this commission to act and appreciate the attention that you've been giving to this problem. Urge you to act as fast as possible. On the ground, there are projects right now in Pennsylvania that I'm aware of that could be providing electrons to the grid in addition to serving data centers, and they're not going to do that because the rules are just too murky and a commercial operator can't take the risk. They can't be on the hook for that. So we're going to be losing electrons for the next many decades that we could have if there were clarity in the rules. So we just appreciate very much the work this commission is doing, and would encourage you to speed on in that.
Certainly hear you there.
And we've said we're going to move as quickly as possible on that.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I appreciate your patience with me
Yeah.
there. I need a coffee. So to go along with what Mr. Finkel was saying, I think a lot of states, including Virginia, are spending a lot of time trying to think about those very questions of what do we need to do to be making sure data centers are paying their fair share, that they're not coming onto the grid until we have the power ready, and that it's not, that we're able to serve them at the reliability they need without sort of preferencing them over other customers. But the way that we can do that most effectively is through transparency in terms of how these data centers are interacting in other states. And so that goes back to more clarity and transparency from a regional standpoint on what is the load forecast, right? What load really is real, and are we actually meeting that demand as opposed to sort of speculating on the margins. And so I think also going back to just, are we the reality of what capacity we have and don't have, and how close we are getting to the margins. Because in Virginia, we have the Virginia Clean Economy Act that was enacted before a lot of this data center load growth came. And there's a lot of discussions about what does that look like, or what changes might need to happen on a legislative front in order to address, the goals there, and also oncoming data center load. And so we really just need clear, transparent information, and that's not information that states can get all on their own. They need sort of a more holistic view in order to provide the information to the regulators and the other state policymakers so that they can make the choices that they need to make when they're making decisions about, whether they want to economically incentivize data centers to come online, or how we're going to cost allocate things like that. So I think just more transparency for the states.
Appreciate that. Look like Commissioner Richard, do you put your card down, or?
Put it down. Basically, I was going to just make a quick point. These are very large, unprecedented sized large facilities. It'd be like adding another Baltimore or another, Frederick, Maryland. And so questions about, cost causation and allocation are going to be very important. If one state has a policy but can't provide all their own resources, how are we going to work through those issues? So I think these are very important that we consider as we start talking about these very large facilities.
Appreciate it. President Colsodovi, last word on this.
Yeah, I think, the transparency around data centers and interconnection is critical. We know that there are, even very large data center companies that are either postponing projects, both in the United States and globally, or they're canceling them because they don't have a need, or there might be it's taking too long. But we are making both, I think, certainly here at this commission and in the states, we are making very significant policy decisions based on the projections that I think we have relied upon rightfully around data center load growth. But as you heard, we all heard from the previous panel, there's a lot of interest to go back to a different regulatory framework, right? When New Jersey, we were seeing legislation, and I know that's happening in other states around re-regulation, which would be the most significant change in utility regulation in decades, and that's being considered because of data center projections and load growth projections. And at the end of the day, what that is going to be is a cost on ratepayers, right? So right now, ratepayers, in the PJM region and other RTOs, are paying the capacity market prices. It's not necessarily driving new generation. There's consideration about re-regulation, which is another cost to build new generation, and all of that is being considered really because of load growth projections related, not exclusively, but very much on data center, the projections for data centers and interconnection applications that data centers are putting forward throughout the region. So I think that transparency and the ability to get the data on data centers, to get the information about which data centers are actually coming, where they're coming in the region, is going to be particularly important for commissions to make decisions about new generation and regulatory frameworks.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Mr. Chang.
Thank you. I just want to echo all the thanks, because I realize and I recognize that this is only a minor part of your daily job, and thank you for being here and being so focused on this issue, as we all recognize is such an important issue. I just have one question. I'm glad Commissioner C teed up this, this is a data center creating the need, and do we need a data center focused solution, which brings me to it's possible that bring your own generation is not necessarily build your own generation, but actually contracting with some kind of supply. And I'm wondering if you have a reaction to the previous panel discussion around hedging and how the states, whether it's for the large data centers, hedging using long-term contracts, or just your load-serving entity, or even the EDCs, the electric distribution utilities that are in deregulated states, how are you thinking about that? Are you also thinking to provide some protection for your ratepayers? Are you also encouraging distribution utilities or load serving entities to enter into longer term contract to hedge and to kind of protect or to protect themselves from the capacity market if capacity market prices continue to rise? Yes, Chair Thompson.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about what we do in DC. And DC, for the standard offer service that's run by PEPCO for their auction, we bid out the I guess the requirement in
Yes.
1/3 tranches, such that it kind of helps mellow out the peaks as well as the valleys. And so what we've seen then as a result of the most recent capacity auction price is our average residential utility bill is going up about $20, which is lower than the full amount because we're still working off of 2 years of lower capacity prices. So that's certainly something that we've looked at, I think, or something that we use. I think if this trend continues, we might have to look at other avenues. But that's just kind of what we're doing in DC.
I mean, I appreciated in the last panel, and I think it may have been PPL who mentioned this, that, apologies if it wasn't, but that, we're looking at hedging, we're looking at every option on the table, we're looking at FRR, but I think that it's akin, to someone, the valet crashing the car and giving you the keys back and saying, now it's your problem, right? I mean, we've entrusted PJM to solve this problem. I hope that they can, and we want them to. We want to help them. We want a constructive relationship. We want the states to have an ability to do more because we're ultimately the ones responsible. But I don't think just handing it back and saying now you do hedging at a time when prices are so high is going to work. And I think that was the PPL mentioned. You're not going to get a competitive hedge when prices are this high, right? Ratepayers are going to be on the hook for these high prices if you started today. Maybe hedging works well if you started 5 years ago or start 5 years from now. So we should, we'll think about that. But we really want to make RPM work. In Pennsylvania, we still believe that markets can work and can be the best solution here, but they have to prove it. And just to give one example of that, the Chairman Thompson mentioned this, but the subannual markets that have sort of bedeviled RPM since the beginning. The original RPM construct in 2006 included subannual markets, and it got taken out before it took operation. But this is something that all the other RTOs have, and it just as Chairman, it may not be 85 degrees in here, but if you go outside, you know that it's June, right? It's not December in Washington, D.C. And PJM's model just sees one unitary block of the entire year. It just doesn't make any sense. And it's bad for consumers. You're not cabining the cost to the highest risk seasons. And it's bad for generators because you have units that can do more. The natural gas units can run harder in the winter, and PJM can't take account of that. And wind can do better in the winter, solar can do better in the summer, right? So you have these natural advantages that our region enjoys, and we're being deprived of that by not having this. So just on that particular point, Governor Shapiro is going to file an issue charge in the coming days at the PJM member committee to ask for immediate action on a subannual market. It's something that we should have had for a long time, and we want to see come forward. Hopefully there'll be change on that. But I think it comes to the question of, why haven't these changes happened already? And that goes back to where we all started, which is I think there isn't enough focus on the other side of that coin. A lot of focus on reliability, which is absolutely essential, but not the focus on the affordability, which is also essential. And I think having a greater focus on that in the PJM construct, there's a lot of different opportunities, to do that, and I'm not going to get into it. We have it in our testimony, different possibilities, looking at different models across the country. But I think it's so important. And if we don't have that, then we may be stuck going to something. I think that would be suboptimal, like hedging, and it's particularly the last thing. And then I'll stop. Is the very concept of capacity. What capacity means seems to me to have changed since 2006 when we started RPM. Right? You can now store electrons, which you really couldn't do except for maybe pumped hydro in a large way in 2006, and that. Obviously, batteries are expensive, and it isn't ready yet, maybe to take over the entire grid. But that fundamentally changes the paradigm, and we need a governance construct in PJM that's acing towards that. Go the Wayne Gretzky, go where the puck is heading, and we need to be building something that can do that.
Thank you.
I thought when you said Governor Shapiro is going to file, I thought you're saying A206 again, but that's.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work, right?
Well, you haven't filed it yet. You can tell us all about it until you file it.
So this was hit on earlier in the prior panel, which is that because we're vertically integrated, our utilities, the IRP naturally is a hedge, right? But I don't, it doesn't mean that the PJM capacity market doesn't matter to us. Right now, I think Dominion is a net importer by about imports 20%, and that has increased a lot due to data center demand growth. But I think that doesn't necessarily mean that it's just utility built generation. So we do have requirements that they engage in our competitive procurement processes, both for self-build projects, but also for PPAs. So a certain amount of generation resources do need to be power purchase agreements, and there is a competitive process for that, even on their contracted for capacity. So there are ways to sort of incent competitive market mechanisms that isn't just relying entirely on the capacity market and not having that hedge. I do think that the benefit of having the IRP model and that hedge right now is, I'm not going to go head to head with Joe Bowering on whether a cost of service model or the capacity market produces, a better deal for customers in terms of rates. But I think it's balancing sort of the risk that you're willing to take right now, right? We as the commission are ultimately responsible for the rates that Virginia ratepayers pay, and in the IRP model where we can encourage competitive processes, right? We at least know we can look at the long range load requirements and say, okay, what are we building? What's the right mix of resources? What are we going to the market for versus, what are we procuring via PPAs versus what are we self-building? And is that going to meet our data center demand, or do we need to do more on the data center front to, make sure that the generation is there? And we're maybe trading a little bit on competitiveness of rates that in a, perfectly run market may exist. But the alternative in this period of time where we have a lot of load growth and reliability concerns is that we know the generation's going to be there, it's going to be built, and that it's built for the load that we have. So I think there's trade-offs, but I think right now during this period, the IRP model is, in my opinion, a good place to be given this reliability uncertainty.
I think all of my colleagues here, their comments underscores that there really does need to be flexibility, right? For states that are both vertically integrated and deregulated, we need to have the flexibility to do things like FRRs, and going back to where we started, which is the states have to have a greater role in PJM in the resource adequacy planning, because we're all grappling with these issues and we have that responsibility, and so we need flexibility when it comes to how we procure, but we also need to have more of a voice in the planning process as well.
I just have one follow-on question. I just think it's so critical at this juncture, which is, there's so much value, like the famous study done, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago now, the value of the last 5% or the demand response at the top of when load is at the peakiest point. So much of that is all within the state's control. And I've been trying to figure out what kind of barriers there are at the wholesale side to encourage more participation from the demand side. But what are you thinking? What are you doing to meet the challenge of the moment to really get more load flexibility? I know multiple people have already talked about this here in the previous panel, but I just think there's so much value, and I would guess much lower cost than the capacity market is returning, or self-build by utilities to build more generation. I know it's not the same as dispatchable, 100, all hours of the year, but it's very, very valuable at those peakiest moments. So what are your states doing? And, are there things that we need to do here at FERC to kind of connect the dots with the states? Or it's too late in the afternoon to talk about that.
Yeah, one example is our legislature in the last session specifically has given us a mandate to procure hybrid systems and battery storage for this purpose that you're talking about. So that is an action that again, we've been given as a lever. Hopefully we can work very closely with PJM, so it's an effective lever. And again, we can address some of those concerns.
Right.
May I just also, since you brought up the letter, Chairman Christie, at the beginning, and my name is specifically mentioned in the response, I just wanted the thrust of that letter really is the concern, and I would say there's anger, there's people are frightened about the increases in prices that, as you mentioned in your opening today, they're specifically hitting Maryland and I think New Jersey and other places. And the concern is, it motivated a lot of action in our legislature, but there is a remedy that is being promoted right now by the consumer advocates, because this is considered an unjust and unreasonable rate just based on this administrative construct that is not able to really provide any of the functions of bringing new resources online. So I just wanted to make note that that is why our legislators sent that letter. And I would just, in a couple of our states here, New Jersey, Maryland, we are supporting the consumer advocates. We hope that you'll take that up soon, and it's an important remedy that will take care of the issues. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. All right. I was going to go as long as I could here, but I knew you were going to step in. Thank you.
Well, has it been filed as a 206 already? Oh, it has, okay. Well, let me just say, I put the letter in the record, and you were only mentioned in my reply to say that you were going to be here, so I think people did that already.
Well,
but
hopefully my legislature knows I was here. So
yeah, and I spelled your name right, which is 9/10 of what you want. Okay. All right.
I appreciate your efforts to push the envelope here, I think, and thank you. I think we would have gotten cut off in New Jersey even sooner on some of this. So I just going back to the demand response question. We in New Jersey through the Clean Energy Act, which is was a big policy for Governor Murphy. We have some energy retail sales reduction requirements on the electric and gas side, which we have worked with our utilities to implement, and I think they're doing a really good job of that. Part of that are some of the demand response programs. We and also the storage, and just on energy storage, we're working on finalizing the program at the state level, but in order to get storage built, it has to go through the PJM queue, right? The grid supply, which is the storage that we need to build more quickly. So we need to get those projects through the PJM queue in order to get them built, even with incentives. But on the demand response side, I do think there are just some retail challenges with demand response and some customer education issues that, probably don't fall under this commission, but I think it's important for you to know that even with AMI and things like smart thermostats, there's still some customer education. So there needs to be an incentive, which there are in some of the utility programs, but the incentive needs to be significant enough to have customers participate in the programs. And as you pointed out, Commissioner, it's probably not going to be as higher than some of the prices that we're seeing, but it's certainly going to need to be high enough to incentivize the customers to participate in those demand response programs, because participation, I think, is pretty low overall.
I know we're at time. I'll just be super quick. Just two quick points. First, the governor's lightning plan that I mentioned does include a bill to change our energy efficiency program, which has been very successful and now is out of date. So we're working hard on that in Pennsylvania. The cheapest electron is one that you don't use. So we're all in on that, and it includes money for innovative practices and all kinds of good stuff. I'm very happy to talk about at length. But the other point I just wanted to make is, the point was made, I think, on the last panel, that data centers, which are obviously a huge factor here, are inelastic. Obviously, that's traditionally been true, and it makes sense. But there was just recently a study that folks may have seen out of Duke that if data centers could just curtail a very small diminution of their load, it would potentially solve, I don't want to say our entire problem, but it would have an enormous impact. So, as we're thinking about what this looks like going forward, I hope that will be part of the solution.
Thank you. We'll ask Brian George of Google if they want to curtail.
And very briefly, when you look at the list of OPSI priorities, demand and response is on there. It's just 500 other priorities as well. And I think one of our big things is we want to make sure that PJM is properly accounting for demand response and supply stack, and certainly working with them on that. And to the data center issue, I think EPRI is doing some excellent work around that with their Data Center Flex program and looking at flexibility to help with that peak shaving, which could prove to be very beneficial. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. That's all.
I'm going to take one more shot at Glenn Thomas since he's not here to wrap this up, following up on what Judge Baggett said. So in Virginia, we have 4 nukes running, 4 nuclear units. And they're running, they would not be running if they had to depend upon the capacity market for their revenues. They wouldn't be running unless Virginia gave them out-of-market subsidies like ZECs, you know what that acronym is. Okay, so we have 4 nukes running, over 5,000 megawatts, because they're financed through rate base. They don't go to the capacity market. They'd be shut down if it's a capacity market. We also built, when I was a commissioner of Virginia, 4 combined cycle gas, over 5,000 megawatts of capacity. They were financed in rate base. They wouldn't have gotten built from the capacity market. So I just say that because, to follow up on what Judge Baggett said, they are hedges, and when we see BRA results like we saw last summer, we're very grateful that we're financing them the way we're financing them, because we're protected from results like the BRA of last summer. So I just make that point. Glenn, you're not here, but and by the way, Glenn also said we're the biggest importer. A lot of that we own. It's in West Virginia and Ohio. It's jurisdictional to Virginia. So yes, technically the electrons are coming across a border, but they're jurisdictional to us. So they're imports only in a geographic sense, not in a rate-making sense. And so thank you, Glenn. I had to say that, obviously, as a Virginia regulator going out. But with that, thank you, everybody. This is this to me is like the OPSI panel. And I always say OPSI is my alma mater. I was a founding board member. I was on the OPSI board for well over a decade. So you're my homies, and and keep doing what you're doing. I can tell you one thing. I've said this to you guys before. The first thing I ask for in any PJM case is I want to say, did OPSI file in this? And I want to see what OPSI said. And you've been very active. Be more active, be more aggressive, because OPSI, certainly, speak for myself, that's the first thing I look at. What did OPSI file on this? What did OPSI say? So keep doing it, and thank you all very much for everything you do. With that, we're done with that panel, and the next panel is in 10 minutes. Seats. We're going to get going on the last panel of the day. Last panel of the day. Not least. So a lot of good statements. We're going to start with Commissioner C and work around that way.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here today for the last panel of the day.
Really, I'm sorry. Alondra's supposed to introduce everybody. I'm sorry. My fault. So we know the players.
Just so we know who everyone is. Hello, everybody. My name is Alondra. I am with the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation here at the Commission. We will now begin the 4th and final panel of the day. First, I'm going to introduce the panelists from left to right here. We have Brian Lippman, President of the Consumer Advocates for the PJM States. Brian George, U.S. Federal Lead for the Global Energy Market Development and Policy at Google. Casey Roberts, Director of RTO Advocacy at the National Resources Defense Council at the Sustainable FERC Project. Michelle Bloodworth, President and CEO of America's Power. Denise Foster Cronin, Vice President of the Federal and RTO Regulatory Affairs at East Kentucky Power Cooperative. And finally, Susan E. Bruce, Counsel at Industrial Energy Consumers of America, PJM Industrial Consumer Coalition, Coalition of Midwest Transmission Customers, and American Forest and Paper Association. A couple of reminders for the panelists. We will not have opening statements. We'll go straight to questions from the Commission. If you want to answer a question, please move your tent up. And then we are also not supposed to talk about any specific proceedings before the Commission, so please avoid that if you can. Otherwise, Office of General Counsel will step in. And then if you want to speak, please press the microphone button at the bottom of the microphone. Back to the chair.
All right, we're going to start with Commissioner C.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here for the last panel of the day. Really appreciate your patience, and I hope that you've appreciated the rest of the conversation today. I know we definitely have, and looking forward to this discussion as well. So I'm going to kick things off with a question that I think has come up to various degrees in the other panels. We've been nibbling around the edges, but I just want to talk about load forecasting best practices more directly. And I think, Brian, I'll tee you up to start first on this, because I know that you filed comments on this one and obviously have some thoughts on this from Google, too. But there's a lot of aspects of this, and I know you all can kind of, you know what kind of the lay of the land is. But some of the things I'm interested in are, what are some of the best practices that we're seeing, what's working in terms of load forecasting? We talk so much about being able to build towards a plan, but we have to know what that plan is, right? We have to know what the forecast is, and the market needs to have confidence in that forecasting model. So interested in what's working, or lessons we have. I'm certainly interested in hearing the perspectives about accountability for some of our large load customers that I know was in Brian's comments and other thoughts there. There's also been discussion about transparency about load forecasting throughout PJM, so I'm interested in the panelists' thoughts on that issue. And then also, to the extent we have so many different types of load forecasting, where is that a benefit? Where is uniformity, a helpful tool, a needed tool? So there's a lot of issues there, and I thought we've been talking about a lot of this today, but let's just put it squarely on the table. So we'll start with Brian, and then anyone else who wants to, we'll move to you.
Great.
I'm sorry, Brian George.
You're welcome to go first if you'd like. Thank you, Commissioner C, for the question. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to be here today. I have enjoyed the conversation. So to dive right in, my pre-filed statement talked a lot about load forecasting, and we think there's a lot of work going on today that is complementary, right? There's a pathway for state regulators to take, but there's also a role for federal regulators to play here. But in our view, really what it comes down to is increasing confidence in the loads that are coming to the grid, right? I think a lot of the challenges we're hearing are around uncertainty or lack of clarity about how much is actually going to show up, and I think we all recognize no forecast is going to be 100% accurate, but we should do everything we can to make those as accurate as possible. And so a lot of the work we've seen underway has really come in the form of updates to large load interconnection tariffs at the state level, right? One of the first proceedings we saw was a proceeding in Indiana Michigan Power that was actually a unanimous agreement settlement that was approved by the commission there that had data center companies, the data center coalition, the utility, but we also had the consumer advocate sign on to that. That at its core, right, created new guardrails that created more stringent financial requirements on large load customers, both at the outset of a new contract through increased collateral requirements, but also over the term of a contract. And so minimum demand provisions over the term of a contract. So what that means is effectively, right, let's say it's a 70% minimum demand requirement. If I'm not showing up, that 70% doesn't matter. I still have to pay that level. And so we're seeing this replicated across the markets. West Virginia had a similar settlement approved, and I believe both of the IOUs in Virginia, APCO and Dominion, have pending proceedings before the commission there that, while not exactly the same as what we saw in Indiana, effectively create the same thing. And so that's step one. Let's increase the certainty through increased financial requirements on new large load customers. Step two, where I think this commission has a role to play, is we've heard several times throughout the day that there's a lot of discrepancy in transmission owner or EDC load forecasting processes. I think it's okay to have differences in approach. Every RTO is going to have, or sorry, every EDC is going to have a different approach for how they forecast load, but RTOs should be able to say, look, to be included in our load forecast, particularly near-term load forecasts, there has to be some showing at the state level that you are going to show up, right, through these increased financial requirements. Obviously, the farther out you go, the less certainty you're inherently going to have. And so there's opportunity for some flexibility, right, 5, 6, 7 years out to say maybe not 100% of new large loads should have these increased requirements. Maybe it's 50%, but certainly in the near term, 3, 4, 5 years, we think there's a good argument that those large load adjustments should all be backed by firm financial commitments at the state level. That ultimately works its way to increase confidence in the load forecasts that are being used in capacity markets, in transmission planning processes. I think a $700 capacity price that's based on a forecast that's flawed has no value, right? A $600 capacity price that's based on a confident forecast, yeah, it's a high price, but that sends a signal to investors that, hey, this is financially committed load. And so I'll stop there and let my other panelists weigh in, but we do think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity there, and I will turn off my mic.
All right. I think, Casey, you were first up.
All right. Thanks so much for the invitation to participate today, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. It's been incredibly interesting. I've almost entirely filled up my legal pad. I have one page left for this actual panel. A couple things that I want to add to Brian's comments. One is that, of course, we want the most accurate forecast possible, but accuracy is challenging. And so I think what's equally important to be focused on is transparency and what assumptions are going into that forecast. And I think that PJM's transparency, for example, could be improved by developing multiple scenarios of the potential load forecast growth, primarily driven by these load adjustments, and being really clear about what goes into each of them, so that everybody who's using these forecasts for totally different purposes can sort of triangulate between those different scenarios to see what's most relevant, what they think is most likely. Relatedly, there could be more engagement from outside consultants to assist PJM sort of ground truthing some of the load adjustments that are submitted. It's a really complex industry. I'm sure Brian could go into it much more. Things that were referenced earlier, like possible semiconductor chip constraints on this build out, changes in state policy and these tariff developments that could slow or just change the location of some of the data center build out. I think PJM would probably benefit from some outside assistance in sort of assessing those different factors, and again, then being transparent with everybody about how those things are fitting into the forecast that they develop. And then I think the last thing I'll add is just there needs to be more scrutiny about possible duplication, both across load-serving entities, but also across grid operators, right? Like, is PJM talking to MISO? Are they talking to NISO, et cetera, about that? And of course, that might be something that's a particular role for the commission. I lied. One more point, which is just I agree that near-term things need to be as firmed up as possible. I think that near-term needs to extend to the time frame that's relevant to PJM's RTEP process, which I think would be about a 6-year window, because that is the time frame that then transmission is being built looking at. So if you just limit it to a 2 or 3 year certainty, that may not be enough to really assure that those forecasts going into RTEP are as accurate and transparent as they need to be. Thanks.
Thank you. Why don't we go to Michelle and kind of down and then circle back this way?
All right. First of all, I wanted to thank Chairman Christie, certainly for bringing everyone together. This is such a critical time. You have been obviously issuing warnings as it relates to the reliability crisis that we have, and certainly this has been a good discussion, and all of the commissioners have also asked very good questions. So Commissioner C, as it relates to, first of all, I think, and many of you have said this, that this could be a technology age for innovation. We could be a global leader in energy innovation, energy dominance, certainly national security. And so I think it's so important that we're having this conference and we figure out the solution so we don't have to turn any of that economic development opportunity away. I think it's a great opportunity, certainly for this country. I know that EPRI has got a task force where they have brought together different constituents, data center developers. I'm sure Google is a part of that. They're supposedly coming out with a new forecast themselves. I know that NERC also has an effort working with EPRI and others, even the grid operators. But one of the models that I think we should look at is in the state of Georgia. Obviously, Georgia is a regulated market, and so the commission immediately got out in front of it as they talked to their investor-owned utility, Southern Company, and others, and made sure that there were signed interconnection agreements, that the data center developers, and there's also a resurgence, of course, in manufacturing as well, but that they paid for the load. But what is unique about the regulated market is then they could also, and they reopened up an IRP, as many of you know, I represent coal electricity, and they extended the life of several of their coal plants. Certainly they're building new generation as well, a lot of natural gas. But it gave both the data center developer and they felt like from an affordability standpoint, the long-term regulatory certainty, because they had both. They could pay for it and they also could bring it to market and obviously not turn away any of that huge economic development opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this discussion. And load forecasting, I have to say that East Kentucky Power Cooperative has been wrestling with the same questions, like how do we approach it? And we looked at the dockets that Brian George had referenced and have presented an approach very similar to our commission. In addition to steps 1 and 2, I would add a step 3. We're also looking at what's the supply to serve the data centers. That certainly will discipline what goes into the forecast if we have certainty about what resources are going to actually be devoted to serving them. We could say that the market is going to do it, but I think there was a comment earlier, Chairman Christie mentioned, if everyone leans on each other, we're going to fall down. And so the concern is if there's this hope that the market is going to be able to solve it, we probably are setting ourselves up for a concern, not a negative comment on the market, but just we're asking the market to do too much. And particularly with these large loads that are coming to the market, it would behoove us to have an obligation on load serving entities to make sure that there is true skin in the game, true path to resources to serve them. So appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks. I'll add my thanks to Chairman Christie and the commissioners for this very important time. You know, certainly these are issues that keep industrials up at night. So very grateful that it's keeping others up too, and that we're trying to be productive about it, I suppose. I like that. You know, I'm aligned with, I think, virtually everything that's said here, and I think that shows the importance of getting. It's never going to be perfect, but sort of being thoughtful about the load forecasting. And what I was going to, sort of the theme about, from an RTO perspective, load forecasting, because I think that there is an important role that's been highlighted on the state side in terms of making sure that states understand what's, they're sort of the front lines there. But from the RTO perspective, the RTO has an important role in terms of independence, in terms of thinking about what the load forecast information that they're getting from their EDCs and from TOs, and testing it and understanding it and having clear understanding of what's going into those load forecasts. And it's because it's not only just addressing the resource adequacy needs, but also transmission as well. And so sort of understanding the independence, and that I think does feed into accountability in terms of understanding. Again, no one's expecting perfection here, but sort of within, are we in the zone of reasonableness? And if we are, you know, great. If not, what do we need? What are we missing? I mean, there's electrification that we can add to this. All of the issues that are here too, that there are, in addition to data centers, electrification needs that are going to be testing the grid as well. So I just wanted to add those thoughts to the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
Yeah, thank you. This is
been a great conference and things that I'm not allowed to talk about at home, so it's actually great to hear it talked here.
You know what to talk about these at home.
But when looking at the load forecast, I mean, I agree with pretty much everything we've heard already. I'm not going to repeat it, but I think it's important to understand that historically, we're going to be wrong, but we've been really wrong in PJM in the past, and that has had a direct impact on ratepayers. Because when you over forecast, as we've done over and over again, and you have reserve margins that are very high, that makes itself into the demand curve. Prices are higher because everybody gets the clearing price in PJM. So if you drive up the clearing price, it doesn't drive up the clearing price just for that one unit. It drives it up for all the units. And then, as Susan said, you're also going to build out transmission to support that load that may or may not exist. You know, and I look back to the chart that was up, that's been going back and forth, and I think it represents the fact that for the longest time, the market was in fact long, very long, and you were seeing retirements because, quite frankly, we weren't needing that despite the historically higher load forecasts. So getting this right is really important and really hard, and I don't begrudge PJM that they're going to be stuck doing this, but I think it's important that they coordinate better with the states, because I am concerned that every state, every EDC is doing it slightly differently, and I'm also concerned that they may be double counting some of these data centers that are, you know, I don't know if I'm going to be in Ohio, I'm going to be Virginia, I'm going to be in New Jersey, but why don't I put in something for all three, and we'll see what sticks. And if the load forecast includes all three of them, we're paying a lot more for load, so we've got to make sure that we're getting this right. It has really important price impacts.
So I would just like to note for the record that this diverse panel has agreed with my comments that started the panel. So take that how you will. Yeah, we're done. Two things I just wanted to emphasize. You know, I think by introducing more stringent financial requirements for the load interconnection process, that will necessarily drive out some of the speculative and duplicative load requests. Second point is, I just want to emphasize how much of an opportunity I think this is for collaboration between federal and state regulators. As I noted in the outset, states are going to do for them what makes the most sense for them. Doesn't necessarily have to be the same across every state for large load interconnection processes, but I do think having a signal that says we need to have some more stringent frameworks in place is a very powerful one that can ultimately work its way up to the forecast. And then the final point I would say is that we actually think that, at least with respect to PJM, the RTO has the authority to do this today through its existing business practice manuals and tariffs. So I guess that's my call to say this is something we can move forward on now, and we think there's a lot of plowable ground here.
I just want to ask real quick. You said they have the power to do it today. You're talking about the load forecasting changes?
I'm talking about how large loads are included in the forecast. They can't tell a state, right, what to do, but they can say, for purposes of inclusion in our load forecast, this is what we need to see.
Okay, so it's derivative from the states are going to be the ones who obviously put the interconnection cost in their tariff. And you're saying what PJM ought to do is say, if a state requires an upfront deposit equal to X, only then will we put that into the load forecast. Okay,
correct.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, sorry. That is interesting. Well, thank you all. I appreciate that. I have one more question. I want to talk squarely about affordability too, and I have to take this opportunity since we have the other Brian Littman here as a consumer advocate representative. So much of what we've been talking about, and rightly so, has been how does market design, help us avoid the very real problem of underbuilding, and I think that's been a really important and appropriate focus throughout today. But we also need to think about market design and other issues and how they can potentially lead to overbuilding or high prices without building. So I want to open this up. This is another broad question, but how should we be thinking about affordability when we're thinking about market reform and potential changes in PJM specifically?
Well, I'm going to start off with, something Manu said earlier, which he acted into the visual, but I think the visual really helps. You've got, this is how much the consumers are willing to pay, and this is how much the developers need. And normally there's a Venn diagram and there's some overlap. And in that overlap is the sweet spot of where the market should clear. I don't know that we have overlap at this point right now. I think the prices may be more that the developers are asking for, maybe more than consumers are willing to bear. And I don't know what happens there. What I will say is that it's always been called economic theory. And I emphasize the word theory because it's all theory. And when you get into practice, the practice has never mirrored the theory. And I know Dr. Bowling will probably smack me in the back of the head as I say this, but the reality is that it's economic theory. These markets have worked, and they've been great while the market is long and you can hide all the flaws. But now that we are tight and you can see the flaws, you can see all the issues that have come up. This whole idea that we have to go to gross cone in order to have more investment. Things have been built in PJM throughout the time of PJM. We've never gotten anywhere near gross cone. So that economic theory that we have to have these high prices in order to incent development, there's obviously a price needed to incent development. I don't know it's as high as the developers are now saying, but what I do know is that right now we've got consumers, I know in New Jersey, I know in Maryland, and I know in other states who are already struggling to pay their bills. And if we're going to see prices, I think someone said, well, maybe 600 is the right number. That's almost about a little more than double what we're currently seeing. We're going to start losing people who are not going to be able to afford their bills. We're going to have people who, quite frankly, are going to have to do without electricity. We live in the United States of America. We should never have people doing without electricity. This is something we have to figure out. But again, I go back to the Manu's Venn diagram, or I don't know what is the inverse of a Venn diagram, but I think that's where we are, and that's really concerning.
I think the inverse is the capacity market.
You can say that, I can't get away with that.
Well, you're an advocate, you can.
There you go. All right, well, let's be boring and just go right down the line.
No, thank you for the question. I mean, it's a really important question, and I would just, again, not to be a broken record, it does point back to need for confidence in the loads that are coming on to the grid. And I would just highlight two things. The first is there was a joint letter, I believe, that was sent to the commission last week that emphasized this very point, that included signatories from NESUCA, PJM, ICC, and Alcon. And so on that letter, you had consumer advocates, large industrial customers, and manufacturing customers. I think that highlights sort of how critical this is for affordability. The second point I would make is the Indiana settlement that I referenced at the outset. The consumer advocate was a signatory to that settlement, and so I think that in and of itself reflects the inherent focus on and importance of affordability moving forward.
Yeah, I would add to the discussion, I mean, affordability is really essential to the sustainability of PJM as an entity, really. It's kind of a non-starter in terms of having durable markets and larger, more efficient economic systems. And so it really, and it's also, of course, one of the Commission's primary responsibilities under the Federal Power Act is to prevent excessive rates. A couple of things that I think, the Commission can be focused on in order to promote that. Really focusing on eliminating the barriers to entry in the PJM system. And those are some really concrete things we've talked a lot about today. All the acronym train, which I'm totally on, surplus interconnection service, grid enhancing technologies, et cetera. An over-focus on prices just need to be higher to overcome all these other things, to me, is not a path to affordability. You have a competitive market construct that, we had a lot of IPPs earlier today saying, yeah, we're responding to these prices, but we just need more ways to get into the market faster. So I think that's where the focus should be, to let competition work. Just a final aspect that I'll suggest is, even while we're focused on getting new capacity online, it's really important not to ignore or overly discount the resources that are already on the system. So for example, resources that are retained under reliability must run agreements, resources that are external to PJM but perhaps could be imported if the rules allowed for that, better accounting for interregional ties, as Jim Robb was noting earlier. We really want to have a realistic picture of what's on the system and what the needs are, and start from there so that we're not exaggerating the problem. There is a real problem, obviously, going forward. Resource adequacy is fine now, but will be getting tighter. But if we ignore resources that are already on the system, then we will procure more than is needed, and then consumers will suffer from that. Thanks.
Thank you. I did want to start off by, certainly because this conference is all about resource adequacy, is I wanted to certainly thank President Trump and this administration for the executive orders declaring a national energy emergency. I remember when I asked Jim Robb, to comment on the executive orders, he said, I don't want to comment on the orders, but we have a reliability crisis right now. And I know there's a lot of debate over whether 202C, the Federal Power Act, should be used. But because grid operators, a reliability must run agreement, they can't keep a resource for resource adequacy. That is something that I do think FERC should take a leadership role in really looking at adding resource adequacy until this shortfall of capacity is solved, in addition to transmission security. They can't force anyone to continue to run their unit. So that obviously that authority is only given by the Department of Energy, and certainly I do think this administration, like all of us, want to avoid a reliability crisis. I also, Brian, when I think about data center load, there are 52,000 megawatts of coal over the next 5 years. So this is not a long-term problem that have not reversed retirement decisions. There are 17,700 in PJM. Yes, RRI is going to bring of accredited capacity. I think it's about 12,000, but we are retiring. That's not even taking into account demand. So to me, 52,000 megawatts is equivalent to 1,000 hyperscale data centers. And when we're looking at, okay, let's not overbuild. Is this load for sure? Well, we can retain the existing generation. I'm not saying we don't need to build new generation. I do think we need to build new generation. But when I also think about affordability and overbuilding, whether that's natural gas or other generation, that we also need to stop retiring units and keep what we have. And then obviously, when we feel comfortable about the load forecast, we do need to continue to build generation in this country. When I think about also, affordability, and I know there's a lot of discussion, and I certainly, was in the natural gas industry for more of my career than even the coal industry. And all resources have pros and cons. But when you think about the polar vortex, and I agree with the CEO of Boardwalk, we don't even have enough infrastructure for the existing gas generation that we have. People may not like coal plants. Those are dependable, dispatchable units. No, they're not a perfect resource. People and utilities, if they have longer term certainty, a lot of them are telling us they want to make investments so they don't have as many unplanned outages. But coal saved consumers in PJM, in upwards of $1.4 billion over 4 days because gas prices went from $2.50 to $30. So I think we also need to recognize that coal prices are very stable. I mean, they are inflation adjusted, they are less than they were 15 years ago. And when I think about whatever demand forecast, EPRI's grid strategy is 128,000 in the next 5 years, I don't see how we can serve this load without stopping the retirement of dependable, dispatchable resources and also adding new. But thank you.
So as East Kentucky Power Cooperative thinks about affordability, we think about why we joined PJM in the first instance and the fact that PJM had gotten created as a power pool to share resources across the states, across the utility boundaries. And that is an incredible value proposition, not just from a cost efficiency, but reliability perspective. So when the 2025-26 BRA auction clearing prices came out, we were sort of surprised by all of the reaction, as we had seen some of the trending with retirements from federal state policies, and we actually had started discussions about how you replace resources in the PJM process in the queue. So perhaps we didn't envision data centers, but the 25-26 wasn't necessarily impacted by what we're talking about with the incredible expansion of data centers going forward. So we weren't surprised by that price, but what surprised us was the visceral reaction to the price. and the commentary that those prices are going directly to retail customer bills. And it made us step back and think, why is that? As a pool, when it was first created, it was created with the load serving entities all having and sharing the responsibility to meet the reliability requirement of the PJM region. And they agreed to have this shared obligation, and they agreed that they wouldn't be leaning on each other. We've evolved from that. When we created RPM. They have an obligation to pay the price that comes out of the capacity market, but there is no further obligation if the market doesn't procure enough resources. Yes, they pay the higher prices, but there isn't a further obligation onto them. And so the question is, ultimately, I think this came up in the first panel, is a mandatory penalty? Is there another way to require load serving entities to take action? The conversation suggested, well, the penalty was the price, but we certainly sat in the PJM region where that price was viewed to be unpalatable. And Brian is mentioning it's high for consumers. Certainly there was a lot of attention politically to that price. But we think we can go back to the basics. What is the obligation? Honestly, we believe the spirit of the RA still exists. As a load serving entity, you're mutually agreeing for the benefit of the pool. And if you're unreasonably leaning on it, then you're creating unreasonable reliability risk in terms of load shed risk for those that are bringing resources to better match their loads. But you're also increasing prices. You're putting pressure on prices, not even just on the capacity market. I had to think about all the other markets that we're talking about too, the energy and the reserves and other markets that might evolve. If we have political reaction to the capacity market price being high, I only can imagine there'll be greater reaction when we're talking about energy prices or reserve prices that go higher as a result of not having sufficient resources to match the load that's coming on. So for affordability, to us, it's going back to that basics of why we came together and what those obligations were for load serving entities.
Thanks. Getting to be last is a real privilege on that question, Commissioner, because lots of great points have been raised. And affordability, I think, hits all customers regardless of type. It might look a little bit different, but affordability for an industrial customer means, one, making sure that those that work, that they have people that can pay for electricity, that for those that work for their industrial facility, for their manufacturing facility. That's certainly a key part of the workforce, but also in terms of keeping businesses within the footprint, making sure that businesses can support the pricing that comes out, but either if they're relying on the market, if they're in a restructured state, or if they're in a vertically integrated state. For those customers that are in a restructured state, most industrials take capacity as a pass-through. So beginning on June 1st, they started seeing that as a direct pass-through on their bills. They're seeing it, it's not, they're in a contract, so it's hedged, but it's a direct pass-through cost. So some of the thoughts that I think from an industrial community, looking at RTO markets, wanting to see a little bit more planning. We have a lot of infrastructure that's been invested in by customers, both transmission, generation, demand response, now storage, being very thoughtful about being good stewards for our infrastructure and looking at some of these issues in a more holistic way. We have great planners there that are thinking about some of these things, understanding some of, I think we heard from the states thinking about maybe they don't always understand what some of the reliability challenges are on a state-by-state basis, getting that information out there so it can be acted upon in some meaningful way. So I think a more holistic view, better discussion on how some of these markets are working together, so we're not paying more than we need to from a customer perspective. I would also say the role of competition is key to discipline prices and to drive innovation. I think I would be remiss if that was not part of the solution that we're thinking about here. But I think sort of going also, I'm glad that Denise went before me in terms of the value proposition of the RTO. I think that it is worth being thoughtful about the value of working within an RTO construct, where some states, some regions might be short, some are long, that we're working together. If each state is having to sort of build themselves out individually, that's going to be a higher price tag than if we work together as an overall RTO footprint. So I think that value proposition, as we think about that hopefully we don't get into a place where we lose the value of that regional look at our resource mix. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll give you a brief last word on this one.
Sure. I want to respond to two things, but first off, what Susan was talking about, that is really important because New Jersey's historically been an importer of electricity. Maybe Thomas Edison was exporting, I don't know, but since then we've been importing. And I probably would argue that's why we have PJM, is because of that. But, going back to this being a residual market, I find that conversation this morning and now fascinating. This is not the first time New Jersey and Maryland have faced reliability issues. Back in 2009, 2010, we were threatened with rolling blackouts in New Jersey, and New Jersey reacted by going to build 3 power plants. And everyone in the world lost their mind and sued us. And you end up with the Hughes v. Talon. There's also a companion case now that for New Jersey as well. And we went through the MOPR as it was in the PJM at that time, so they changed the MOPR, so we couldn't do that. So, saying it's a residual market and the states should be able to react, multiple times states have tried to react, and PJM and others have thwarted that. So there needs to be a little bit more thought about the cooperation. If we really want if PJM wants it to be a residual market and wants states to react and be proactive, especially the deregulated states, there needs to be a little more cooperative work with PJM, and I look forward to having a few more conversations with PJM about that issue.
All right, thank you all.
You want to go now? Or you?
Oh, sure. Great. Well, thank you for that. I do want to ask you a bit about large load coming into the system or data center large load coming into the system, and what your thoughts are about backup generation. And I feel like the needs or the viewpoints are probably even shifting in the last 6 months, but I'm curious. Maybe, Brian, you could kick us off again to think about how backup generation could be supporting the system, and could that be part of the sort of, you heard about bring your own generation, right? But is that part of the portfolio, or is that just part of like some kind of a demand response from a data center perspective?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a good one. I mean, I would say the need for backup generation is always something that we have had, and it's always something we're going to have moving forward. But that said, I mean, those were designed to operate very infrequently, right? We connect to the grid for a reason, which is we demand 5 nines and an 8 reliability for the most part, and it's really hard to match what comes from the grid via any other pathway, right? And so I think it's fair to say the thinking is evolving there, and there's lots of conversations going on now about whether or not there are ways we can utilize that backup generation as a grid support resource. We're thinking through that as well, but I would also say, maybe jumping ahead to DR, right? There have been instances, and we've talked about this publicly, right, where we have reduced or shifted our loads in response to system events, right? We also have the ability to shift loads across regions based on demand at a given time. I think that the trick that we're trying to figure out now, right, alongside folks like EPRI and pretty much everyone else, is like, how do we shift that from an operational, right, approach, right, to more of a planning approach, right? And I've heard the Duke study referenced several times today. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, but that's currently where we are. We have the operational capability, right? But how do we transition that into more of a planning one? And I think that encompasses things like generation or on-site backup generation in response to and demand response.
And the other, Brian, from a consumer's perspective, do you feel like that's sort of needed? Is this what we want data centers to come with, or what's your perspective on that?
I mean, I would probably agree with Dr. Bowering with the bring your own generation would be the most ideal, cost causation type of situation. With regard to the backup, I think it's fine for them to have the backup. One thing that concerns me is when they trip and go to the backup, because they're so sensitive. And I think it was Maryland's commissioner or chairman who made a comment about when they trip and you lose that large load and they're very sensitive, the impacts that can have on the system. So I think that's something else, how, not just that they have backup, but how it's triggered, when it's triggered, and what impact that has on the overall grid is also very important. But certainly if we could use the backup generation as something to offset the need to further build out generation, that's something worth exploring.
Okay, great. Susan?
Thanks. I think generally speaking, from an industrial perspective, if data centers want to bring their own generation, that'd be great. That, all for it. Certainly would even prioritize it above other customer load interconnections, just because of, at this moment in time, it seems important to bring every resource to bear. And if customers are willing to bring along very expensive generation to help everybody and would help everybody else, thank you. We'd appreciate that. But I don't know if there's a firm view whether or not it should be a requirement for any large loads. And I say that in part because as we set up rules for any customer class, sort of understanding the risks of potentials for undue discrimination. So what if, as we go through electrification, does that mean that if say a manufacturer were to change out a process and they would add an additional, do they need to bring their own generation too? That might not be the right result for the right thing for all customers. Is it a speed to market issue, or is it something more along the lines that you need to do it as a condition of service? So I think we start having those options out there, I think is a very good thing, but being mindful of the implications of anything that's done for large loads, could affect other customers that are, I think, equally important in terms of the overall economy. Certainly, cost causation principles are important, through all of this. But I would just add that word of caution.
Great,
Thanks.
Yeah, just to quickly build on what Susan was saying, I do think that whether or not a particular large load plans to utilize backup generation is certainly the kind of thing that PJM should know about as soon as possible, right? Because it would affect how they build out the transmission system and what kind of other information they convey to the market. That said, I'll also note that there are often challenges getting air permits for massive backup generation. We're not talking about like a generator running a food truck. Like, this is a lot of backup generation and legitimate air quality concerns relating to that. So I think that also has to factor in terms of how much we're trying to rely on this. Of course, there is clean backup generation as well, but I understand a lot of what's currently in use is, diesel generators and things like that. So there are permitting concerns, as with many other resources coming to market. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to build on something that Susan said, right? There's a big difference between a mandate to bring your own generation and a pathway to accelerate contracted generation, right? And I think there's a preference on our side for the latter, right? Where that's consistent with existing open access requirements. The other point that I would just make, Brian mentioned and an earlier panelist mentioned, was around operational reliability and sort of the impact or the sensitivity that we may have to changes in power quality, whether it's frequency or voltage. And I think this commission's very familiar with the events that occurred in Northern Virginia, both in February of this year and July of last year. I don't know how much of this is public beyond what's in NERC's report, but I would just simply say, not everyone dropped load during that event, right? And I think there's a lot of conversation to be had among the industry, among NERC, among the RTOs, among the utilities, about how we all individually do respond to those changes, and whether or not there might be more best practices, if you will, about how we can respond to that. But I think it's important to note that those are good examples, but the entire industry did not react the same way.
Okay, great, thank you. Casey, you mentioned in your filed report or testimony or comments that some kind of standardized approach for load forecasting, just back to the load forecasting, or transparency would be important. Do you have anything specific in mind? Like, what kind of assumptions are you referring to when you think about transparency of those kind of assumptions? And others are welcome to chime in as well.
Yeah, I guess I would say there's a couple different aspects to that problem. So one would be transparency about like what kind of evidence is backing up, like what kind of stringent financial commitment is or is not behind a particular load adjustment, right? And then also just information about how quickly that data center load is going to grow, right? It's not like 100% on day one. It kind of ramps over time. Are they planning some kind of demand flexibility, be it through backup generation or otherwise? So I just think in order to be able, for example, to suss out if requests are potentially duplicative, you would want to get similar sets of information from different developers so that you can compare and see the overlap.
So you're imagining in PJM, just in PJM's context, when they build the forecast out bottom up, they would specify the location and the size and the pace of increase and make that publicly available? Is that what you're envisioning, or?
Yeah, that is what I'm envisioning. I'm sure it's more complicated than I'm imagining, and others can educate me on that. But I do think, being able to see that sort of geographic distribution and the timing of the ramp up of that actual load would be really helpful. And again, then to compare to neighboring grid operators as well. So I know Brian also mentioned in his testimony that PJM was considering developing something standardized. Sorry, Brian Lippman. So I don't know what else PJM has envisioned on that. It sounds like they are making progress towards that.
Okay. Did you want to add to that?
I just heard it as a comment during the annual meeting, so I wanted to give them credit where credit was due. You know, I'm known for taking shots at them, so every once in a while I get to say something nice.
Okay. Michelle, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, related to, one of the solutions in serving some of these data centers. And so one of the things is we have several members who want to serve additional data center and demand growth. And unfortunately, there are about 30 consent decrees across the United States. Many of those are in PJM. Many of those are in states that are looking to add a lot of manufacturing and data center growth. And so one of the recommendations that I would have of FERC is to open up a 206 investigation, because those agreements were signed with the Sierra Club, who is really dictating where and how that generation gets to market, which to me FERC has said is a violation of Section 203. There are many of those units and many of the owners that I've talked to throughout the United States and in PJM and in MISO who need that generation. I mean, we saw that chart. We're already negative 5,000 and we've got all this load growth coming on. And so that certainly would bring a lot of critical generation to serve data center growth, even if there's other generation that is signed the contract, with Google, because that generation could serve other load. Certainly that's also growing in many of those states to try to make up and solve, at least in the short term, this reliability crisis that we're facing.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. I want to follow up with Denise Cronin, who I first met. She was Denise Foster, and she worked in PJM and so she's very knowledgeable about PJM. And your testimony, I want to circle back to the very first question I asked this morning to the very first panel, and that was about whether we need mandatory resource requirements enforceable. In your testimony, you talked about the history of PJM pre-RPM, which is what the acronym for what we now call the capacity market. Would you explain more? Because one of your recommendations is reimposing a capacity deficiency charge or imposing a minimum self-supply commitment percentage to incentivize LSCs to actively serve their load are needed. And I want you to elaborate on that, please, because people, I don't think, quite understand that before RPM, which is the capacity market, PJM was, had been a power pool for many, many decades. And so, Susan, you talked about the need for regional solutions. Well, we had it in PJM before RPM. It isn't like it only started with the capacity market. So would you talk about that system, Denise, and how it worked, and what your recommendations are about going, about having a capacity deficiency charge and getting LSCs to actually buy or build what they need instead of leaning on everybody else?
Thank you. I very much appreciate the question, Chairman Christie. So as we looked back at the history of the capacity obligation, had to go back to when PJM evolved from a tight power pool to an ISO. And with the operating agreement and knowing that the companies are coming together to share a market, the operating agreement required any LSC that's going to be a market buyer to sign the reliability assurance agreement. And the reliability assurance agreement exists today. It evolved when we changed to the RPM capacity market, but that reliability assurance agreement put the obligation on the load serving entities to meet the reliability requirement that PJM calculated and determined with the load forecast reserve margin. And if they didn't, then there would be a deficiency charge assessed. Dr. Bowing mentioned it earlier today. That was basically equivalent to net cone back in the beginning. And that continued to be the paradigm. The reliability assurance agreement was still requiring load serving entities to meet the requirement. The capacity credit market got created, like Dr. Bowing mentioned, to facilitate retail choice. But it still had that obligation on the load serving entities, and if they didn't fulfill it, they would have to pay a deficiency rate. The market cleared ultimately to show that it would be close or near shortage and pay the deficiency rate.
But the RPM, the capacity market, was in lieu of the deficiency charge, right? I mean, that did away with it.
Thank you for prompting me to continue on with the story.
Well, I didn't think you needed the prompt, but
yeah,
but that was a fundamental change. That was a fundamental change in the model when they did away with the deficiency charge and went to the RPM option.
So my recollection in working as a lawyer in PJM at the time was that the vision was for the RPM market to be truly residual. There was a lot of discussion about that already today. But at the time, load-serving entities did have bilateral contracting, own generation. Entities like East Kentucky Power Cooperative, although we were not part at the time, are self-supply entities in vertically integrated utilities and brought those resources. So the market was to basically ensure that we covered all the rest of the requirements that wasn't met by self-supply. So the reliability assurance agreement was evolved to say that the load-serving entities had to pay the price that came out of the capacity market, but it was very clear that it was accommodating those self-supply resources and encouraging those self-supply resources. All of the rest of the language around the RAA about this is your mutual commitment and that you all endeavor to meet these requirements still exists in the RAA today. I think the spirit is much beyond what we're actually seeing, if in fact there's as much leaning as it seems to be with the reaction to the capacity market clearing prices. But that's where it evolved. So the deficiency penalty got removed and was replaced with you have to pay the price. There is still a deficiency penalty now, but it's only on the generation or the demand response that commits and doesn't actually come into the delivery year. That's separate from the PAI performance penalty. And so you're incented to make sure you, as a resource that got committed, to replace yourself because you're going to pay that penalty. I know we as a load-serving entity also selling generation are incented by that deficiency rate to make sure that we cover our obligations. But the market could, in fact, today clear short, and it has to clear short numerous times before the backstop would kick in. Mm-hmm. So the penalty, I guess, is the high capacity prices and then ultimately get to the backstop.
But, and as you know, the performance penalties, which is ex post facto factor, usually honored more in the breach, because it was, you saw after Elliott, nobody wanted to pay it, and we had a huge proceeding here and settled it out way below what the penalties were. So, plus the shortages already happened and the outages already happened, or the near outages in Elliott. So it seems like doing it ex ante, making people buy what they're supposed to have, is the safer way for consumers. And if you want to keep the lights on, than waiting until you had the outage and then say, okay, now you got to pay the penalty, which they don't want to pay anyway. And it just seems like it's backwards to me. But I mean, that construct goes back to 2008 with the adoption of the RPM, doesn't it?
That does. And we viewed it the same way. And so the comments, we were suggesting the incentives. Is it imposing a penalty that if the market's short, you're going to pay it as a load serving entity because you didn't bring something to bear or figure out what that percentage you should have brought to bear? Or is it a minimum obligation that you have to somehow demonstrate either before or looking forward, multiple years to show that you're bringing something? And that cues up the data center. Like if you're bringing large loads, I think it's more acute for us to be questioning what the obligation of a load serving entity is, to make sure that the whole pool continues to provide the reliability and market efficiency benefits that we all signed up to receive from it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I don't have anything else unless somebody else.
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got to speak up.
This is great. I get the last word. I don't. We'll close it. No. I'll be quick. Thank you all for joining the panel today. Really enjoyed the conversation. My colleagues have asked so many of the good questions, but I think I can find one or two more. So Brian, George, question for you. Maybe there's two parts here. In your testimony or your statement, you talk about stringent commitments. Do you have other words to define that? Just curious.
No, and the reason I chose those words is in part because we are going to see differentiation across territories, right? But there are, maybe the better way to think about it is there are some principles that we should be thinking about here, right? And just to name a couple, right? There's upfront certainty, right? This is the collateral element, right? There's upfront certainty that, okay, I'm a serious participant. There's contract length, right? And there's minimum demand provisions over that contract length, right? Maybe it's 70%, maybe it's 60%. Again, that sort of varies by jurisdiction. But the fundamental purpose here is to drive that certainty. And so I think right now, right, in many jurisdictions, there are no stringent requirements, right? And so I think you have to be stringent enough so that you actually are making an impact. But again, it's really going to come down to what works for a particular jurisdiction. And I would also say, Casey mentioned transparency a couple times. All of these tariffs are subject to docketed proceedings in front of state commissions that provide opportunities for everyone to weigh in, right? And so I really think that's the best approach here, to figure out what exactly stringent means for various entities and really provide the opportunities for everyone to weigh in.
Thank you very much. Other part of this question, some ground we have is a few people mentioned chips and number of chips and the implied electricity demand associated with those. And this is not meant to minimize the suggestion that the RTO has a role in rolling up and trusting but verifying all the load forecasts. I think that's really important. I agree with that. But also, my question for you is with your colleagues who are using these chips, is there more that the tech industry could do on a voluntary basis that's compliant with all the laws that you have to follow about talking to each other? Is there a way for you to help us and PJM and other regions with finding some of that transparency about what the number could be? noting that, again, I asked it with some trepidation, just given how commercially sensitive all this information is. But I just want to ask, and the answer could be no.
Well, no. I mean, I think it's a fair question, and I would respond with two things, right? The first is, and maybe this isn't quite as granular as what you're going for, but I think it's helpful in that, like, we have been, and I'm going to pick on PJM just because that was where we started. I mean, we've had extensive discussions with PJM over the past 2.5 years about where and how quickly we're growing, right, on a confidential basis. I know I'm not the only company that's doing that, but we are trying to both educate and provide some transparency for the grid operators themselves on these issues. We're going to continue to do that.
Thanks for doing that.
Yeah. And the other point is that we all have an incentive to be efficient, right? The cost of energy is, as Susan rightly noted, for large customers, and Brian noted for residential customers, is important. It's important for us too, and so we've seen already pretty significant efficiencies in how we operate our data centers, and there's also a metric that we refer to in the industry called the power usage effectiveness metric. And so what that does, it's a measure of how much energy we're using at the chip level versus how much energy we're using everywhere else, sort of the ancillary energy. And so just hear me out for a second. Let's assume you have a PUE metric of 2. That means for every 1 megawatt that I'm consuming at the chip, I'm consuming another megawatt for all of the ancillary services, whether it's cooling or HVAC within the building. If you have a PUE of 1, that means you're consuming 1 megawatt at the chip, no megawatts everywhere else. Our PUE, and we publicly report this across all of our facilities, our PUE for our facilities in Loudoun County, Virginia, is 1.07. That's pretty low. And so we're going to continue to do that. What that means is ultimately we're going to continue to drive efficiencies. The trajectory of demand growth is still up, but that efficiency will, without a doubt, have some mitigating impact.
Thank you. Last one, I just on theme of capacity accreditation, I just want to ask Michelle and Casey. You both wrote about valuing capacity and capacity accreditation in slightly different ways in your statements. But I just wanted to ask, at a high level, what are some of the big places you'd like to see PJM or other regions going in terms of valuing resources? Like, what do we need to do next? And I ask that not because, again, we had a big conversation about market certainty and we've plowed a lot of ground, but I also do think we need to remain vigilant and keep making sure we're doing smart things. So,
Thank
Michelle,
you.
Casey, please.
And some of our comments, even though we came at them a different way, they're very similar. So I would say for the past 3 years, when I have spoken here before at FERC, I have recommended that MISO has done a great job. They've identified 6 reliability attributes. PJM has identified it. NERC has identified attributes. And they've all said that we need to compensate generators for the critical reliability attributes that we're losing. Mm-hmm. So an example would be, voltage stability, long duration energy. Fuel security is a large one. We heard, Jim Robb talk about, obviously, generation is only as good as the fuel behind it. And so when I think about certainly how most of, the thermal generation that's being added is natural gas. And so we're going to be more and more dependent, and we're driving out a lot of fuel secure resources. We've lost nuclear plants too. Mm-hmm. And I do think that if we valued that attribute, fuel security, and it sends the right signal to those units, even it would send the signal to, because I agree with Chairman Christie that, ELCC it's a great first step. And some have lowered it, but it doesn't require on-site fuel. We don't just need firm gas. There are 30 things in gas electric, timing of nomination schedules. We don't even have the geography to have storage, underground storage in many of these states. Dominion is building an LNG plant. it's an upwards of $500 million to $1 billion, because they obviously want to make sure that that combined cycle plant, when it is needed during the peak winter period, that it does show up. And so I think we need to go a lot further than ELCC, and that's where I think FERC could play a role. You know, you guys could do a show cause order and say, okay, grid operators, you know, tell us the attributes that you think are critical, because to me, for Maryland, New Jersey, and others, and I agree with many of Denise's comments, that if you also, in addition to the capacity, you don't have the attributes, you don't have the long duration energy, you don't have the fuel secure resources. And in PJM, the bulk of the merchant generators, the CEO of Boardwalk was correct. They don't have that price signal to contract for firm generation. Some of them couldn't even get it right now. And so I've obviously continued to beat that drum, and it's like we have a roadmap in MISO, but we don't go any further. We think ELCC is the solution, and I don't think that's going to solve the problem in the market that we're having now, given what happened in Spain and Portugal, and certainly we're going to learn more what happened in New Orleans. I mean, the fact that we load shed because we didn't have enough transmission and generation, to me, is very telling. The problem is only going to get worse, not better, as certainly we all should want to serve the demand centers and growth.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question, Commissioner Rosner. A couple things that I'd suggest in terms of direction on capacity accreditation. One, I want to echo the suggestion by several of the state representatives on the prior panel for PJM to move to a more sub-annual or seasonal capacity market construct. That's a big picture market design question, but it also bears on the question of accreditation, because resources do have really different contributions to reliability in different seasons. And one thing that we've seen with PJM's current construct is that it is very, very sensitive to like particular weather events that happen that can cause the ELCC values to swing wildly. And make them harder to invest based on. And I do think if you had a seasonal market construct, you could sort of contain some of that volatility to particular seasons where it belongs and hopefully make it a more stable construct. I also think that PJM's capacity accreditation needs to account for long lead times of certain resources to start up. This gets a bit to the attributes that Michelle was referring to. So that includes things like thermal units that take 12 to 24 hours to start up. It also includes gas units that have long nomination lead times under certain kinds of conditions, right? If we're not accounting for that in accreditation, then to some extent those thermal resources are overvalued given how often emergency situations on the grid do arise on relatively short notice, right? The load comes in surprisingly high. There's another generator, a large generator that trips, or a transmission outage, and you have sort of a sudden emergency event. So, and those long lead resources just don't provide the same value in those sort of circumstances. I feel like there have been several other narrow, but I think really did I time out? Constructive suggestions made, for example, making sure that given how much winter is driving the risk and therefore the accreditation in PJM right now, to take thermal's winter output as the starting point for the ELCC adjustment to be made. That was in, I think, President Sadovi's testimony earlier. I thought it was really well articulated, something I believe the IMM has also, and others in OPSI have asked for. Yeah, and I think just a final note I'll say is that, fuel security doesn't really mean much if the generator can't otherwise perform, right? You could have a generator that has secure fuel supply but has a boiler problem, right? And also you could have a generator that does not rely on fuel but can perform. You could think of something like, wind, solar energy storage in that category, right? So I do think that fuel security, it hints at a really important problem, this energy adequacy problem, but it's not the right framework for us to think about how to design a competitive construct to procure what we need, which is generators that can perform at times of system risk. So, and that can be pursued outside the capacity market, which is what your accreditation question gets at, maybe something more like, through the energy and ancillary service markets, operating reserves, products, etc. So I'll leave it there for now, but welcome any follow-up questions. Thanks.
Thanks so much. And you get the last word, Denise.
I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on this question as well. As I think about ELCC, and I mentioned a lot of my comments around the role and responsibility of a load-serving entity, as a self-supply entity, we own generation to meet the load or have contracts to meet the load. If we don't have certainty in what the accredited value of our resource is, that's really hard to match that load. And it's really hard, I think, for entities who have generation capacity to sell to entities to know over the long duration of the contract what's the value. I thought Casey was going to get there a little bit in her comment and Manu Asthana said it this morning, that it's the modeling for ELC is very sensitive to its assumptions. And we've certainly seen for thermal resources, for gas resources, that they're declining. And when I understand it, or when my executives or my board ask me to explain it, our performance has been stellar. There hasn't been a storm, but we've seen a continuous decline in the accredited value of our resources. Why is that? And I have to go back and say, it's the load forecast. You can only imagine the inquisitive looks that I get when I explain that the value of our asset, that we invest in dual fuel capability, that we have incredible maintenance procedures and practices around, and a lot of pride in the performance of those resources, that they decline in value and provide less of the benefit that we had hoped for them to be the hedge against the market prices for the load that we have to serve. So I think that's an imperative that we have to look at. There are opportunities for improvement, and that's going to be a really big one. I know there's some discussion already happening at PJM, but I will say we already saw it looking at the 20 between the base residual auction and the incremental auction, seeing a degradation because of a load forecast. And that wasn't all of the data center load growth that we're talking about here. So we envision that this is going to become more complicated before it resolves, and we're going to have more commitments of auctions and see this. And I think we need to put some priority attention to addressing this for all the loads that are relying on these generators.
Thank you. That's it for me, Chairman.
Yeah,
Brian George.
Sorry to keep us all here,
Sorry.
but I did just want to respond to something that Denise said, which is, and it's a theme we've heard throughout the day, right? There's been a lot of big questions around, well, what is the construct like moving forward? I've heard a lot of talk about potential bilateral transactions or different hedging strategies. I would just say that as a large buyer in this market, right, we're very active in going out and bilaterally contracting with resources to manage both our needs, but also our risk. And so when there are changes in things like accreditation, right, even minor tweaks like that, when you look at the portfolio that we have, right, that creates a significant amount of risk and uncertainty that gets really difficult to manage. And so just having some clarity, right, on what those are over the long term, I think would be really, really helpful. And I would also be remiss if I didn't say briefly, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your service at this agency as a former FERC staffer. I've personally appreciated your leadership here, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to agree with Denise. I think the ELCC has got more improvements to come, but it is a leap year better than it was 4 years ago when it wasn't even marginal. So I think PJM's done a good job in getting it a lot better. As I said before, I think combined cycle gas with firm supply is undervalued, but that's just me. But nevertheless, I think PJM's done a really good job getting it a lot better today than it was 4 years ago. And thank everybody. I want to thank everybody who worked on this today. This was a fascinating day. I would say we could keep on going, except physically, I don't think anybody were able to keep on going. But we will be back tomorrow. But PJM Day is now officially over. So, but it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. So thank everybody who participated, and we'll see you tomorrow for non-PJM Day.
All right, great
All right,
conference.
that was good.
Thank you for convening.
That was.